is high-end strip clubs from Scott. But I don't, maybe I don't know your entire thesis, so if I'm getting something wrong, catch me out here. But like, I don't know. I don't know if like most dudes are going to strip clubs, even the low end ones, I guess. Like
Those are just called
looking
whorehouses.
looking to fulfill, like looking to find a girlfriend, right? Or
Oh,
No,
looking
no, no, no. That's not what I'm
okay.
saying.
Okay.
I'm saying they're filling. I'm saying like low end and mid range strip clubs have a
Mhm.
large portion of people in them that are filling a void in their life,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And whereas high end strip clubs are not really targeted towards filling a void in anybody's life. They're targeted towards high end businessmen that are like taking other wealthy clients out on like to go be degenerate and have fun and like get to know them in a meeting where like a few drinks slip away. It's like I want to get to know the real you before I do this big giant business deal with you. I'm gonna get some drinks in you. I'm gonna get you uncomfortable around some women. We're gonna have a party. I'm gonna get to know like what kind of person you are by putting you in a totally different environment where you're not like selling me your shtick, right? I want to know who you are. So that's just like it's a different thing, and so I have less distaste for it because at that point it's a performance, and their performance isn't like really taking advantage of anybody's like situation in life.
I
I
hear
want
your
to add.
friend.
There's one other thing you're not factoring in
But
the more on the low end though. The low end and the mid tier ones. There's a big group of people that do this. Is they're open early, so you go to the club all night, and then you go, and usually it's ladies that want to do this. They want to go to the strip club because they know there's a bunch of bouncers and shit, and they know they have breakfast, and usually it's a breakfast buffet. And you go there and they can keep drinking, keep partying. So I don't know about void filling for all of them, but you can do
I
the
mean,
breakfast.
yeah,
wait, I don't know
I
about the
don't.
strip clubs
What
around y'all, but the food at the strip club around me is top
Yeah,
tier. So
see, that's what I'm saying.
I don't. I guess my
like
problem with
chefery.
that statement
This
is that
seems
like
like
I don't.
Cope.
Well,
Is it
with Scott's.
halal sociologic?
Oh my God, there is a strip club in Dearborn that has halal chicken wings.
That's hilarious.
Yes,
That is
yes.
hilarious.
You
That
should be
is
open to
All
all.
You're
You
right,
should
welcome.
expand
fantastic.
You're
your
welcome.
with
business.
that.
You're
Reach out to
welcome.
the
Technically,
community. That
everything
makes
there is
That's
sense.
halal.
Yeah,
capitalism, baby.
but
That's capitalism.
Scott, yeah, like I guess I don't. I hear
You're
what you're
already
saying,
haram at the strip club. Like, might as well eat fucked up chicken wings.
Scott. So I hear what
Nah.
you're saying. That
Chicken
that's what
wings.
they're used for, right? Like that high end strip clubs, that's a thing that happens, and that like people come for like business meetings. I guess my modification would be that that doesn't alter the proportion of clients who have like different ideas in their minds like coming in. Right? Yes, there are
What
some
do you
people
mean?
who coming there for business
I,
deals,
I'm
but like
I'm not understanding what you're saying. Can you?
yeah.
Yeah,
You
go ahead.
you said talked about the low and mid end
Mhm.
strip clubs, right? And that there is a portion of the clientele who has who's trying to fulfill a dream or something, right? But then you contrasted that with high end ones, saying that this environment is more for business deals or whatever, right?
Mhm.
But I would say sure um I would say sure that's true, but I don't think that would change the percentage of individuals who have
Well, look at it
that
this way.
same mindset.
Let's let's look at it with alcohol, right? I'm
Okay.
not a big fan of alcohol. Someone asked me this a little bit earlier. I don't know if I was here yet or not. About like what kind of alcohol do you like to drink? I like to drink whiskey. I like to drink scotch because I like to sip on drinks. Like I occasionally have like a bourbon barrel aged Cabernet Sauvignon or like red blend, or
Hmm.
same thing. I might have like a bourbon barrel stout, like a Christmas stout or something, right? Because I'm not the type of person that likes to drink a lot, but if I do drink and people are drinking, I might have a drink, and so I like something with some smokiness, some bite that I can like sip on, right, and
Okay.
enjoy each sip because there's a lot of flavor in a sip. Um, so like, but I still look at an alcohol and the people who sell alcohol as like probably some level of negativity towards society, right? Like if I'm looking at it not as a perspective of like the non-aggression principle, but just do I think this leads to the type of society that I want to live in? Right? Yeah. But what I'm saying is I think there's a substantive difference between a bottle of like Blue Label or a bottle of 18 years aged Glenfiddich and a
Mhm.
plastic bottle of Canadian Mist. right? Like it's the same product.
Don't bring
but
Canada
it's
into this,
sold-
please.
Well, it's like the cheapest brown liquor you can buy.
I don't know. I don't drink
But
alcohol
it's
at
very
all.
clear
It's
that
disgusting.
they're targeting two different like demographics, right?
I see. Okay.
The bottle that is Canadian Mist, right, is targeting poor alcoholics that drink a fuck ton of alcohol and don't care about the flavor. Whereas Blue Label is trying to sell you something that you're going to drink on a special occasion or for a high end. I mean, if you're an alcoholic and you drink Blue Label all the time, you better be fucking wealthy as fuck because it's gonna be like $200 a bottle, right? Like so, or Green Label, or pick your poison, literally. But you see what I'm saying? So it's like I'm not saying strip clubs are good or bad. What I'm saying is
I
the
know.
high-end strip clubs are targeting a specific audience. And yes, I do agree with you that there's still going to be some portion, but you got to admit that the guy who's just like doesn't have his shit together in life and like just works a regular job, is not going to a high-end clientele to
Absolutely.
fill
Yeah.
this because he just
Right.
doesn't have the money to go there on a regular basis.
Yeah.
He's going
Yeah.
somewhere where his money lasts longer and where he can get that
Well,
sexual desire.
well,
urge
absolutely.
filled.
No, 100%. And that part, well, yes. I mean, if you don't have the money to go into these clubs, and like the amount of like the way they keep the people out, with their
Dress
with their
code.
cover charges, and like how much it takes for a dance and all that, right? These are various ways to select the clients you're looking for. And I'm just like talking about the mindset. So like it's just that like rich assholes are capable, right? And like like hearing this from women, right? Rich assholes are capable of being the desperate idiot trying to, use whatever
If they're not
means
a
they
strip club.
can. What'd you say?
If you have they're not a strip club though, right? Like if you
Wait,
have the
so
money,
some
what
of
do you
them are.
consider
Yes.
rich? Wait.
I mean,
What do you
sure, some
consider
of
rich?
them are,
Because like
but,
there are
like, they're
people
not
that I've
in
been
the same
around.
proportion.
Wait,
They
there are
have
people.
options.
Right.
Wait, so what do
Yeah,
you
you said
consider
exactly
rich?
what I was going to
Because
say.
like
with the
colloquially, I
proportion.
feel like people feel like if someone makes $150,000 a year, they're rich compared to them. And I've definitely been around people who make about like $150K a year. They frequent like these mid-tier strip clubs. They definitely like date strippers. I don't know if they fall in love with strippers, right? But it's like quick, easy access. It's no arguing, no fuss, no fight. It's transactional, right?
100K
So they
is
build like
literally like poverty in California, right? Like I'm not talking about like,
Isn't?
I'm
You'd be
talking-
fucking loaded here in
It's pretty
Texas,
poor.
though.
It's pretty poor.
but like yeah, depending on where you
It
are.
depends
So like
on
if
where
you're
you
in
are in
Detroit,
California.
if you're in Detroit where a
Yeah,
lot of
I
these
mean,
strip clubs
yeah.
are
I
like
wasn't talking about fucking Oakland, okay? Like yeah, like you
Well,
get
in
what I mean.
LA.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you live, let's say you live in
The
LA,
only part
right?
of California that matters, excuse
Well,
me.
that's why I
Yeah,
said
sorry. You
respective
meant
to,
the
like,
other parts of
their
California that no
earning.
one gives a fuck about? Obviously, yeah, sure. No, the
Well,
California that everyone
How
talks
the
about.
roles have reversed, where all of a sudden the lefties care about middle America and small towns.
Uh,
You get what the fuck I'm saying?
eh,
What do you
but-
mean?
well, yeah, but you understood
when I
my
say
point
rich-
too. Like in Cali, it'd be like 300,000, and the average person would be like, "Oh, that's fucking loaded." Maybe I don't know, like the
Yeah,
economics
okay,
of
yeah,
California.
we-
You get what I mean?
$100,000 is still a
I
lot of
think of
money
rich.
for California.
Yeah.
When I say rich, right? I'm not talking about an economic top quintile. I'm not talking about the 1%. What I mean by rich is a mentality. And the mentality that I mean is that you can go out and spend money and it doesn't matter what you buy. You buy it because you want it and you just get it. And you never have to check your bank account to worry about whether or not that item that you bought costs too much money.
But I
That's
mean,
what
that
mean
comes
when I
with
say
a
rich.
number, though, right? Like for a lot of
Yeah,
people,
I mean, I would say depending on where you live, that's going to
Yeah.
change whatever. But like, I'd say that's probably like $250,000 a year at a minimum.
yeah. And so what I was saying to Prime's point is that like I think the average person, like the person who's making 30, 40K a year, sees someone who makes like 90K a year, maybe, right? They may see that person as like rich, right? They make 3 times my income.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
probably
it's
live better
relative,
off.
right? Like, yeah.
So
which
yeah,
is
that's kind of what
a
I'm
term
saying.
that's relative to where
Yeah.
everyone's standing is.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is
Because
why I want to like
it's not-
figure out
But-
what we meant by
but
rich. Like,
all
what do you
I'm
mean by
talking
rich?
about is
Well, then there's
behavior.
other people who live like they're quote unquote rich, but that's just because they're irresponsible.
Oh, yeah, hold on, but hold on. I don't want to move off this
that's not
point.
rich.
So
That's
the
just-
point is
I
what
want-
I'm talking
Single,
about
or they're
Irresponsible.
single.
is
Because being in a
behavior,
relationship is a lot of
right?
money.
It's mindset. And yes, a person with money has more options. That's true, right? But that does But I mean, we see how a lot of men, and like just listen to women, right? And they report that that guys with a lot of money are using that money to
Go to the strip club.
fulfill their insecurities, right?
Yeah.
So like so basically, what I'm saying is that
wouldn't that be
this
everybody?
no, yeah, I mean, sure, yeah,
Right,
whatever,
it's just
yeah,
like,
I hear
I
you.
I want to see what the strip club
But
point
that's
is,
my
'cause I
point.
might
But that's
have
my
an
point.
answer, yeah.
That's my point. They're just like everyone else, is what I'm saying, right? And so, uh, like, I think that yes, you can say, well, they have more options, but I think the behaviors and the mindset of like that group of men, that cohort of men who are just higher earning, right, isn't so different from working class individuals
I think
Okay.
your
I
argument
hold
actually
on.
in
hinges
terms of
on the
women.
fact,
In
Yeah,
terms
Well,
of women.
I want to say
your argument. I think that your argument hinges on the fact that they are different, right? Because like if you are a wealthy person that like has a constant need and desire for like sexual fulfillment, right? And you're not going to use escort services and you're not going to like utilize your money to get young women to be like sugar babies, right?
Mhm.
You're still probably not going to the high-end strippers. You're probably not going to that because those establishments don't cater to those people. You're going to the mid-range places,
Well,
right?
or
Because
you're
they
not
don't
going to strip
cater
club at
to
all.
that
Hold on.
crowd.
There's
I'd
there's
say
another
they
thing here.
ca-
Hold on. This is something
no.
I want to factor in it all, though, right? Like, okay, I think that someone's hit it on the head earlier when they said the options, and I think sociologic kind of touched on it briefly, right? If they're rich enough, some of these guys, they might not be in love with the stripper, but they'll take the stripper out and they'll go and they'll do the fancy things. And sometimes it's a see and be seen thing. Like you take a hot girl out, you take the photos for Instagram, and then you're like, oh, so then next time you're at the club, these girls are like, oh, I saw him with that hot chick. They don't know anything about this girl. They're like, oh, so he's desirable with attractive women. Then they see you buying a bottle, or you see you like basically having like endless tab at the bar, and then they're like, oh, this guy has money like that, and then they go, instead of going to the strip club and being like, hey, I'm gonna make it rain here on girls that are professionally taking my money. They might use that as a one-off, and then they're gonna go spend their money where they have options elsewhere. Like,
frequent.
oh,
hold
like
on.
let me take a
Frequent
girl on
strip
some
clubs.
trips.
But
Yeah,
hold
like why
on.
would you go to a strip club when you can take 5
Hold
girls
on, yeah,
to New Orleans for the weekend?
I agree. Hold on. I
Because
agree.
people like dating
I agree that they're
strippers.
yeah.
Sure,
Hold on.
yeah, that's an argument too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a whole different thing.
people have all kinds of okay. I agree with you that there are better options than going to a strip club, right? I 100% agree
It's
with
all
you.
tactics.
I've talked to you about my past before, right? If you guys remember,
Do
right?
you
Like
think that
I
strippers are
know
targeting dudes? Is that
that.
the argument?
Well, hold on. My
I mean, if
hold on one
they're at
second.
work, yeah.
I to be clear,
Sure, yeah, work. Yeah,
I
They're
absolutely.
know there are better
predators.
options, but that doesn't mean that people
Absolutely
make
not.
bad choices. It is a bad choice to go to a strip club to look for a partner or to look
Mhm.
to like have fun with that individual, right? Like
I feel
the
like you've
point of
gotten away
strippers
from what I'm
everywhere.
saying.
Hold on a second. No, the point from strippers everywhere is to like drain money out of your wallet, one way or the other, right? And
They're at
going
work.
back to the high end ones, I think
Yeah.
you're saying it is not designed for that. Well, no, actually they are, right?
Yeah.
It's designed for strippers to like entice men for them to throw money at them, right? That's the basic function within that. Sure, they may have booths in the back so you can do a business deal or whatever the fuck, right? But still, they also have a stage, and they still want to be tipped, and they still behave in all that same ways, right? And so they entice men, right? Just in the same way they do in the mid tier, just the same way they do in the low tier, in all the same ways. And so
Like
it'll
sirens.
attract men
Yep.
of different, sirens, yeah. And so that'll attract men with that mindset of like looking for something delusional, right? In each of those tax brackets. So that's why that's my only pushback here. I'm with you almost everything you're saying here.
Well, I mean, it
but,
only affects broke
That's
dudes,
it.
though.
I want to reiterate my point because I think
Okay.
maybe my point was lost a little bit because I don't think you
Sure.
actually disagree with me that much, or maybe you do. I don't know, but what I'm saying is that the high end establishment is not. I'm not saying it's like substantively different across all domains. I'm just saying that what the goal of the high end establishment is to cater towards a specific target audience that differs from the middle and low, right? Like I don't disagree that
I
there are
tax
going to be
bracket,
people that are
yeah.
desperate, right? But it's not just about your income level. It's
Okay.
about what it is that you're attempting to purchase, right? Because anybody can go to a mid-range strip club and find 8s and 9s. You're not going to find 10s at the strip club, but you'll find 8s and 9s at a mid-range strip club, right? If you go there on a Friday night or whatever, you go there, in the better time slots, and
Yeah.
it's not a cheap, dingy place. You're going to find hot chicks who are good at pole dancing, right? So what I'm saying is that I think you might be segregating people a little bit too much. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you go to the high end places. The
Yeah.
reason the high end place is there is
Oh.
because it has a specific thing it's selling you, and the thing that
Mm.
it's selling you is like it's selling you class. It's selling you the same thing that the other thing is selling you, but with a fake illusory veneer of like, this is a high-end place, this is a classy
The
place.
Soho
Mhm.
House of
Because
Strip
of that,
Clubs.
the behavior is different. There's usually more rules in a high-end stripper place, right?
Mm.
There's usually more security in a high-end stripper place. There's usually like
You can
more,
pay for less
guests.
rules.
But there's usually more guests of like famous porn
Not
stars
that I
or
would
like
know.
famous
Yeah.
Right.
dancers or whatever, right? Where there's like a higher cover charge for the night because some porn star is
Yeah.
there, right? And so
Yeah.
what I'm saying is like, yes, I agree that there are shitty people. I agree that they're all dysfunctional and dysgenic to a healthy society, both the customers and the business. What I'm saying is that when compared to prostitution and trying to look at the difference in things, I think there is a substantive difference between the high end place and the mid range place, in that the high end place is trying to sell a veneer of art and class and a cleaner establishment,
I agree.
and sell high end food, etc. So the clientele is different because they're targeting a different clientele. I don't disagree that delusional dudes with more money can go to the high end place. What I'm disagreeing with is that the delusional dude that just needs sex, needs stimulation constantly, is more likely to go to a mid range place because that's their kind of place, because it's a little dirty and it's a little wild and it's what they're looking for. It's not selling a booth where you're supposed to be in a group of 5
Right.
people and eating high end food.
So
Mm.
what I'm getting from this, one thing that I'm going to put my 2 cents in and say, a lot of the primary goal is the same at these tiers, but what kind of like what I've observed from talking to people who are involved in these sorts of situations, working strip clubs and stuff like
Strippers.
that. I've never worked in a strip club, but I've worked in adult retail for a while when I was in college, and I spoke to a lot of strippers. Even though I've only set foot in a strip club one time, which that's a story and a half. But basically, like, the way that I see it from what I've heard, it's like obviously the main like primary purpose at each like tier strip club is the same. It's just like there's a different secondary purpose. Like a lot of the low tier ones are like by kind of more blue collar places of work. Like where I live, it is near the rail yard. There's a few clubs there. And people will go there because they're
the titty
bored.
shack. That's what they call that.
Yeah,
place.
because they're
Yeah.
bored, because they want to eat something after work, because they want to drink. And that's the secondary purpose. And then at the, mid-range ones, like you get a lot of like, people who are there for bachelor parties, bachelor parties, people who are there with friends from college who aren't that poor, like stuff like that. And then obviously the secondary purpose when you get to the higher ones is more of like the, businessy and the air of other stuff type thing.
I want to add one thing. Personally, not a huge fan of strip clubs because I don't like wasting a bunch of money on women and not taking them home. You waste money. But
100%.
on the other side, I disagree with Fabian. I think strip clubs are indicative of a healthy, free society. And I have evidence to support this. Communist Russia and communist North Korea, neither one of them had strip clubs. I'm just saying, we don't want to be like those guys. Strip clubs equal American freedom. That's all you
The
need to know.
communist China CCP, they
I don't know
suppress
about China.
sex work in general. They have like they like crack down on that like a lot. Apparently, I'm curious as
That's
to
why they're all
like
assholes. You know what I'm saying?
I'm curious of what they were cracking down over the low end and the mid tier establishment, the high end, where the CCP members themselves, like the upper crust, get to go. Maybe they survive. I'm curious, but in any case, I do know they do crack down hard on sex work. So maybe it's a sign of capitalism. It might be
Yeah, it's a sign of
point
freedom. That's the word you
Capitalism.
want to use. Freedom.
It's
Yeah.
when you have freedom, right? When you have more liberty,
The stripper
I
index
won't-
on the
I won't
freedom
say it's-
index.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, like, when you have an authoritarian state, they're going to crack down on things that they find to be dysgenic to society, right? That doesn't mean that stripping. I can't believe I need to say this, but like that doesn't mean that it's good just
It's
because
good.
it's around when people have liberty, right? Like,
No, it means
like-
it's good.
It means it's indicative of a good
You just-
That's what
situation
it
to be
means.
in.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah, I mean,
indicative.
It's a
of it.
marker that other things are good.
It's
Right,
correlative,
it's a
right?
marker that
I
you
would
have-
argue the
and that's-
government, if there was going to be subsidies or something, it should be for strippers. That's the ones that should be
No,
getting it.
I know that
Everybody's
you're just
happier when they're
trolling.
getting lap dances. I'm just saying.
I know you're just trolling, but like obviously,
If you get a free lap dance coupon once a year, you wouldn't enjoy that?
Obviously, it's indicative that people have more discretionary income and indicative that there is more liberty within the society to be able to engage in things that many people find distasteful.
Listen, I would much rather, personally, give my dollars to strippers and single mothers individually, as opposed to the government taking it. The
Single
welfare
mothers
giving it
individually.
that.
Those
You
two
know?
groups.
Just saying.
Which apparently, there's a lot of overlap. That Venn diagram.
Okay,
Gibbs,
Gibbs.
Yeah.
you agree.
Literally.
You agree, Gibbs. I mean, it does feel like the biggest waste of money you can think of, right? You're basically
Yeah.
paying for Google Images. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, and a little runny.
Not quite.
And there are some
Google
where you go
video.
down-
Google video.
Like,
Come
but
on.
then again,
Not
there
quite.
are some lactoid
Right.
where there's
I
a
feel like
blurred
you-
line where
where
you just
you-
go down and get prostitutes. Basically, it's like, oh,
No,
you're
no,
going
no,
out
no.
that
Show
whorehouse
of
down
hands,
the
who's
road.
been to a strip club or like frequented them for like a little bit?
I've been once, as I
Frequented?
said.
Never
and it
been.
was
I don't
a
know
that.
story
No.
and a half.
Frequented.
Once every
is
couple
what-
months
is
or
what I'll
something?
say,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
But that was long in the past. No more, please.
No,
Yeah,
here's
so
this is a
like,
really
okay,
weird thing.
so-
Latinas like going to the strip club. It'll be their
So-
idea. They're like, we're going to girls' night, this titty bar. You're like, what? And they're like, yeah,
This
let's
whole
go.
idea that it's just like a
Based.
money sucker, people are getting like it's like
crazy.
delusional men going in. No, it's not. It's guys for the most part going in and getting exactly what they think they're getting, which is they're gonna go.
Google Images.
They're gonna get to see,
Video.
hot girls.
Video.
They're gonna maybe have dinner, maybe a little chill with the boys, a little boy skis. But like, I don't think anyone's getting
Yeah,
moosed.
Because that's
This
what
is-
I like
this
to do
is
with my
a-
bros,
this is a-
right,
people
Ollie?
get
choice
some
you're
moves.
making.
What I
Oh,
like
they're
to do,
getting
what I like to do with my
bamboozled, bro.
bros is like hang out with a bunch of my bros while we all got boners. That's what I like.
Yeah,
to
I
do.
know, which is why I
it's a lot
stopped
of
going to
fun.
strip clubs because there's more guys than there are girls.
Yeah, I wonder
That's
why.
where you
I-
go.
Sir,
That's where you
sir,
go.
as someone who has been a member of the armed services, okay, if you get guys together long enough, it gets a little gay. All right, like it's just what it is. All right, like if you get dudes together and they get close and they have close male friendships, eventually things get a little gay. And the closer they are and the more badass the men in the group are, the gayer it gets. That's why Cab Scouts and the Marines are gayer than your typical Army guys, right? Like you want to see the gayest shit in your life, don't go to a gay bar. Don't go hang out with gay dudes. Find straight dudes that have been isolated from women for long enough that are
So
good
go to
friends.
prison. You're saying go to
and-
prison.
Prison gay. Prison
and
gay.
Go
are
to
trauma
jail.
bonding and trauma bonding, right? Like, yes, prison. One of the gayest places on earth is a fucking maximum, or maybe not maximum, medium security prison. There's a lot of gay things going
Where they
on
can
there, right?
go into each
What?
other's cells. But okay, so one, the lactoid, it's definitely like I
Better
think
than Google Images, brother.
it's absolutely hold on. I shit
You just
on,
haven't had a lap
strip
dance.
clubs,
Okay,
right?
sorry.
I
Google
shit
Google
on whole
Images
experience.
with a VR headset. My bad.
With the
Go ahead.
VR No,
it's a
no,
fucking no.
It depends how raunchy they are,
to an
too.
AI robot, akin to an AI robot that's there to literally make you feel like you're up here. Considering if you have
This is
enough
very
talent. And if she's
dehumanizing.
dancing, and
Hold
if she's
on,
dancing
some of
on
the
you,
girls like are into
no,
it.
guys,
They like
guys,
it. Like they'll be
depends
like yeah,
on-
like break the rules. You're like, whoa, I don't want to get in
depends
trouble
on the
here.
state
Like,
and the locality, right? Depends on the state and locality. In some states, you all can only like look and no touching, right? In other states, that's not a problem. Where
Yeah, there's a
go
lot
to
of
strip clubs in
lawlessness
Detroit.
going on in strip
feel them
clubs,
up.
Let's be honest.
No,
There's a lot
well,
of
no, no.
cocaine going on and a lot of
Yeah.
prostitution in states.
Hey,
No,
there's
yeah,
a strip
but I'm
club?
talking about,
Go
I'm
to
talking about the legal
Detroit,
stuff.
baby.
And then the legal and legally, yes, in some localities you can touch, right? So absolutely. So you don't get that in Google video. But again, still a waste of money. To be very clear.
Oh
when
yeah,
I'm saying,
100%.
fuck
Don't go
that
to strip
shit.
clubs.
Don't go to strip clubs. They're awful.
But I'm just saying, if you haven't been and you haven't like spent the money and you haven't like, so like if you've been with people that like once again make like 110K a year, they have a little bit of expendable like money, they can spend some cash. You can have a good time. The girls are at your table. You're eating good dinner. Right now,
other people are
obviously, if
paying
you're
for it, then
yeah,
go
if
to
you're
strip
broke
club.
and you can
Yeah.
barely afford the cover and you have $100, don't go to the strip club. It's not going to get you very far. It'll be 5 minutes.
Just
But
don't
there
go
are
out at all,
clubs.
really.
There are clubs like in Miami. I think 2 of the clubs have strip clubs on the other side. So it's like a regular club on one side, then you can just walk right on over, and it's just a strip club chilling on the other side at Club 11. And it's like people are there by the trobes, and I don't know if they're getting like famous. I think they know exactly what they're spending their money on.
Oh, but one caveat, right? Go to Colombian strip clubs. I did go there when I went to Colombia, right? Wild. Holy
Just- I would like
wild.
the
The
record show
best.
that Prime Guys went to Colombian strip clubs before the legal age of consent was changed to 18. All right. I just want to.
I don't know anything about this. Oh my god.
Can I ask for those of you who've been to strip clubs and Prime, I want your answer
Mhm.
too. I mean,
Just joking. It
do you-
just happened. They
do
just
you have to give them money,
Okay.
or can you just like
Mm-mm.
not give them anything?
That's
You
what
can
you'd
just
like
go-
to
you
know.
you have to pay the
Lactoid.
cover.
Yeah, you
pay the
can sit-
cover. You can go sit down, order. You don't have to pay anything, but you pay a cover. You have to get drinks, and you can get food.
You don't have to get drinks. You can sit there
Well,
about
yeah, I
depends
guess
on
you
which
don't
one.
have to.
They might hassle you
Yeah,
for something.
but some
right,
of
to
them
buy
have like a
something.
2-drink minimum.
What if
like,
there's
you're
no
just gonna sit
cover?
down. Yeah,
Can you just like walk in and just not spend any
there's
money?
always
There's
a
always
cover.
a cover. There's always
a cover.
No,
And a
because
dress
you'd have
code.
like a feel of looky-loos there, right? Like,
Yeah.
holy shit, there's always a cover.
There's always a
Um,
cover.
But
It's like,
yeah, so
you walk in, there's like 50 vagrants.
Guys.
There's
Yeah.
like a bunch of homeless guys that are all standing in there.
but like Colombian strip clubs are built different. Holy shit. Like it is the most wildest thing. The dances are oh my god, incredible. I've never
It's because they're high on cocaine.
No. It's not because I'm sorry, Lacto, you haven't experienced, so you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about here. Right?
You know how many business deals are
I don't
done
know,
on
it might be.
cocaine?
Who knows?
lot.
But there's drug use everywhere, right? But the point is that like in an American strip club, right? What they do for a dance, right? They sit on you, maybe they shadow you face first, or they reverse it, right? And they rub all over you and all the whatnot, right? Maybe even if you're more likely, they'll put your butt right in your face. That's a lot of fun. But no,
Unsanitary.
Colombian strip clubs. Holy crap! They had this like entire flexible dance routine that they do on you, right? It's like the crazy. Like I had me and my these 2 friends I had met, like they're brothers, right? And they like holy like this.
Let
woman,
him relish
she,
in
like
his.
this. Like it was like the floor was lava. She never touched the floor, but she was like doing like this barrel roll thing all over all of us. It was the craziest thing. That was worth it. That one was worth it. So I'm saying just one time. Just one time.
He's very disappointed,
Especially
right?
not
I see it in
the
his
went to
eyes.
Bogota.
I wouldn't spend that much
Bogota.
money going just for that.
I would. Well, it was actually not much money. Actually, it's Colombia.
It's Colombia,
actually
so
cheap.
yeah.
No, I'm
It's
talking about.
super cheap.
Hold on. The plane.
Like Monopoly money, really. Right?
Oh, not just.
You're
for
not
that.
going
No,
just
I
already
would go just for
there.
that. I would go just
What
for
else?
that.
Wait,
Yeah,
what's
you're
in
already there,
Colombia?
exactly.
What would I want to go to Colombia for?
Oh my god! You don't want to go. You want to travel
Okay.
anywhere. So whatever.
Cocaine?
Everybody is going
Oh,
to
the
a
women. I
country
mean the women.
solely to go to like a fucking club, and unless they're going to Thailand, all right? Like that's literally
Yeah.
like unless they're
I
doing
guess.
sex
Oh.
tourism in like fucking in really degenerate places. They're not going.
If
for
you're already
just-
there, I guess.
Yeah. If you're already there, this is what I'm saying. If
It's
you're
like
already
already
there, you have to
there
be
type
Colombia.
thing.
You just happen to be
was-
passing through Colombia, on foot.
I was,
By the
I was
way,
in Bogota.
As a white male, I very specifically, unfortunately, have to avoid Thailand. I can't go there for any kind of vacation because people will make the stereotypical remarks. They'll
So-
say, lactoid, like, oh, Thailand,
I-
yeah, okay,
I hear
libertarian, yeah.
I'm afraid of the same thing. So I do want to go to Thailand. I want to go
tell
there
'em we went
everywhere.
to fuck lady boys, all right? Like, and
Yeah, just
showing up
admit it.
and
I
Fucking, it's
I-
fine. It's okay. It's not gay.
Or
I
Muay
love
Thai.
no,
You say there's a
I
Muay
love
Thai.
I love Thai. I like
Okay.
Muay Thai. I like Thai food. The idea of riding the elephants sounds, although apparently it's cruel.
I'm a huge
but,
fan of
whatever.
Thai food. No,
Yeah,
like
You can do all-
ride an elephant.
you-
That's for sure.
No,
You
my
can most
God,
of that in
no.
Miami. It's all right.
I've told you guys this before.
As long
but
as
like,
you're not
there's
doing it in a
these
car.
temples in Thailand that I've wanted to see ever since I was a child. Right? I absolutely want to do this. This is like a bucket list type
Guys,
thing,
would
right?
you say that your
But,
body
like-
is a temple?
But like, hold on. But like, I am afraid, of, like what you said, like Troy, that you go to Thailand, people are gonna make assumptions about you. Like, no, I no joke. I've been talking about these temples for as long as I can remember. I've been wanting to go to these temples. But no one's
Man,
going to believe me.
people's
so-
assumptions
yeah, the
really got
greasy
y'all
deuce.
free to go to
Damn.
countries you want to visit. That's
Yeah, what do you think? But hold on, why do you
Just
care
go.
about
What do
what
you
Because they're
tell
gonna joke.
everybody
They're gonna joke
first.
about it. They're gonna say, "Oh, Prime. Oh,
Oh
you went
no,
to
you
Thailand."
can't handle
Hey,
jokes.
have good
That's
comebacks.
not beta
Scott will
behavior.
start.
That's
Scott
a
will
beta
Oh no,
behavior.
because then what are you gonna do? Like, no.
Prime,
You
listen,
say you're
Prime-
goddamn right. Let me tell you what I did.
Prime-
No, and then they're gonna regret asking
No,
you,
hold
and then
on,
they're gonna
pause,
move on and
pause.
change conversations.
Prime has already survived. I know I'm bringing it up, and it's like we don't talk about, but Prime has already survived the entire online politics community trying to make a mountain out of a molehill and destroy his fucking character, and then just be like, "Oops, I'm sorry," and then just kind of throw it on the rug. Prime, you will be fucking fine. Just
You go to
go
Thailand?
and have fun with your lady boys, because like you've already been through this once before. You know what I mean? Like you'll
Fair
be
enough.
fine.
Fair enough. That's fair.
Just tell them they're jealous. You know what I'm saying?
And the first thing Ghosty is here, like, have fun with your lady boys. The first thing she hears as she comes in.
Wait. Did you see in Thailand they have super? What was it like? Super gonorrhea or something? I forget. Unironically, yeah, there was a British dude who went there and he got like super. He's married, by the way.
Super.
He got like super gonorrhea, and like he came back to Britain, and they had to treat him with like 18 different antibiotics or like something crazy like that.
Bacteria-resistant gonorrhea, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they cure
It was like
They did cure him.
eventually,
No
like
fun.
they used like the most powerful one they had, and they were able to cure him. But like, I don't think it was 18, but they definitely tried like a bunch of different antibiotics, and like it just wasn't responding to treatment.
It's a
And
big
so
problem.
They're concerned about
It's a
it.
big-
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
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 So we were
Well,
talking
so
about
avoid
strip
that when
clubs,
you go.
by the way, Ghosty.
yeah,
Oh, fun.
We're just riffing it. We're just riffing it. All right.
yeah. We're just having fun here.
We're just riffing
Um,
while people show up, unreasonably late, 3 minutes.
Ooh.
You know,
Yeah.
Just kind of.
Are you gonna take that
what
from
we're
them?
gonna do.
Are you gonna take that from them? Get
What did
him.
you say?
No, it's
It's
Asper's
fair.
syndrome.
It's fair.
Mm.
It's a fair
Why not?
comment.
Okay, great. So anyway, thanks all for being here. This is
Oh,
Every
look,
Roundtable.
I'm the bad guy. Like,
Yes.
I only make fun of them when they're black and they're late. So that's my thing there.
Now's your
but-
time. Go see. Claim it.
it's all right. I get it, Prime Cause. You police your own kind. I'll do the same.
Understood. Thank you.
Damn.
But yeah, so anyway, this is Every Roundtable. We do on Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here.
You're still stuck on the Colombian
Rest?
strip dance.
The floor was lava, Corey.
The floor was
Ouchie.
lava. The floor was lava. She never touched the ground. It was amazing.
At least you can remember the time you were in a strip club, because I barely can.
That's the right answer.
I mean, most. I don't drink, so like I don't. So my memory is going to be intact for all these things.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so like that was like, and I hadn't been to a few beforehand, right? It's a long story, but like I had
Right.
been to a few beforehand. This was exceptional. Like I stand by it. Like built different. Check it out if you happen to be there, right? Which Lactroid won't be
fair-
because Lactroid
to
doesn't
be
like to
fair-
travel in general.
To be
True.
fair, Colombians are also built different.
Yeah.
Wait, like even in
Also-
America, you don't like to travel, Lactoid? Like,
I mean, I like. Well, what do you mean by travel? Like go around
go to
town?
other states and visit.
He likes
Go to
crashing
a
his
place
motorcycle.
you don't
Go
know.
Yeah.
other places in your country.
The big thing about traveling is it just seems like so expensive, and then like the trip is
Yeah.
over, and then you're like,
Well, why did you
Uh,
become a lawyer? Why did you become a lawyer? If like I need to know.
a lot of very
Big money don't like to spend it
evil,
all. Come
dark
on.
reasons, but we don't have to get into those.
Mm. But yeah, also for the
Like if the money
Dude,
money isn't there,
He likes.
I don't
he
know what
likes
the
to
point of the
argue
schooling
politics
is.
online. Okay.
So
for
you
the
so you
record,
got
it's
a
his
law
Yeah.
degree?
mindset.
I'm pretty sure my
Argue politics online. Like that is the personality that you want as a
Yeah.
lawyer. Right?
my personality defects are on display. The answer should be pretty obvious. I'm pretty broken, so.
Yeah, and Lactoid usually likes to argue like the worst shit possible and try to find the best argument for it, which is exactly what you want in a lawyer.
What isn't a waste of money, Lactoid? What's something that isn't a
Motorcycles.
waste of money?
Guns. Guns,
that's big.
Motorcycles,
Guns,
guns,
Skincare products.
cigars, skincare products,
FUBU.
And
FUBU.
Flags.
Hell yeah, FUBU.
Essential oils.
Yes. You're right. These are all very valid uses of money. Vitamins. I have a lot of vitamins.
Lactoid is such an eccentric person. I say it all the time. Like, this man fascinates me. He really
Yeah.
does.
I know. It's
I keep-
lovely.
I keep learning more about this individual. Like, I'm surprised constantly. But speaking of which, Lactoid, thanks for being here. How are you, friend?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
All right.
That's good. Happy Monday. This is like day or probably like week 4, I think, where I'm just upset that they removed Galaxy Gas from everywhere. That should be legal for adults to buy. That's bullshit. I just thought about it today and I got angry again. So yeah, looking forward to today's panel.
I didn't know this. So Galaxy Gas is gone from like Amazon.
You can't find it. Yeah, and look,
What even is that?
they should have age gated it.
Nitrous.
They should. I've always supported
Huh?
age gating it. It's nitrous oxide. It's a big can of nitrous oxide.
you can still get it at smoke shops. You just can't get it online.
No, the company stopped manufacturing it.
Do they
Just
have
get,
a
Probably
like,
trying to head off
Like
lawsuits.
keyboard duster, like everybody else, or
Well,
whipped
it's
cream
not-
charge,
Yeah,
just like everybody else
whipped cream,
does.
yeah.
It's whippets.
Well, a part of I'm not going to get too into it, but I've never done it. The idea though is like it carries street.
I like
cred,
having
right?
brain cells.
It's street. Well, you're not going to lose brain
Don't
cells as
do
long
it.
as you keep up your
Don't do
vitamin
it.
B12 levels.
Fucking insane. But don't do
Yeah.
it.
He's there with his vitamins and shit.
Well, unironically, go ahead, Brian.
Oh no, it's fine. No, I had seen a medical examination, right? Of like what happened to an individual when they had been doing that, right? And they I guess I'm not sure overdose is the term for it, but in any case, so had done way too much of this shit over a long period of time, and like the results were catastrophic.
So here's the risk.
Catastrophic.
Here's the risk. So what it appears, based on the current medical knowledge and science that I've been able to find on Google, the risk of nitrous oxide is acutely, it's not toxic, but it depletes your body of vitamin B12. Mm-hmm. And if your body remains depleted of vitamin B12 for a long enough period of time, your neurons demyelinate, which is a fancy word for saying that you give yourself Parkinson's, basically.
Multiple sclerosis. Multiple sclerosis.
Well, I have
I think also Parkinson's. But I
had a buddy.
Parkinson's
I had a buddy. Rest in peace.
Dementia
He had a
is
stint.
also characterized by mild
Physiologic has a buddy.
He had a buddy who, rest in peace, had a stint with whippets, and B12 was diminished to the point. I don't know if this was like the catalyst for it, but he ended up with transverse myelitis, which is like nerve damage in the base of the spine.
Yeah,
and that shit like paralyzed them. Eventually, like ended up taking him out. And yeah, it is not a fucking joke.
It's not, and it is addictive. So that's like the main issue is that people will keep doing it over and over again.
It's an instant high,
right? It's like high, but only lasts like 8 seconds or something. Like it's super
and I don't know. I think, and I might be mistaken on this, but I think it like inhibits your ability to absorb it. Not just like you don't have vitamin B12, but you can't absorb it in the same way anymore. So it's not like you're just taking tablets. I'm not sure if that.
See, I don't know about that though, because I saw the treatment is like the treatment for long-term abuse of nitrous oxide is they'll give you these like mega vitamin B12 shots. And I do wonder, like, if you took a high dose while you were addicted to nitrous, like, would you be okay? I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Not if you're consistently using it, which
That's
is like
a
the
medical
issue,
doctor
which is like the
Well, I
issue with
can't
it.
because they took away Galaxy Gas, the only one that I was like mildly interested in trying, but it's gone now. So
What is the difference between that and just whipped cream
it's
sugar?
street cred. It's street cred. Instead of having these little things, you have this like great big old canister.
Yeah, like it's like a
little
lot of
tea,
it.
man.
It's like, it seemed like it seemed like it was like very easy to get out of it. But yeah, whatever. But I'm just
I feel like that's the last thing you want with an addictive substance. But yeah,
the funniest thing is like they were marketing them as like, oh, it's just for like your whipped cream dispensers and stuff. But the like
flavors your whipped cream,
right? But with like the massive canisters they were selling, like if you do the math, like each one is like you like each one you can make like several thousand whipped cream containers. Nobody's doing it. Nobody's using it for that, right?
But yeah, it's gnarly stuff. So kids, please
Especially
don't mess
kids.
with that.
Or adults,
Yeah.
adults, kids and adults don't.
Or adults, yes, or adults any which way.
Anybody
right?
who doesn't have a lot of vitamin B12 on deck, I guess.
Well, lactoid's fighting for the
let's-
adults' right to be addicted to
They should have the
Godspeed.
right to do it and follow all of your local laws and regulations, but it's surprisingly
come
not
with
legal in most
B12.
places. Or it's not illegal in most places.
Yeah.
Because the main
Yeah.
is to,
So-
like, make the whipped cream. It's just when you make that shit fucking available to everyone, they realize they can inhale it. Well, humans like inhaling shit.
Well,
So
the two
let's-
things that
let's-
they sell usually at these stores that are like
This is not
to
the
get
debate
high, but
topic.
they label it
Yeah.
differently is that, and then like the head cleaner for like record players or tape players and stuff.
A2 was
okay.
potpourri,
Poppers.
Let's
remember?
move on. Let's move on from this. Scott, thanks for being here, friend.
Hey, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. I'm an anarcho-capitalist libertarian. Follow me, Fabian Liberty, on YouTube and X. I hate that name. X is such a dumb.
It's
fucking
awful.
name.
Awful.
It's the worst fucking decision he made.
Still sounds
Um,
like a porn site.
I mean, that'll go away. The
Kinda
problem
was
Kind
for
of
a
is a
while.
porn site.
X
Yeah,
videos,
it's
yeah.
not search. It's not. Anyways, all right. I'm a libertarian. You can check out hardcore deep dives in libertarian philosophy and AMAs and things of that nature. And so yeah, come check me out. I'm happy to be back. As far as drugs, since it became a fucking impromptu panel thing here, kids, don't do drugs. All right, don't do drugs when you're young. They fuck up your brain. When you get into your older teen years and your brain is still developing, right? There are some drugs that I think everybody ought to try. Safe doses of psilocybin, small doses of LSD, small, you can try as much fucking DMT as you want. You'll be fine. No one has ever died or damaged their brain from
True.
dimethyltryptamine. Don't go and do ayahuasca somewhere unless you have somebody supervising. But from DMT specifically, you'll be fine. But even marijuana, kids, it can fuck up the development of your brain and memory functions and things like that. Just because fucking the government is retarded doesn't mean that some of the things they've said about drugs aren't true. Do your fucking research and don't be stupid. And don't do pink cocaine, don't do MDMA, don't
Pink
do 2CB,
cocaine.
don't do TCI, don't do fucking
Go
galaxy
2C.
gas. 2CB and 2CI are the same family, so some people just call it 2C. I've done them all. I've made it to the other side, and let me tell you, yeah, it probably fucked up my brain in some regards.
No, we can be sure of that part. But no, I liked so GB talked about and GB will be here eventually. He's just he's quite busy. Yeah, maybe. The point is that he had done mushrooms. He had done like the ego death, whatever, amount of psilocybin or whatever, right?
That just depends on the person. That doesn't, but yeah.
Okay, sure.
But people typically say it's 6 grams, like the god dose,
The
or whatever
heroic
fuck it
dose.
is. Yeah, hero
No,
dose.
Pause.
Yeah.
Pause. This needs to be said from people who have actually done psilocybin. Don't do an ego death amount of fucking psilocybin
No.
for
Nope.
your first time. And
Nope.
certainly don't do it until you
Nope.
know what the fuck you're doing. Because
Yup.
you can die from psilocybin. It is a form of food poisoning. If you take too much and everybody's body processes,
not what it
there's
was.
no exact amount of like grams or micrograms that are safe of any of these types of things. When people get spores, okay, and they make these mushrooms, and depending upon the nitrogen in the soil, depending upon how much how much light they get, depending upon how much different substances and water they get, will change the density of the psychoactive chemical of psilocybin within the mushroom. So there's no proper way to measure it. Don't do a fuck ton of psilocybin because you might die. It will literally fucking kill you.
Well, and
okay.
besides that, like the trip just might send you to the hospital. Like,
Yeah, oh yeah.
So
Well, thank you for saying that. Because what I was going to say after that is that I made it always very clear that I don't do drugs. I've never done any drugs. But the one thing that interested me was that experience that DB talked about, right? And I'm not really interested in a smaller version just for funsies, right? Like it seems like that experience that he was talking about.
You need to build up to it.
But you also don't need a hero dose to experience like.
Well, so here's the thing about hallucinogens in general, right? This isn't true of all hallucinogens, but it's relatively true. When you take hallucinogens, you have no choice but to be in an altered state of consciousness. You cannot undo the hallucinogen. And some people have, so when you're describing what is known as an ego death, right? What you are describing is a complete inability to control your surroundings and your thoughts, right? Like when you take enough, you get to the point where you lose control of your thoughts. The problem with this is some people, especially those that are experienced in hallucinogens, build up and it's not a physical tolerance. It's a psychological tolerance to the process where you can let go of your ego, where you can let go of the need to control your thoughts or like the fear that comes along with seeing things that aren't there or seeing trails or being in a mood where things are, or saying things that normally you might keep inside. You'll be along with your friends and you'll do hallucinogens and you'll say something like, hey, I always thought you were kind of a fat ass and it bothered me. And then the other person has to be okay with hearing that, right? Like because sometimes you just speak truth because you're in a completely different state of mind. You need to psychologically build up to that before you can do something, because if you have an ego death and you don't have the mindset and you haven't built up to it, it can break some people. It can send some people to the hospital and they don't always recover even when the drug is completely gone from their system. This is especially true with LSD for some reason. We don't really know why, but some people, if they have an ego death amount of LSD, they may never be normal again. Their body may never function properly.
Happened to my friend.
I gotta say
Also,
on this
if
note.
they're
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead. Oh, it's also if they're kind of have an idea like where their brain is more susceptible to stuff like psychosis, like if they have a family history, then that could be, a lot more likely to have negative effects.
Trauma. Never do LSD with a woman that's on her period.
I gotta say, as someone
fucking true.
As someone who's
I've tripped on my period so many times.
Yeah, I gotta say, as someone who's maybe partaking in a lot of drugs, I gotta say, I hate all y'all because one, I don't know anybody that's a winner that takes a lot of hallucinogens. They're all fucking losers. That's except maybe weed. That counts, but no, yeah, they're all losers. They always talk about metaphysics and spiritual shit. Bullshit. You want to be a winner if you do drugs? Do uppers. That's all I'm saying. Cocaine. You do cocaine. You make business
Adderall,
deals.
cocaine.
Cocaine. You do Adderall. You're at fucking 4 a.m. You get home from the bar. You get online and start doing research for debate topics. If you do cocaine, you're in the kitchen. You're sitting here making business deals and business ventures and shit. By 8 a.m., you're over here at the courthouse already, signing up for the DBA. Let me tell you, more deals have been done and business made on alcohol and cocaine than any hallucinogen. In fact, more lives are ruined for hallucinogen because they get high. They have some metaphysic spirit. And they're like, oh, nothing matters. Money isn't real, man. And then they fucking go out and live in the woods, and they're fucking hobos. I know so many people like this. I hate them all.
I mean,
it's true.
I'm an outlier.
I know I'm not wrong. It's crazy.
I don't think anybody wants the LSD negotiated business deal.
With my spiritual trips, I've realized that money is truer than anything, and this is just a material place, and you have to play the game. That's what my trips have taught me. This is simply
you
a
need to call in
place.
sick with uppers. You can be like, man, I'm gonna get a hangover. Nah, we're just gonna go do another line, and we're going to work today. I'm just saying, or coffee.
I actually
I don't know
really
about Destiny,
but I really appreciate
got the worst coke mouth I've ever seen. Like, everybody needs to be calling him out on that shit.
He has a speech impediment. He's always had that.
No,
come on.
Fuck off. His coke mouth has got
speech impediment.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
but,
he has a lisp.
It's when you talk and your lower jaw constantly does
a speech impediment is when your jaw's unhinged.
Way worse. His speech impediment and speech pathology might have exacerbated jaw movement to a certain degree, but there is a reason that his jaw moves completely differently than it did 2 years ago, and it's not the speech impediment he had when he was a kid. All right, that dude has a drug addiction problem, and people should be fucking calling it out instead of just trying to use him for fucking clout.
I thought you were like he could do whatever he wants, right?
So hold on.
I mean, even if that is the case, which I still don't believe.
What Destiny can do later on. That's fine. Like two things. One, I appreciate talking to people who have done drugs because like that detail you talked about, I would never see it. Like the people who have like there have been people on this this stream, right, who have done drugs while they're on stream, and I have not realized that. Other people pointed out to me afterwards, right? They're like, Prime, why didn't you say anything? I'm like, I literally didn't know. I literally had no idea. Because I don't recognize the signs. I don't engage in that. But so it's always appreciative for that. And I also appreciate, the information you gave in terms of, the hallucinogens and, like the possible outcomes, right? All this tells me is just to, forget it and never do any drugs. That was all I was interested in. But, apparently I can't have any fun. That's okay. I have clean, sober fun, right? Don't worry. But I appreciate that though. Thank you for that information. It actually is quite useful. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Let's go to our friend Corey. I don't know how you follow all this, Corey.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm on the same wavelength as you. Clean, sober, fun. Just come to the loser club with me.
The winner club.
Well, yeah, I agree. Where my recommendation to you, Prime, and the kids out there, maybe just take up some form of meditation. I'm not going to say it's going to change your life or you're going to have some sort of transformative, but might be a touch healthier than some of the things. And also, I think maybe Scott left out one of the drugs. Not I think black tar heroin. Probably stay away from that too. But
I left out a lot of drugs. All right.
I know. I'm just joking. And also, Prime, I'm not doing this to give you a hard time. I've been I've been specifically tasked to tell you this, that iCalRich sent some bits to read something from the chat. Okay, to back up Scott's point, because Scott said something earlier about isolated men and their behavior of isolated men. So go for it.
I saw that. That was only 7 minutes ago. Unless he sent something else earlier. It's not showing up on my feed. But he said the Sacred Band of Thebes was a unit of 150 gay soldiers in 5th century Greece. To Scott's points, cheer 100. I don't think he actually sent 100 bits, but like this is your resub. But thank you for your 36-month resub. And thank you, Mr. Dark, earlier for their 45-month resub. It's really, really kind of you.
Shit.
Yeah. And
It's a long time.
yeah.
No, that is.
We got a few. We got a few.
But yeah, you can find me. Sorry if to interrupt you, Prime. If you want to.
No, I was just gonna say thank you, Mr. Darko. But yeah, go ahead, Corey.
Well, I was just gonna say you can find me on Twitter, X. It's Corey. YouTube, whatever. Instagram, it's Corey Campbell, and Twitch, Corey Campbell 84. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Next we have our friend Lee. You know what I like about these panels, Ali, right? One of the things I like is that we learn a lot about each other, right? And I feel like we get pretty comfortable, even though like we're streaming to the public, right? Not much public, but public, right? We're streaming out there, but we get comfortable with each other and we share a lot. So I learn about you. I learn about I think Ali and I have some things in common in the past, right? A few things maybe. But shout out to you, friend. I'm glad you came out the other side. A little more broke, but you came out the other side of it.
I actually never spent money at the strip clubs. I was always with people who spent money, and I got residuals. It was amazing. It was a great time. And once again, I think they were there of their own fruition. I don't think it's a money suck. They're getting exactly what they paid for. Truest form of capitalism. Truest form of capitalism.
I mean, it's capitalism. Capitalism as a money suck. Like this is like a black hole of money. Holy shit! Don't do it.
But yeah, for all the online things, you can find me at Sociologic. Looking forward to getting into this debate. Love my Mondays.
Absolutely.
Prime is calling black women just black holes.
I was gonna make that joke.
Hey man, you said it, not me. Me personally, I value our black women in society. My Nubian queens.
Lord have mercy.
But I never think of you that way.
So something that I learned, talking to these women at that point in time in my life, which is long gone. But they said something interesting, is that you don't want to be whatever the majority of the other women are, right? So in terms of demographics, So if it's a club that's within like a black area and there's a lot of black women, you
Atlanta.
want to be the
You want to be the white woman in Atlanta.
you want to be the white one, and the opposite. So like if you're in a generally white establishment, you want to be the black girl, you want to be the Latin girl, whatever, right? And like that'll be your ticket. So the
Brand recognition, the stripper way.
yeah, that's how that works. 100%. I remember the most problematic shipper that I had ever met. Problematic is a good word for her. But also one of the fucking hottest one I've ever seen. And she was Asian. She was actually Asian.
Actually,
Makes sense.
Well,
Believe
yeah,
it or not.
but she was. Sorry, that
She was
that-
hot
Imagine
and she was Asian.
Asian?
Crazy.
She was
Connect
Asian.
Connect
Totally
that to what I
prepared.
said previously,
Just
right?
kidding.
And that like the rest of the club actually was a diverse. To be
No
clear, it was actually a
disrespect
diverse
for black
club.
women. Oh my god.
It was
Jesus.
no. It was actually a diverse club. Actually, now that I think about it, it was actually a good
Oh,
mix of
good.
like all the ethnicities, right?
The woke
and-
club.
Yes, it was the woke club.
It was a
And
DEI
anyway,
club.
my only point is this woman had a fucking body on her. Holy God! But she was problematic.
I hope
Oh,
so.
so
She
your,
wasn't
your
just a
drug of
floating
choice
head?
is just women, Prime? Is that all it is? Your
Lord
vice
have
is just
mercy.
women.
My voice? What do you mean my
Your
voice?
vice.
Vice.
Your
Vice. Oh, yes, absolutely. No, 100%.
It's like, yo, I used
No,
to be addicted to
100%.
women.
In case you guys haven't gotten that yet, 100%. That's it. Right? I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't do anything. I've done some I'm trying to like go into some like adrenaline type stuff. Right? I've done like skydiving. That's fun, right? I've done some like aerial, like was it paragliding too? I've done a few things like that, and that's a lot of fun. But no, my vice is women, 100%.
Hey.
Make no mistake about it. So all right, and now see, we're learning more and more. Let's go, our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, so stripping equals freedom. I agree. That's absolutely it's a pivotal, important key aspect of democracy. Get rid of strip clubs, democracy falls. Secondly, uppers are better than hallucinogens. I want to keep reiterate that. Furthermore, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. I got these two girls in the other room, and they're driving me crazy. You know how Nick Fuentes talked about his body, your body, whatever bullshit? I got one for you. If it's my thermostat that I pay the bills on, don't fucking change it. It's 60 degrees in my house. It's going to be cold. Y'all been here before. Wear a sweater. I'm sorry. Anyway, I got to get on my soapbox there. Yeah, it's been driving me
I
crazy.
need a parka.
Listen, well, good.
Jesus.
Just know you're gonna get fed, and you're gonna be fat and happy here. But it's gonna be cold. That's all you need to know coming over to Papa Gibbs. But don't touch the AC. It's fucking hot here during the summer, and I like being cold. Anyway, sorry. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me Admiral Gibbs.
Admiral Gibbs is a king, right?
He's like a Jimmy Carter Nazi in his house. Wear a sweater.
Bullshit. They don't pay no bills. They're over here thinking they can go up.
Only the real ones remember Jimmy Carter. And his sweater.
Bullshit is what it is. How entitled? Think about the entitlement. Like, listen, I'm a big boy, right? I don't go to your house and bitch about me sweating my dick off and having to reapply deodorant 30 times because you keep your house at 76, 73. I don't care. I don't say nothing when I go to your house. But you're so entitled that you think you can go and push the buttons on my thermostat. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, Gibbs, you'd hate my house. I keep it 78 in here.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't bitch about it. I would just go and be like, man, maybe I wear a fucking no undershirt with the Hawaiian shirt or something that day, But like, at least I know going there. But these people know.
Wait, aren't you in Florida?
I'm in
Yeah.
Texas.
And you're still in a sweater and your house is 78. That's kind of crazy.
I'm not in a sweater. I'm in a Hawaiian shirt and shorts.
Well,
I like to be warm too,
I'm-
but
I'm always cold, like, because I
Yeah.
have a disorder that makes me basically permanently anemic. So yeah,
Oh,
so I'm
okay.
always cold.
I'm sorry, friend. But I also like a warm temperature for my house.
Jesus Christ, 78. You'd have been burned at the witch if it was medieval times.
Burned at the witch.
Burn at the list.
I would think they would have had it at because there was no AC.
Burned at the witch.
But okay, Admiral Gibbs, once again, you're a king, and I love you so much. I'll say that every time. Let's go to our
My
friend
fucking camera.
Look at her
Katja,
fucking
right?
camera's fogging up from the
Yeah,
heat.
no, it won't focus. I hate this
Steam.
flipping camera. It literally, this camera, the freaking cord has been soldered back together 2 times because my cat bit the cord in half 2 separate times. It's a shit camera.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
fine.
Trying to find the source of the heat in the house and chew it.
Oh my god.
Thank
Stop.
you for being here,
But-
Katja.
Thank you. But yeah, anyways, yeah, don't do drugs, kids. I feel like I personally have just had all the worst experiences with mind-altering substances. By the way, on that previous conversation, I did LSD one time when I was 15, and we had the bright idea to do that when in somebody's house when their parents weren't there. And you know what? Halfway through this extravaganza, you know who comes back? The parents.
Police.
Yeah, no, and my best friend at the time thought it would be a fun idea to jump into the pool from the 2nd story, and he hit his head on the pool stair. He lived though.
Okay.
He lived. And he's
Great.
getting his doctorate right now, so he did not get brain damage. He's fine. Don't worry about it. But
That sounds
yeah,
like an
so don't do
amazing
that.
Story, but you somehow made it bad.
Imagine where he'd be if he didn't hit his head.
Amazing story, boring. How did you do that?
Okay, is that? I don't know if that's
we
an
have the cure to
amazing
cancer
story.
already.
No, that's
Oh
an
my God.
amazing story about doing LSD and
Yeah.
parents come and serious injury and crazy.
By the way,
Yeah.
he
came back. The parents.
Yeah, and it wasn't even the parents. It was the brother and sister, and then they called the parents, and then everybody was there, and then they were everybody was yelling, and then after the stairs incident happened, his mother showed up, and his mother's from Ukraine, and she knows English pretty well, but she has a very strong accent, and she was screaming at all of us, and it was very, very special. And so we got yelled at 500 different people that day. So yeah, don't do that.
I'd be giggling my ass off when a Ukrainian woman with a straight
Yeah, that sounds like
is
amazing.
yelling at me.
It sounds like
while
an
I'm fucking
experience.
tripping.
I would have been.
I
hitting on
wasn't
her.
laughing because she was good friends with my mom, and my mom
No.
didn't know about this, and I'm like,
No
oh
fun.
boy. So I was
Um,
not happy at the time. But yeah, anyways,
Lactoid.
hi, I'm Premier Katya, and you can follow me on Twitter at Premier Katya. Sorry about that. Bye.
No problem. You're fine. You're great. And thank you for talking about the time that your friend nearly fucking died. Lactoid, right? Imagine how many people would be alive if they didn't put themselves in dangerous situations like that. Where cranial damage is on the table, right? Think about how many more families, single mothers you can evict, right? If you don't put yourself in dangerous situations where you might have serious brain injury.
Yeah, and
It's
how
one way of looking
many
at.
single mothers that she can tip at the strip club, Gibbs can.
The other thing to keep in mind though is that think about all the carbon emissions that we've saved from perhaps activities that pose a potential risk to people's lives.
Okay.
Using any excuse to justify the poor decisions.
All right. Ghosty.
Doing LSD is not a poor decision.
No, his motorcycle. You thought
motorcycles.
he's relating carbon emissions to his
I know.
LSD use?
I initially didn't know if it was like a motorcycle or galaxy gas,
One
which
of
one of
those
this is
is
going
a
to be
bad
about, but I'm
decision.
assuming both are going to be sort of in the same camp, right? It's a hell of a ride, but
Galaxy gas
there's
is
a risk.
retarded. That's retarded. There are better drugs with less danger.
Look,
Yes.
I don't recommend it. I just when I saw a little T standing there in that gas station, dude had Riz. I don't know what to say.
Oh my god. Ghosty. I was gonna call her Galaxy. Ghosty. Thanks for being here. It's taken a while to get to you. But
good.
Ghosty, how are you?
I'm good. I have a lot of crazy drug stories that I will not burden you with, but I will give some advice. I'm not going to tell people not to do drugs because people who want to do drugs are going to do them anyways. So if you're going to experiment with drugs, do it with somebody you trust, somebody who's done it before, people who have experience. Get it from somebody who's reputable. Don't buy something from the street that somebody you've never met, and be in a safe place, somewhere safe where you feel comfortable with people around you that you can trust and are comfortable with, and take, small amounts, like, don't go crazy first time. But yeah, other than that, I'm okay. We had to put down my boyfriend's family's dog today, which kind of sucked. But other than that, I'm here. So hopefully this will cheer me up a little bit. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. He had cancer.
It's probably for the
Yeah.
best then.
Yeah.
So two things. Katja, one day, like if you're willing, of course, right? I'd love for you to share your stories at the was it adult bookstore or whatever the fuck you were working at.
It was a porn store, yes.
It was a porn. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I would love to hear your experiences because I'm sure that's going to be super interesting. So if you feel like sharing someday,
I do, absolutely. Just whenever.
absolutely. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna pick your brain. But then it sounds
Yay.
like so much fun. And Ghosty, one day if you again also if you feel like sharing, I'd love to hear your drug stories. Oh, and Scott too, I
Oh,
guess.
God.
Yeah.
Get a trip
Okay.
sitter. If we're giving general
Absolutely.
advice, get a trip
We're
sitter.
gonna do a drug panel. Down.
Yeah.
Don't, like, if you and your friends are gonna do drugs, make sure at least one person stays sober.
And
And
sign
stay
an
away from
NDA.
opiates. Stay away from addictive
Yeah.
opiates. Just word of
Yeah,
advice.
just all of them.
As opposed to
Just
the
all of them.
unaddictive ones.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's
And make sure your trip sitter signs the NDA. That's a big one.
Well, I mean, like tramadol is essentially a low addictive opiate. But yeah, I wouldn't suggest doing it.
I'm sure you have some good
Nasty, though.
stories, Ghosty.
But yeah, just get a trip
Yes,
sitter. Get
plenty.
somebody that's sober that can, like, because like when everybody's tripping and then something weird happens, like everybody kind of feeds off of each other's psychosis. But when
Yeah,
you have one
the energy.
sober person, they're like, hey, and then after you get a little experienced as a group, your trip sitter can do things intentionally to fuck with people, like randomly play Cradle of Filth. You'd be like, what?
Or all of a sudden go mute.
I've only had one bad trip, and it was like I was with a bunch of people that I barely knew. Actually, I didn't know any of them except for one of them, and even that person I barely
Yeah, don't do
knew.
that.
And they turned out to be a bunch of weirdos, and it was a really, really bad experience. So just make sure you're with like people you trust and are comfortable with.
Yeah, true. Also, hoodie, big baggy hoodies. Nothing
Comfortable
will
clothes.
save-
Yeah.
like a comfortable big baggy hoodie. That you
proper
can, like, if
breakfast.
you're feeling a little weird, you can like cover yourself in and like put your hood up. Like if you feel like you need to have a physical shield against other people because you're tripping and freaking out, a nice big fluffy comfortable hoodie is.
And avoid
Have-
mirrors.
Have
Avoid
fruits around
mirrors
because
in the
food is
beginning.
disgusting.
Unless you don't want to.
Yeah. Fruits good. Food.
Fruit.
I'm
That's
never,
how
you
I
can't eat a
am.
burger.
This sounds like
You
it
can't
takes
eat a
so much
burger when you're
work.
tripping. That's just
Some of
ugh.
my friends get hungry, and I'm like, I can't eat anything but fruits and vegetables when I'm
Fruits.
tripping.
Also, don't bring your vape or cigarettes.
Yeah.
Because once you start, you will.
You writing all this down, kids?
Stop.
Getting your
You will
checklist.
annihilate it.
I'm just saying, if you bring a vape and you're on LSD, you will you will destroy the battery and juice out of like 4 vapes and wake up the next day with a raped throat.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
hope from the vape
I'm
and
just-
not
I'm just
anything
saying.
else. Jesus Christ.
Oh, maybe
Yeah,
too.
no,
I
it's just
guess.
like-
Yeah, it's a possibility.
it's a
Depends on who the
hand-to-mouth
trip
thing,
sitter
right?
is.
It'll become a comfort thing, and then you won't be able to stop.
Yeah. So this is good advice for people
Everybody's
who
losing
are
memory on
so
LSD,
inclined.
Yeah,
Okay.
and my last piece of evidence, or not evidence, what's it called? Advice is also alcohol is a drug, and don't drink too much alcohol either, because I have a story about that, but it's not fun. It's more just kind of sad.
Most alcohol
Everybody has a
just
story
pretty
about
Sounds like
sad.
an alcohol story. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's
Why?
bad alcohol.
One
stories.
time for one time in my life, there was a moment in which my blood alcohol level was around 0.4, and that was not good.
You were super drunk.
That was life threatening, but yes.
That is an actual legal ticket. You can be drunk and you can be super drunk. I
Seriously?
learned this. There was a girl who got a drunk and it was a super drunk ticket. I promise you.
I've never
shit you
heard of
not.
this.
I don't think
it's when your
was
BAC is a
even
certain level.
standing,
When your
let
BAC is a
alone
The
certain
cop was
level.
fucking with you because you were so drunk. He's like, I'm writing you down for super drunk.
Oh, I never got it.
ultra mega drunk.
I'm gonna look it up.
It's Michigan.
Uh,
Michigan has a quote super drunk law. Which is
Yes,
the charge
I'm
you
in.
receive if you're driving with a BAC.
I bet it was
above
Dearborn that pushed for this.
0.17.
Nope, it was Ann Arbor.
See, in my state, drunk driving
believe
isn't.
it.
It's not even a crime the first time. So
Oh, really?
Oh.
Interesting.
it's a ticket.
Someone
Like
in the chat just said achievement unlocked.
I know there's like super
That's just funny.
speeding in Georgia. That's a thing.
There's
You can
super
be- you can
speeding
get a-
in okay.
Yeah,
well,
you could get
there's
a
most
super
states.
speeder ticket.
Most states, they'll give you if you're going too fast, they'll give you a reckless. They could arrest you for reckless driving. So
But
Yeah, but
a
I didn't know it was called
speeder
super
ticket
speeding.
in
We're
Georgia
talking
is
about-
like 1 mile over practically. Come on, it's ridiculous in Georgia. They're
Dude,
very,
if
very
you wanna-
strict.
If you want to talk about a piece of shit, right? Let's look no further than Republican governor of Virginia, Governor Bob McDonald, and he intentionally he intentionally increased the speed limit on all the highways. And we were like, and when asked why are you increasing the speed limit, he said because we're not changing the reckless driving of any speed over 80 miles per hour, and this will increase revenue from the people that will be ticketed with reckless driving, because there are literal highways in Virginia where the speed limit is 75, and if you're going 81, which is 6 miles an hour over the speed limit, it's an automatic reckless driving ticket.
So he
Yeah.
lowered or
So-
he raised it.
He increased the speed limit on the highways without changing the automatic reckless driving, so that
So it was like
Oh.
It's more
Oh.
likely.
go 6 miles.
People
over
are
the
more
speed
likely to
limit
do 6
on a
over.
bunch
Yeah.
of highways
That is
because you're just
insane.
going with the flow of traffic, like passing somebody going slow in the middle lane.
Oh,
You
that's
automatically
bullshit.
get a reckless
passing in the
driving
middle.
ticket, and it's like reckless driving tickets are like a minimum of like $400 in Virginia.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Jesus. Yeah, the super speeder law I was talking about is driver convicted of speeding 75 miles per hour or more in a 2-lane road, or 85 miles and above on any road or highway. But like in Georgia, the like maximum is like 70 or 75. So it's like 10, 15 over. So I mean, that's not as ridiculous, but
Yeah. it's
Okay.
So
Um.
free topic is basically done.
I guess. Yeah. That's true.
We've been here for an hour and a half just riffing it.
Yeah.
an hour and 15 minutes. Excuse me.
I said calm down there, lady.
we talked all about Gibbs's favorite activities: strippers and drugs.
Pretty much.
Hey, here's another thing. I actually got yelled at
Not
yesterday.
guns though. We haven't gotten there.
Yeah,
Yet.
I actually got yelled at
Can we
yesterday
do
because
that
I took down the strip pole to do some remodeling in my house. And,
Oh, that's normal.
They literally got in
What
here. They were
now?
like, "Why did you move it?" And I'm like, oh my god! The one time I have it down, I'm getting bitched at. You can't do nothing right with these ladies. There's no winning with these Latinas.
Well, I need to know.
You want you to
What life
redecorate.
do you live?
You want to redecorate your house, they bitch at you. You want you keep your
This
house.
is what happens when
well,
you give a
they-
Texan
For those that
money.
Don't know. For those that don't know, because Admiral Gibbs uses a lot of hyperbole and bloviates a lot, I assumed he was full of shit, and then I was forced to recant after watching quite a few of his Twitter videos of his escapades out, and I was forced on
Very
the show to
degenerate.
go, I apologize, I was not familiar with your game. He's not bullshitting. He has.
You
He
actually
definitely
have a stripper
he
pole
definitely
in your
tries
house.
that thing when he's home alone.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
I
I'm
got
sure.
I got some mad tricks on there. Don't worry, girl. Listen, you think I'm not gonna get up on that pole every once in a while? Like, I'm not gonna have this be like, yeah, let me take a try. Come on.
All I have to say is, you know what? I totally understand it, because I mean that's a good way to raise your body temperature in that 60-degree ass fucking house.
that's a
Is
good
that
point.
why it's so? Is that why it's so low? So that people are
Does
like, oh, I
Gibbs
have to do
look
some
like
exercise, and
he's
they get on the
cold?
stripper pole.
I'm not cold. I'm feeling
Gibbsy
really
doesn't
happy.
get cold.
Yeah, in fact, I
a big
put more
dude.
clothes on when I come on camera. So usually I'm like in the wife beater walking around, like, ooh, it's nippy in here. It's nice, like.
That's
The
just
Latino
cruel. You
baddies
have girls on
are
the.
just pole dancing and
How is it
blankets.
cool? They're in his
so
house.
they can't have it too warm.
In
blankets.
60 degrees too.
They
They
can walk
can wear
outside then.
sweats
They can
and
walk
hoodies
outside,
that I'm sure he
photosynthesis or something.
provides. I'm sure he
Yeah, we got
provides high
sweats,
quality
yeah.
sweats and hoodies for the
No,
ladies.
they get Walmart sweats.
That's high quality.
Yeah, that's okay.
The
They
Yeah.
get to
highest
borrow
of
his
qualities.
sweats.
No, you have ones for the women. You have like their size. You just have a small and medium sweats. You can get them for like $8-10 a
Wait. You keep like a supply of hoodies for the women in your house?
Yeah, and blankets.
Doug,
I
Lactoid.
comfortable, bro.
Every week
Like,
you
what
get
What
on
kind of
here and you reveal.
establishment are you running here, Go?
Wait,
I
no,
swear,
what?
like my house
You
is my
always
house.
have
I'm
a
chilling.
set of clothes.
You run
for
it
the
like
for the lady.
establishment.
I don't
What?
have like a gut bathroom. Always fully stocked. You know, it's got
Gibbs
all
just respects and knows women, so he's like, yeah, I know
Oh,
you want to be
Gibbs
I
comfortable.
respects
appreciate
women.
that.
Yeah.
Well,
Go
I
back.
appreciate
Go back to
that.
that part about the stripper pole in your house, Gibbs. What was that all about?
Yeah.
Respectfully, they enjoy it. It's fun for them. Why would I not
It's fun
provide
for
some
them, yeah.
entertainment? Yeah, like listen, this is what I'm saying. You just don't get it. Like you gotta have your like bathroom
if
stock.
it
your
wasn't
You're
fun
talking
for them,
about
why
them
would they
like
be there?
you're talking about them like they're a
Yeah,
litter of
it can
cats,
hopefully
right? Like,
sleep.
yeah, it keeps them entertained. You know,
Yeah, they're watching football in the other room. They get up on the pole between like cat quarters. Like,
They
what's
get
the
on the
problem?
pole. They just go onto the pole.
There's
They
two.
do.
There's two in the other room that are
And then
here.
you'll see
some
the other one
alcohol.
come over and do
anything.
some like bullshit, and you're like, "Oh, hey, what's going on in here?" It's I don't know.
Can they come
There's a
tell
little-
us that
there's a
they're
little-
doing okay? Or
There's a
and
little
they
Yeah,
want
you
to
can
be
yell
there?
at one of them.
dangling bag of cocaine at
Hey!
the top of the pole.
No. It's
A
first of all, it's a vial. Get the
Yeah.
vial, and with the spoon that pulls out. Never mind. It's got a keychain you can hook to the hook at the top.
Oh,
So,
cute. There's a hook on the.
Um,
Oh, that it's connected to. Okay,
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
gotcha.
Wow.
If everyone's having fun, if it's all consensual, why are we all complaining?
I
There's a
need
lot
to
of
know.
judgy Judies in here.
Yeah, a lot of
Judgy?
problems, bro.
Yeah, I'm just mad that Gibbs didn't invite me. Damn, no.
And
I'm
you're down over to
Yeah,
come. You
there
can tell
you
me porn
go.
store stories. Yeah, you're welcome to come
You
tell
would
us.
die. You would literally die in his household from the temperature. Like,
No,
I got a
have
sweater.
a jacket on and
Yeah.
I'm
I no.
sweater right
It
now,
wouldn't
and
be a
it's
stripper
78.
pole. It would be a
I-
dancing pole
I think
because
it's more like
Hey,
he
whatever.
gets shot,
3 layers
right?
of clothes
Remember,
on.
He has bulletproof glass over his like degrees, like his college
Yeah,
degrees or
museum
whatever.
glass and all this shit. You know?
My mom's house used to be so cold when my friends would like sleep over, which was very rare. They would literally leave their winter jackets on, like in my mom's house, sleeping on the couch and shit. It was awful.
I would not come to your house. That'd be a good
We
reason not to
rarely
be
came
there.
to. Usually only when she went out.
Funny.
That's literal torture. But
Yeah. Yeah. So okay. Anyway, Gibbs, I think you're amazing, and I want to. One day, like I gotta get you to sit down and explain your life to me, right? Like you've been like teasing me
Yeah.
with drips
It's
and
real
drabs.
simple. You just
But
do
I
what
need-
you want.
True.
You know, I tell you this. After I got divorced, I figured out, man, you know, we had 2 incomes and all this. I thought I was doing pretty good, and then I figured out, wow, I don't got to spend all this money on all this bullshit all the time. Like every day, let's go eat somewhere. Every day, let's go to a fucking Japanese tea garden. Let's go get boba. You know what? Like you can go to Sonic app, get a drink for $1.50, like at like half price. Like it's so much cheaper being single.
You can also say no to those things.
It's
Gibbs.
called.
Yeah,
It's well,
it's
yeah.
like-
You
it's
were
like you have
told a woman no. Well, yeah,
Well,
that don't work out
maybe-
too good. If you want to get
But
laid
you,
that night.
you married her. Like that's your choice.
Well, yeah, it was a
What?
mistake. You know, we all learn from our mistakes. Now we spend the money on
Everybody
me.
makes mistakes.
It's called disposable income. Then you look rich because you have disposable income,
Oh,
or you can be rich and you can invest it.
Okay.
you're right.
All right. Great. So maybe we should probably move on to the main topic. I'm not sure what else we could do here. In 40
I
minutes.
don't know how to segue that.
I don't have any
Yeah.
drug stories. I'm sober.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a perfect segue into the Nick Fuentes thing because we're talking about freedom of money. Now we're talking about freedom of privacy in your own home.
I was thinking of you when I messaged Prime for this because you
Me?
wanted some conservative topics.
Yeah.
I didn't even know who Nick Fuentes was before today.
You're lying.
Interesting.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I thought it was
Really?
I mean, he had to look it up.
I didn't. Well, I didn't know until I started
Seriously?
Twitch politics. Like people had no. We were tossing his name around. I didn't know who he was. Yeah. Which actually gives me hope. That a lot of people actually haven't heard of this toxic individual. It's just like the terminally online individuals who.
It's
Yeah.
because you're right. It's because he's right wing, right? Like Nick Fuentes is like the favorite punching bag of the left because he's crazy. So the left makes him more popular than he is on the right. Like everybody, if Nick Fuentes is brought up on the right, they just laugh at him because he's an idiot and a clown. But like the left, and especially journalists and stuff, are always like, because he's saying crazy authoritarian Christian nationalist shit, and they're trying to convince you that like everybody that isn't voting Democrat is like an alt-right ultra fascist. They'll make him more famous than he is, And so the left is more aware of Nick Fuentes than the right.
Yeah,
It's like,
when I was
bro,
doing
I
this
don't know
Google
though,
search
aware
on
of
him.
him, but people don't think that everybody like that. Just that he is.
Well,
And
but
the
like
people
I
who go,
guess like
yeah, I love Nick Fuentes, are also like that. But
well
it
I
doesn't
don't know
really
about all
extend
that.
beyond
yeah,
them.
But, like, when I was-
like those people are like annoying groypers that people block. Like
Yeah, so that's a
people
word
on
I
the
learned
right
today.
Don't like Nick Fuentes
Right.
or the groypers.
Yeah, but
Groypers are
I like
groypers. Yes.
so I didn't know who this guy was. I'm googling it, and like the first things I Google after like obviously this thing, the story, it says Nick Fuentes Cat Boys. I'm like, oh, this guy's got to be some kind of lefty, and then it turns out he's a like I don't know, some crazy person. And then like oh, I guess I knew the Kanye thing, so I guess I'd heard the name once before. And then it's like oh, and then I'm reading about what he stands for, and it's like all these guys that are like losers that don't know how to pick up women, that stay home and they bitch. And I'm like, oh, this is just some crazy person that you know, like somehow got famous because someone wanted to make an example of
Self-proclaimed
him on the
incel.
left. Yeah,
Yeah.
self-proclaimed incel that thinks cat boys. That sounds like a real
Well,
conservative
I
guy to me.
mean, with
Bro's
this
just
treatment of this
gay.
particular woman, it shows why. But I'll say before I get started, Scott, that dynamic you're talking about also existed the other way around. There was a period in time, I'm
for
not sure if
sure.
it's still the case now, where like AOC had like higher name recognition among conservatives than liberals, because within conservative circles they were talking about how how awful she was to them over and over again, and like her name just went farther in those circles than it did on the left.
Yeah, I mean,
And she's
it's true, too,
attractive.
like people. I think it's probably also true with people like
So is
Ibram X.
Tulsi
Kendi,
or whatever her name is.
right? Like,
Holy
because, like,
shit.
Yeah, she's a bad.
Tulsi
even though
Gabbard.
Ibram X. Kendi
And Nancy
even-
Pelosi. Oh
even-
my god.
Even though people
Jesus
like Ibram X. Kendi. Okay, all right. I'll wait. I'll wait for you to.
She looks like Rose.
He was
figure out-
he was
Let's just
talking
be right
about
there.
Nancy Pelosi
Yeah.
being a hottie.
Yeah,
I've
that's
seen the
you know.
photo. I've seen the photo in question, and even back then, she had those dead psychopath eyes.
I love them.
She has a
Yeah.
hottie photo from before. Send me.
Wait,
you
guys
a
weren't
hottie photo.
joking?
It's not
Exist.
like it's not
No, I'm not
No,
joking.
but it
I'm
wasn't
being
her
so dead
now.
ass.
She's young.
Yeah, send me
Well, I
her
said
young
I'm
photo.
talking about now.
Oh, now.
Oh,
I'm
baby.
looking now. I'll
Okay.
fucking- listen,
Yeah.
listen.
She's a
I gotta
MILF.
respect
How
where
dare
respect
y'all?
is due.
How
Get
dare
this-
y'all
get
get
this
mad
man
at
a
his
hammer, and he's ready to
ages?
go fucking meet the Pelosi's.
A gilf. Oh my god. Oh
He's
no.
got- he's already got the
Don't-
hammer.
listen. Respect where respect is due. All right.
Oh,
Quote
no.
unquote
I
hammer.
was just saying, like, I think it's true of people like Ibram X. Kendi or like Kimberly Crenshaw and things like that too. Like, even though
Yeah.
they're thought leaders, and even though they're writing the books that like college students are reading in like their general sociology or like gender studies, women's studies classes, they don't really know who Ibram X. Kendi is. But Ibram X. Kendi is like he's so easy to show like the craziness of critical race theory or something, right? Because it'll be like define racism and he'll refuse to do it, right? Or things like that. So like it makes outrage content for the right, whereas like the left isn't really as aware of him as like the right would be, even though he's obviously a left-wing thought leader.
Nick Fuentes has like a good, like, pretty strong online community, though, of fans.
Yeah, on his own fucking website where his numbers
Well,
are obviously made.
But I
up.
mean,
Like, no,
he's
because
reached
I
over to
did-
Fresh and Fit with Sneeko, with Destiny,
most-
even like he's had some pretty good reach and some like.
I don't
name-
get like when I stream, like I don't get like a lot of viewers at all. But my most viewed stream was like one where I covered a Nick Fuentes video, and I had like I don't know, like 10 times the amount of viewers that I normally get during that live.
I feel like you're kind of proving my point though, right? Which is that like the left and people love.
But they were all Nick
like, in
fans.
terms of his.
There was
his
there was
a bunch of Groyper fans.
yes, it's actually a
Because she was covering
problem.
him.
I'm not trying to insult your view count at all. I'm just curious, like
It's like very low. It's very low. But for his video, I had like almost like 50 people come in my show, and I normally have like maybe 10 at most.
Yeah, name. That's
I
what
mean,
name
they were
recognition
they
does.
were all-
from them
Let-
searching, but yeah.
They were all Nick
Yeah.
people. It was like bad.
Oh, that makes
No,
sense.
that happens.
Okay, guys, let's just get started with the topic then. Thanks. That's got a very long introduction. All right. So the topic is recently after Trump's election win, Nick Fuentes celebrated while coining the phrase "Your body, my choice." This statement is to taunt liberal women who believe that they will lose their reproductive rights under another Trump administration. Fuentes was subsequently doxxed and his address was posted online. A woman went to his house to confront him on the issue. As soon as he answered the door, it is reported that he sprayed her with what seems to be pepper spray and took the phone the woman had been recording with. This was later retrieved by the police. Who is in the wrong in this situation? Nick for reacting with such extreme hostility, or the woman for showing up at his house? Is it fair to dox anyone? Does it make a difference that Nick is an avowed white nationalist? Is there a point where a person's online persona becomes so odious that doxing seems reasonable? Credit to our friend Ali for being so kind as to bring this up to me. I hadn't heard about this at the time, but yeah, really, it's always helpful when people give me like fun topics. But in any case, yeah. So it's just as it sounds, and I think maybe any of you watching have already heard of the story, but so Nick Fuentes gets doxxed, and this woman goes up to the house, and like so what I'm hearing from the story is that like she she wasn't planning to do so, right? Like she was just there, I guess, and then people were talking about this is house, and then she's encouraged by someone like told her like go up there and talk to him, and she goes up with her phone. It sounds like she was recording at the time, and maybe that's what tipped Nick off that this was going to be a problem or whatever. Anyway, he opens the door and immediately pepper sprays her or whatever. Put something in her eyes. And steals her phone, takes them. He like stomps on the phone. And the police get involved. They retrieve the phone. But at least at the time of the story that I read, charges hadn't been filed. That like the woman wasn't cooperating. And I don't think Nick made any charges either. But yeah, like, is this like okay? Nick is an awful person. Like he's a very awful individual. Is anyone in the wrong? And we can talk more broadly about the idea of doxing. Is that called for? And there's other examples I can give of awful individuals who maybe some people might agree on doxing. So let's go to our friend Black Toy.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer the multiple questions in just the order that they come to me. To end on that point, no, I think doxing is bad, and really should only be reserved for like if you discover someone's part of a terror cell or like doing some kind of horrific crime. I think it happens both in the left and the right now. I think the left probably does it more, but the right does it as well. I think Libs of TikTok is particularly guilty of this, where she doxes people on Twitter, and I've spoken out against that. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's wrong. So, no, I don't think that doxing Nick Fuentes is justified. In terms of whether or not he was justified to spray her in the eyes with pepper spray, really depends on what was happening before the video was going. Generally speaking, you can't just Girl Scout comes up to your door, you open the door and just start like spray her in the eyes. You can't do that, right? But I'm also how the video starts is she's there and then like the door opens and he sprays her. I doubt Nick Fuentes is hiding behind his door with a can of pepper spray all day long, just waiting for somebody to show up at his front door. I think there probably is more to the video before this, and depending on what that is, I think it absolutely could be justified, right? If you have someone dox you and show up at your house, and let's say they're behaving in some kind of stalking or harassing manner, there comes a point where it's self-defense, right? This person's on your property, and they're coming up to your house and intimidating and harassing you. And I think pepper spray is a non-lethal way of non-lethal way that provides a solution. I think that could be justified, but we need to see what happens prior. I don't know if we ever will, but we'll see what happens. And then the final question, the your body or what your body my choice meme. I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. I think that a lot of the memes that are following the election have been pretty funny, right? Like I think Matt Walsh was saying like, "Can you believe that they we weren't going to do Project 2025?" and shit like that. That was basically trolling the left for all the shit they pulled during the campaign. My body, my choice has been used to justify some pretty horrific shit. So I think a little bit of memeing about it is probably just fine, especially given the fact that Trump's position on abortion is so fucking moderate. The whole thing seems like a massive overreaction, as usual.
Thanks so much, Scott. Thanks so much, Lactoid, but now Scott.
But now Scott will repeat all the same points.
Yeah,
And then call me a socialist
yeah.
afterwards.
Always. I hate socialists, including you and Trump. Yeah. So in terms of who's in the wrong, Lactoid kind of hit the nail on the head though. There, right? It depends on because like here's the evidence that we have. Right? We have her claims, which first of all, the type of person that goes to a streamer's house with their phone to give them a piece of their mind is probably not a stable person, right? So I don't know how much stock I can put in her claim or her claim to events. The other piece of evidence we have is that there is no trespassing sign, right? So unless he asked her to leave and then she refused, or there is some other egregious behavior that isn't there, then he is in the wrong. If he did ask her to leave prior to her and she refused to leave, this is the best possible way a person can defend their property. Like he didn't shoot her. Nick Fuentes has shown on stream before that he owns firearms, right? He almost certainly has firearms at his home. He chose not to use a firearm to defend his property because of whatever reason he did, but he used a non-lethal means of getting rid of her, which is spraying her in the face in case she's some crazy lady with a gun or something that he doesn't know, kicking her down the stairs quickly, and then grabbing her phone to ensure that like she doesn't have any video or pictures of like parts of inside of his house or things like that would further exacerbate the doxing process by taking unsolicited pictures or video at his property. The only piece of information that we have is that she claims that she asked police on the scene to press charges, and the police responded with, why? It's his property. So what that would lead me to believe is one of two things. Either A, the police knew who Nick Fuentes was and thought, well, the situation's resolved, so I'm going to let the higher ups deal with this because I don't want to arrest anybody because I don't want to be involved in this. And like the situation is stopped, so we'll let higher ups figure out if there's a problem. Or two, that they have evidence that she's not presenting in her Facebook posts that show that she was indeed harassing him or that she was indeed doing more than just going to an egress and knocking on his door and getting maced. I feel like either of those two things are possible, though, right? Like if I was a cop and I found out that it was like a Nick Fuentes, I'd be like, dude, this is above my fucking pay grade. Like she's gonna leave. I'll put in a report. We'll let higher ups decide this. But at the same time, their response to her is essentially he did nothing wrong. And I don't know if she's just lying or bullshitting or whatever. In terms of like, is it fair to dox anyone? Yeah, it's fair to dox people. I think there's plenty of times where doxing is acceptable. Some of which Lactoid laid out, right? Like anyone that is an aggressor, anyone that is like running from justice from something that they have done, right? It's perfectly fine to dox a murderer, right? If you know where a murderer is and you tell people, hey, there's a murderer living here, that's fine. But someone that is non-aggressive, a streamer, that is just advocating for different political policies, you could maybe say it's ethically justifiable because they advocate for authoritarianism and state control, so they've kind of consented to that authoritarianism. But from a moral perspective, like, is it good for your community? Is it good for you for anything? No, it's not. Um, he's a third positionist. I don't know. I don't know whether or not he neatly falls into the category of a white nationalist, but I mean, he's certainly adjacent, whatever the fuck that means too. But I mean, yeah, like a guy has his house doxxed, has his has Google reviews on his home talking about how horrible he is, right? The internet is all around making fun of this guy. Nobody seems to give a fuck. Elon Musk doesn't take down any of the tweets that are doxing him. They go through review and they just stay for whatever reason. And then some crazy wacko shows up at your door. If he asked her to leave and she didn't, he like, that is the most moral thing you could possibly do to defend your property. And he should receive kudos for it and not be made fun of. I do think the bias here is very interesting from so many lefties that think doxing is this horrible thing. But once it's Nick Fuentes, all of a sudden it's like, haha, isn't that funny? Didn't he respond kind of gay with his little twink gay mace? Ha ha ha. Instead of being like, concerned about the fact that like people are coming to someone's home that might potentially kill them.
Thanks so much, Corey.
I'll try to keep it brief. Well, what I should say is this would definitely be illegal in Canada because I believe pepper spray is illegal in Canada. So we should definitely arrest Nick Fuentes if you were in
Take
Canada.
it back. We should make fun of people for being gay.
You mean Canadian? No, I'm just...
Same thing for some people, but
Oh.
but no, I have my own thoughts on pepper spray.
Gotta love
But
Canada.
regardless, but so I echo the sentiment in terms of like overall, like my heuristic or guidelines, like yeah, doxing is bad, but there are some exceptional circumstances where I guess it could be justified. Now, whether you can pass a good law against doxing, I don't know. I'll defer to, let's say, Lactoid's expertise, but it seems like it'd be hard to legislate against. But like yeah, in general, I think doxing is bad. And there is definitely some hypocrisy in terms of like as Scott pointed out, like yeah, the doxing of Nick Fuentes was taken down by Elon Musk, or I guess whatever who's in charge at X. But libs of TikTok still there, as Lactoid points out now. But then Elon Musk, when he was doxed, or I think one of his planes was doxed, he took that down. So it's just like pretty much there's no consistency whatsoever as far as I can tell on X and doxing. But yeah, doxing bad. And yeah, as much as like I don't like Nick Fuentes, is like yeah, doxing him probably not justified in this case. And going to the response, if it's as depicted in the story and in the video, which is probably edited to be misleading, where like Lactoid said, you can't just open your door and pepper spray. But if that's what actually occurred, then that's bad. But if there was some sort of like harassment leading up to it, then I guess it's justified. But I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much, Ali.
I'm a believer in talk shit, get hit, and I'm a believer in stupid games, stupid prizes. So I'm kind of sick of people being able to say whatever the fuck they want on Twitter and facing like no repercussion because they get to just haul up in their homes. I wish some of these people would like fight. I do wish that. I do wish people would stand behind their opinions a little bit more. But it's not a guy that went up to Nick Fuentes, it's a girl. So talk shit, get hit. You shouldn't be able to tweet whatever the fuck you want and not expect any repercussions. Although I think doxing is fucking horrible. You shouldn't do that. Obviously, like, terrorists and the whole spiel that they listed. But like doxing regular people for just opinions, not really good, not fun. Because what happens is the argument was he puts women's bodies in danger because of what he tweeted, and his followers might do some stupid shit. Well, what ended up happening is they doxed him, and they put a woman's body in danger. The girl went up to his house with the camera in hand, and obviously, like, the normal person shouldn't, like, open the door with pepper spray, but this is Nick Fuentes. So, like, he just got doxed. He has all these crazy beliefs. He doesn't have women coming up to his door ever. So a woman coming up to his door with a camera probably would peak for a high assumption of harassment, which is why he opened the door, which is why the cops didn't, arrest him. Otherwise, he'd just, kick the woman down the stairs, right? So I don't know. They shouldn't have doxed him. He shouldn't have tweeted it. But then the doxing only resulted in the one thing they didn't want, which is a woman's body being hurt. So everyone kind of fell into both. I think, talk shit, get hit. He got followed, and stupid games, stupid prizes. You shouldn't have went up to his door. I don't think she should have went up to his door. I think he's kind of justified in what he did.
Admiral Gibbs.
So I guess I'll start with a question. I mean, is that we consider is making public information more public doxing? Because I feel like if this is a public figure, they like it's probably not that hard to find out where they like live. Anyway, so I don't know if that. But however, that being said, doxing feels like snitching to me. And even if you know a murderer, guys, listen. I'm not saying don't turn them in, but snitches get stitches. Nobody likes snitches. There's no net good. Don't let them lie to you. Keep your mouth shut. It's best for you and your family. You're like, listen, that's all I'm saying. It's always better when you don't see nothing. All right.
Are you a made man? Like, what is this?
No. Why you always ask all these questions? Like, you don't need to tell me. You somebody see something? No, you didn't. It's really mind your own business. It's none of your business. This is how bad shit happens to people. Like, you see shit. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying. I also agree with the play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I think that the cop saying that this was his house, why would they do anything, really probably adds credence to, like, maybe there was more shit going on. Like, if you're some random woman walking up to Nick Fuentes' house after he said some wild shit on the internet, you got to know that you're about to be just story bait. Like based off everything I've ever read about this dude in the last, I don't know, 6 hours. And it seems like the guy is just a shock content creator. He kind of is like, what's that other guy that dresses up like Joker? He's Gypsy Crusader, and then goes on there and just says wild shit and hopes people are gonna come after him. Like that's kind of the same thing. That's what it seems like this guy is. Except I guess maybe this guy's more successful because he dates cat boys and has met Kanye West. I don't know. In conclusion, I do have a solution for the talk
Yeah,
shit.
dinner with Trump.
Yeah, it's crazy. I actually have a solution for the talk shit get hit thing, Ollie. I figured it out. Is that we bring back legal dueling. So if they actually talk shit about you directly, then you can challenge them to a legal duel and they have to appear and we can just duke it out to the death or something.
Not to death, just fisticuffs. I want fisticuffs.
Listen, I'm open-minded.
I just want to rumble
start
a little
with death and then we can come back to that. I'm just saying we need to bring back dueling. People are too soft. How about you make a broad statement like what Nick Fuentes says? Everybody's mad. You don't have to duel all like however many million women are in the United States that are pissed at him. That's bullshit. Get a little tougher skin.
Like maybe there's something to YouTube. Like if X had a boxing exhibition where these people that were debating and yelling at each other could just go like fight. Oh man, the money.
You heard it,
what?
Gibbs says
why
we
didn't
need
they release
more hard men.
Yeah, why didn't they release this video, by the way? They say they have.
Sorry, what?
There was also, they mentioned they have this video of like whatever was happening before, and the women and the husband or whatever didn't release the video. Like, I thought that was kind of suspicious. Like, if you have a video that can prove everything you're saying, I would release it personally, but hey, maybe they're brilliant legal scholar minds.
Fair enough.
Thought not release it.
Let's go to Katja.
Okay, so as far as the situation with Nick Fuentes, I'm gonna just take a legalistic stance and talk about how in the state of Illinois, their version of castle doctrine includes that you can use either regular, which that would be included under regular, or deadly, but this doesn't count as deadly force. This would be regular force. If someone makes an unlawful and violent attempt or entry into your home, and you must additionally believe that force is necessary to prevent an assault, imminent harm to yourself or another person, or the commission of a felony within the dwelling. Unless she was doing some crazy shit or making threats beforehand, or was like trying to like beat down his door or something, I mean, I don't see that as being met. I don't see this as self-defense because, I mean, he just whipped that doorbell. Like, if she was just even knocking on the door, even saying, hey, whatever, come out here.
Ring the doorbell.
Yeah, even ringing the doorbell. I mean, despite other circumstances surrounding it, unless that woman is like the doxer herself, I don't know if he has legal justification to do what he did. Especially like, he took her phone as well and kept that within his house, which can't be legal. So I feel like he overstepped kind of the boundaries here. I understand the position he's in and that he's, probably pretty scared, obviously, with all of his shit out there, all of his stuff, being shared around like it is. But if somebody was acting rowdy outside of his house but not trying to break in or anything, then, I think his first line of defense in that situation should have probably been, if we're working the bounds of the law, to call the police and have this person trespassed and like taken off of the property. And obviously if they come back or make any attempt to break in, then sure, you can, say, anyway, I just started blasting or whatever, and that's fine. But yeah, the way that he did it, no bueno. Also on the doxing thing, I think that doxing, there are different levels of wrong. I feel like doxing somebody like Nick Fuentes is wrong, but I feel like it's on like the lowest category of wrong. And that goes up to kind of doxing people who are, well, maybe not the lowest. Of course, you got like murderers, terrorists, and all that stuff. Bottom tier. One tier up, you have people like Nick and other public figures. Then obviously on the most wrong tier of doxing, I'm going to go with kind of a libs of TikTok situation in which we're doxing people who are not public figures, who are just regular individuals. So yeah, I think that there are different levels. But yeah, I mean, it's always some level of wrong, I guess, to put information out there unless the person shared it in the past and you're just digging it up. But unless it's public information, yeah, there's obviously some sort of violation of privacy.
Gotcha. Sorry, Ghosty. Oh my God, I'm all over
It's
the
one
place.
behind or one ahead.
Yeah,
We all
I'll get
think
there
of me
eventually.
all the time.
That's absolutely the case. Ghosty,
Um,
please.
Yeah, so I think for this situation, I definitely want to wait a little bit more till like we get more context. Both parties in the situation definitely have like motives to lie. And I'm pretty sure she's alleging that she has a video of this going down, but so far she's only released screenshots from the video without releasing the full video, which is a little sketchy to me. She says like that there's like some legal she needs to save it for court, which kind of sounds like bullshit. So if um I guess it depends like what she was doing because I can see being somebody like Nick Fuentes who definitely has a lot of people who hate him, especially like while people are riled up after an election. He might be like a little bit more on edge, but I also can see him being kind of like the squeamish type. Again, this is like a judgment, but like just answering the door and pepper spraying just anybody in the face is not okay. So, but again, like if that were the situation, why wouldn't she just release that video already? So I definitely need like a little more context for the situation. And as far as doxing, I'm against doxing again, except for like exceptional cases. But in this situation, I'm pretty sure his address was already public online. So I don't know if her intention was doxing. From again, this is like coming from her.
I don't think she doxed her. I don't think she was doxed.
Yeah, she wasn't the doxer.
It had been doxed, and then she like found out his address was there.
So, okay. I thought it was just like public information you could look up already.
At that point, it was, but it was the work of a doxer, basically.
Oh, okay.
Because the person on Twitter doxed him, she then knew his address. Not like she looked up his address originally, like she wouldn't have.
Right. Okay, well, so yeah, and in that situation too, like I don't think we should be going to people's houses that have been doxxed and harassing them and stuff like that. Whether or not she deserved to get pepper sprayed and like kicked down the steps for it, again, I don't know. I'd have to see the video, but yeah, probably best to not like go confront these people at their private houses.
Okay. All right, up to the panel.
I want to clarify something just tangentially because Gibbs, you said something that stood out. I don't know if you're memeing or not, but then based on what you said, I'm assuming you're against like mandatory reporting laws.
There's only one exception to like I think the snitching was okay is diddlers. Nobody likes kitty diddlers. Those guys get doxxed.
Okay,
Those guys
snitching.
Everybody else snitching. Don't snitch. Like
okay. So you carve out some exceptions, right? So
I have one exception. It's kitty diddlers.
What about someone assaulted someone like sexually assaulted someone?
Yeah, what about like adult diddlers?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot he said, she said. Like I don't want to get involved.
The thing is, you're a third person who saw.
I didn't see anything.
Then why are you just standing there? Whoa,
right.
Gibbs!
I'm gonna be gone. I'm gonna be not in that area because I don't want to get diddled next.
So
you're gonna be back at home with the stripper pole.
Yeah, I'm gonna be running. I'm gonna be like, or maybe not running, maybe waddling. But
sociologic. Can you explain? Because you gave the phrase right, but you didn't actually explain what you mean by it. What do you mean by you shouldn't be able to say anything on Twitter? Like you're sick of people. Are you talking about direct calls to violence against direct people?
Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't apply in this case, right?
So I think.
So why are we bringing that up?
I have a thing with like figures. I have a thing with like, especially like political figures. When they say something like "your body, my choice," right? There's a lot of like implications that comes with the idiots that are from the idiots that follow them. And so I think that kind of shit, that kind of rhetoric can like produce like some real violence, right? I do think maybe it's minimal, but I still think it can. And so like, I'm kind of sick of just people being able to just outright say whatever they want and just kind of like hide behind
you would say that like some form of violence should occur to individuals that say things that might make their audience do crazy stuff. So do you think we should go harass like Cenk Uygur, for example, right? Like because his platform, the Young Turks, was directly cited as one of the attempts on Bernie Sanders.
What do you mean one of the attempts on Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders? I don't know. I said that. Rand Paul.
Right? What do you mean one of the attempts? I don't know what you're talking about.
When Rand Paul was attacked
by his neighbor, but his neighbor wasn't doing that. He may. I don't know the situation again. But he got attacked
I
by
gotta
his
look it up
neighbor
again.
when he was
There was one of there was one of these fucking politicians. Now I'm.
Are you
Did
talking about the
Cenk-
baseball
did
game
Cenk
type
Uygur
thing?
say you should shoot
So
Rand
there's
Paul?
there's an argument that there's an argument that
Mm.
the person who shot Steve Scalise at the baseball game was
Ah,
motivated
that's
by
what it was.
Bernie Sanders, and that's why he went and shot Steve.
No, there was one for the Young Turks.
Motivated
as
by,
well,
or
but
like,
I'd have to look it up.
Bernie Sanders like tweeted some innocuous thing that said
He
like,
actually
"Oh, you should
whispered
go
into
shoot
his
this guy."
ear at nighttime.
Just to be here, like your body, my choice is not threatening whatsoever. It's clowning on people who
Right.
say my
The
body, my
case-
choice.
Yeah, I want to get there eventually, right? But the specifics of the case don't matter. What I'm saying is, would you apply this standard to anyone whom has an audience, right? That say things that aren't direct calls to action or violence, but lead towards someone in their audience being crazy and doing something, right? So to change the case, we could just say, who was it that radicalized the multiple attempts on Donald Trump's life? Right? You could if we were able to track that down, it's very likely that it was mainstream media that were constantly telling lies and slander about Donald Trump, but never said someone ought go shoot Donald Trump, right? They just lie and slander and make up bullshit, and then crazy people act because they think, oh, I don't know, because Joe Biden says he's a threat to democracy, that if I'm going to save democracy, the biggest value in Western society, I personally need to go do something to stop it. So why is it that we're applying this kind of standard to Nick Fuentes, that like there's something wrong with him saying things and getting away with it, quote unquote? Like where does this lead? Where are the guardrails here?
So
It seems like you have this vague thing that can be applied
yeah,
to kind of everybody to some degree based off personal preference.
no. So like with the shooter for Trump and him believing that he's saving democracy, and whether or not that's like the fault of like thems in mainstream media or whatever it may be, like, so like that happens because like there's an institution and people within that institution have these beliefs and have these conversations, and then this person like chose to do this action. I think that's different than like, for example, if there was another shooting and another attempt and it came out that it was like from like DGG, and because like of what Destiny had said and how it was funny, right? I would think that there's a little bit of a difference. So when it comes to like to a specific person and you can like kind of relate their specific quotes to the actions, I think that could be like the difference.
Yeah,
Because
but what
like Nick
actions?
Fuentes,
So what would that have to do with
so like with Nick
Nick
Fuentes,
Fuentes did a meme that
Yeah.
like just played into irrational fears of the left, right?
yeah, but what's
Like, it is specifically targeted towards leftists that are off their
That's
rocker,
irrational.
that
Yeah.
that don't believe in anything closely associated with reality, right? Like if you're offended by your body, my choice,
Mhm.
and that hurts you at your core, right? Then
Mhm.
either you're hurt by all jokes that are slightly misogynistic and like, you know, whatever, that's hilarious that you're even upset. Or if you think that that's like some legitimate threat or something, it's because you have no concept of Donald Trump's policies or
Yeah.
the policies that have come forward. So like, why is that? Like, why does Nick need some kind of justice for a spicy meme that's only spicy to those that are disconnected from reality?
So to your point, right? Maybe you on the right, there's not like a lot of talk of Nick Fuentes, but I've seen a lot of talk of Nick Fuentes coming from that, like, you know, view a lot of left shit. And so the guy has like a base, like the Groypers are just like basically like a little army of incels online. And like one of their things, they are far right, like Christian nationalists. They are like white supremacist types, right? And like,
Army of
because
incels, like, come on.
that's
man.
literally what is it?
Incel is a involuntary celibate is such a small group that is not what the Groypers are. It's just a word that fucking women mostly use as a means of attacking their critics. Is to just be like, these group of incels, like, just deal with the arguments they make. They're fucking not hard arguments to win.
There is an incel community like that exists. It's a real
Which a
thing.
lot
So
of them
I was
are
basically
part
saying
of
like
it
his community is pretty
voluntarily.
fucking irrational towards women, right? They want to like take away the right to vote, so on like X amount of things. They kind of push for these types of things, and so like hearing the person that like you follow as a streamer that you support and you should contribute money to can definitely have influence on this community, and the community can have irrational
The
actions. And I don't
tradcaths,
think,
right?
Right.
His audience is made up primarily tradcaths.
When you don't have
Traditional
a
Catholics.
specific, there's a
Quote unquote
reason,
traditional.
even from there's a reason that even in our current legal framework, which I don't like legal arguments, but I'm only hearkening it because of the reason why it exists, right? Is that you need direct and actionable calls to violence. The reason that is there is because this argument can be used for almost anything, right? If you're an environmentalist and you're talking about like the dangers of the environment, right? You can very easily find people that find that we need eco-terrorism so that we can have degrowth, or so that we can, get rid of carbon footprint. Like, you could do this about almost any political position. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, right? Like, you could utilize some member of my audience, as small as it is, right, could utilize this as like, oh, well, you know what would help if I went and bombed the Federal Reserve building? Like, I'm not saying do that, don't, right? It's a dumb idea,
Right.
But like, you could utilize this in any way. Like, why? Like,
So your body, my
like,
choice.
If you're going to open this up, then like, if you're going to open this up to like memes and insults about what the state may or may not do, right? Like, where are the guardrails? Like, where do you stop yourself from just causing wanton violence on like everyone that expresses online political opinions?
So I don't think your body, my choice is a political opinion. I think we can understand that it's a meme and it's a joke and that we're not going to act on it. But I think there are a lot of idiots online. There are a lot of idiots that follow these types of people that misinterpret that type of shit. And I'm not gonna lie, that comes off mad rapey when you're saying your body, my choice. So it's like, it is like,
it's an abortion thing. It's an abortion thing, not a rape thing.
Okay, but again,
I mean, they
extend
it further than that in the joke,
your body,
but
my choice is misinterpreted by dumb people. And
yes,
that doesn't answer my question.
yeah, a lot
which
of
can
them
then
are
result
where
to violence against women, because these people, these are people that believe that Trump is coming in to usher in a new era of like kingdom, versus where like these
You're
like
not
where
answering my
these
question. You're saying why you have a general distaste for your
Yeah.
body, my choice. You're saying why wackos might interpret your body, my choice and feel that they need to defend
Interpret
themselves
it?
or their community might.
No,
Yeah,
it's
clearly a
its
meme.
purpose. Its purpose is to give these followers of his, which is mainly young men, a sense that they have control over women.
Hold on,
is
young
like-
baby back bitches. That's correct.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
No, it
He-
isn't. It's a meme.
Did you
He
watch
doesn't actually
the?
Well, it's a
believe that
me. It
Donald
can be
Trump's
both at once.
It
Listen.
can be.
doesn't have to
It
believe
can
it, and
be.
we can understand it as a
can be
meme, but
both at once.
In order for that to be true, in order for what you just said to be true, in order for the intention of the meme to give his followers a sense that they have agency over women, then you need to believe that Nick Fuentes has the opinion that Donald Trump's policies will lead towards young men having agency over women. And no
This
one
isn't
that is
how
involved
people
in
think,
politics that
though.
is
They
rational-
yeah, like
Wait a minute, what? No.
Let me wait.
no,
I
it isn't
gotta
how
clarify.
You think, brother.
Wait,
It
I
can
want
be
to
all three
clarify a few
things at
things.
once.
It can be. Let me just clarify real quick. So, just to, when you're saying like agency over women, are we talking about in the abortion context? Because that was where that meme comes from. So if you think that like your body, my choice is establishing agency over women in banning abortion, and if somebody supports banning abortion, that's enough to dox them, then I can't argue with you, right? At least now it's like a consistent line of logic at the very least. But if you're because that's what it was. It was meant to clown women who are freaking out about abortion, specifically because Nick Fuentes, as a tradcath, as a lot of his community is, they're pretty like vehemently pro-life.
Right. So let me kind of connect the dots here and kind of like square the circle, if that's what that phrase is. It can be true all at once, right? That number one, it's a meme. Number two, it's something that signifies that that type of attitude about women or that sort of desire, which a lot of these tradcaths do have. And number three, that if we want to be consistent and allow freedom of speech and stuff like that, these types of jokes can't be considered enough to be considered a threat. Which all three of those can be something that we believe at once, and I mean that's how I see it. Like, it can be bad, but it isn't like a clear and present danger type threat.
Great movie, by the way.
It's not it's not a threat at all. I definitely agree it's not clear and
And
present, but it's not a threat at all.
No,
it's only a threat.
No, it's not
a
threat, but it's a signifier of something that is an attitude.
It's not
that's
just
just
abortion.
Sure, arguably in the same way that like posting like quotes from the Communist Manifesto could be threatening, right? Because like it's encouraging, or for example, criticizing the police during BLM riots, that can be threatening because you're contributing to rhetoric that is leading to violence. I guess somewhere down the road, if you want to get like, really stochastic about it, but
Right.
unless it's a threat, like
Right.
not only do I not want action to be taken, like legally speaking, but I'm also super hesitant to even like morally condemn that. Because if we're going to start like morally condemning people for like making things that are vaguely threatening, even when there's no intent to be a threat, again, now we're going to have to start like condemning everybody for condemning the police, or condemning the police during the BLM riots, posting Communist Manifesto, et cetera, et cetera. And I just it's going to get exhausting.
People do morally condemn
the
people
freedom
for
of
those
speech
things.
such that it is, right? I mean, obviously,
For
the
believing it,
government
but not just
violates
posting it.
Constitution. Right. Obviously, the government violates our constitutional rights regularly, but such that it is maintained is the reason why we're not in the situation that the UK is in, where people are having the police break down their door at 4:00 in the morning because they said, and I quote, all of these Pakistani flags are disgusting. Because there were Pakistani flags that the UK government was.
The UK is so bad, dude.
The streets. So he was then arrested for that and thrown in jail to be charged and arrested for hate speech because of his opinion that maybe you should have the Union Jack instead of other countries' flag on the streets in London. So it's like
I think
we have to be careful about what speech
Sorry,
we condemn.
I want to
that
let
goes
Corey
beyond
in.
moral
Hold on.
condemnation.
I do want to let Corey in, and then we can go on because he's been waiting.
Well, if you want to continue, because like my question might derail. So if you want to continue on this topic, you can go.
I want to just jump in real quick on this, like kind of where we'll go, and if you want, it's on this topic, and then I'll turn it over. It's just a slippery slope thing. I saw it today. I think y'all were talking about like people arguing about like what's morally bad, right? I saw today it was what Josiah Pondering Politics. No. I'm sorry. It was Econoboy posted a thing with a poll, and he was like, "Oh, people that have voted for Donald Trump," and it had like these 4 options, and 3 of them I thought were pretty were 2 were like pretty biased, like, "Oh, they're terrible people." One was like, "Oh, you're just disappointed in them, but they made a mistake or something." One was like, "They're not bad at all," and the other one was like, "Who gives a shit," or something like that. And then it like unanimously it was like the top 2 where it was like you're a bad person, and it's like, okay, so at what point does it become almost like the lawfare against Hunter Biden, where they're like, oh, you drank a beer at any time you owned a gun, we're gonna come get you? Like, I think that is something we should be concerned about, because now we're getting to the point where our society is so polarized that anything where it's disagreement with your views is like you can identify somebody as a quote unquote like immoral or bad person, and I really, that is a concerning thing. They're like, oh, it's justified to go dox someone just because you don't like them. Oh, it's justified to go and harass somebody just because you think their views are abhorrent. Like, would y'all be like okay with me like going and saying, I don't know, we should all go harass? Like, what happened with AOC? Should we all go make AOC uncomfortable every time she protests, every time she goes to the movie theater? No, like, people should be allowed to have their lives. Just because you don't like what they're saying, you shouldn't be like going. I don't particularly like what Ilyan Omar says. I'm not going and advocating when she's out having movie night, going out and sitting behind her and be like, boo, boo. Like, that's not cool. Like, that's just like, that's shady behavior. And I think that's the path that like we're going on right now with this topic. It's very like, it's almost like, are we justifying if I not liking somebody's what they do or say, and then going and being like a shitty person in public to them? Like, what's next? Are we gonna say Batman's good and we're gonna have vigilantism running rampant? I don't know. I think it's concerning.
So I think that what we're disconnect here is on moral condemnation versus like legal consequences. And I mean, the way that like I would say like we could discuss this and meet in the middle is like, I mean, it's totally fine to morally condemn anybody because that goes along with your freedom of
Societal
speech.
norms, though. Like, you know, like, do you expect me to, like, if you and I disagree, do you expect me to, like, say you and I argue on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or whatever, and then, like, I happen to catch you out at the movies. Like, do you think I should be able to be like, the whole time you're trying to watch a movie? Like
your microphone, God.
You know what I'm saying.
Right. I think that, I mean, that is in a public space. And then, like, there are, like, lines that are drawn for harassment. I think that, you know, then we're talking about what's the line between free speech and harassment. I do think that, obviously, like, you know, people should be able to, like, retaliate with other free speech in a way that, you know, doesn't cross the line into harassment or into violence. And those are different than, you know, like, legally condemning people or people being arrested, because like lest we forget, the First Amendment protects you against being arrested by the government for the things you say, not against, you know, people morally condemning you for it. I think that that's fine, but you know, obviously certain breaches of privacy and certain types of harassment and threats are ways that we curb that speech, you know, for the sake of, you know, obviously, you know, not intimidating people. So I think that those lines are drawn in a place for a reason, and retaliation within those limits is generally fine.
All right, I'll ask my question quickly to Lactoid. So, just to hopefully clarify the situation more and see, like, get your legal perspective. Does the situation, because many people justify what Nick Fuentes did, it's like, well, she's on his property, and I think even Scott brought up there's whether there's like a trespassing sign. Does the analysis of the situation change if he was like in an apartment complex? Like technically, you know, she just knocked on the door, and you know, aside from knocking on the door, like not on his property, does that change the situation at all?
I mean,
It
it's
does.
dwelling as far as legal terms.
And,
So.
well,
Well, no, but
but
it does. So it does in the terms of okay. So
Right.
I'm not completely familiar with and I'm guessing he lives in Illinois. That's what
Yes.
you're saying. But I'm not fully versed in, I guess, how Illinois interprets this. But what I can say is that it is a generally true thing to say that you know, the context matters, and an apartment complex is very different than a house with like surrounding chattel and different kind of property when it comes to interpretation of what a threat is. So if you're an apartment complex and you're in the hallway, you know, this might not be seen in the same way than if I'm loitering on your front lawn, right? Because you own one and you don't own the other. One is a public space and the other one's not. Now, if I go up to your apartment door and start banging on your door and like yelling threats in there, or like, you know, being otherwise threatening and disruptive, then I think the analysis probably wouldn't be all that different. Again, assuming that her behavior met the requirements under Illinois law, which it could have. We don't know because she's not releasing the video.
Right. So,
can I just follow up, please?
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say what Illinois law.
Still. And also in your mind, okay, if he was in an apartment complex, is the barrier, at least for your mind, let's say morally or illegally, whatever you want, is the barrier for like harassment or the threshold for harassment higher? Or is about this, or like, you know, is it justified, like if she knocked on the door and no answer and she knocked on the door again, is Nick justified just like blasting through the door with a shotgun?
No. I think it's a little bit different standard just because when you're in the hallway of an apartment complex, it's a public area, and it was just not the same as when you're when you have a house and you own the property surrounding it. I think that there's more of an expectation of you have a right to be in the hallway of an apartment that isn't present when you're on the front door of somebody's house, so they tell you to get the fuck out, right? So I think that there is perhaps a little bit of a difference there. But generally speaking, I think that blasting through the door with a shotgun, probably not the best idea regardless. I think Nick Fuentes did
justified? Yeah, but if you did that now in this case, in this situation, is that justified?
Well, we'd have to see what the video is beforehand. If she has a revolver and she's tapping on his dining room window, then maybe, yeah.
Okay.
But like barring some kind of like threat, I think that the minimal force necessary there would be calling the police, or I mean, pepper spray is like, again, it's not the minimum. I guess calling the police would probably be the best solution.
That's a crime in Canada.
Canadian, it's wild. It's wild. Like the fact that you guys don't allow pepper spray is wild. But
there's a barrier in between them, though. Like when he opens the door, he removes the barrier to do the pepper spray.
Right,
but just keep the door closed.
I understand that, but again, what was she doing beforehand, right? If she's walking,
right, that's really what matters, right?
Right, because if she's walking around the house tapping on the windows, like this is totally different. This is totally different than if she just like walks up, knocks a few times, and stands there. Because
what if she's just like walking back and forth on the sidewalk, recording his house? Because I think I saw a video where it's like she's walking back and forth, and then she walks up to the house, and it's like she's like recording. I felt like she was live streaming. But like, yeah, she just walked up to the house and like, isn't that like you just got doxxed? You're someone who obviously like the world hates. You're hauled up in your home. You see someone outside of your house like walking around with a camera, and then they walk up and like ring your doorbell. Like, what?
You have a right. You have a right to feel. Here's the problem. Like if she's behaving that way, it might not meet the burden of proof, or not the burden of proof. It might not meet like the requirements, I guess, to enact the affirmative defense of self-defense there. But I can somewhat empathize with Fuentes a little bit, and he probably is reasonable, like reasonably feels afraid. You probably should feel like pretty intimidated if you're the kind of person you like that Fuentes is, who has said the kind of things, and somebody shows up at your house, right? Probably pretty reasonable. Like I haven't said anything close to what he said, and I would feel fucking freaked the fuck out if somebody showed up and started pacing around my house to the point where, like, yeah, like using force would definitely seem like a good idea if like I felt afraid, which I would be, right? Now, I think calling the police again, that'd be my first line of defense, but
Better action, yeah.
probably better action for sure. But no, I mean, it's a fucked up thing that this person did. And maybe that part of that's like coloring the fact that I don't really feel sorry for her much at all. Like, kind of like what Ali's saying, like you play stupid prizes, win stupid game, or play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like, Jesus.
I just
So
want to point out again, I know Corey Campbell made the distinction. but
And
it's
then we'll go to
important
Katja
point out
after.
again that there is a difference between the legality, which isn't a moral argument, right? You can't say something is right or wrong just because it's illegal or legal, right? And the moral argument about your right as a man to defend your property. I just wanted to point out that that is a distinction, that legally speaking, he may be in the wrong here, according to Illinois law and how they interpret castle doctrine, because of like needing to forcibly come in your home or anything like that. But morally speaking, if you believe in private property rights, because they're true, they just are. If you believe in private property rights, then I feel like this concept that to be able to utilize private property, to own it, means that you have the right to exclude. Okay, so trespassing is a violation of your property rights. If someone says, get off of my property, and you refuse to move, then they have violated your right to be able to exclude them from their property. And now they have every right to use whatever force they deem necessary to remove you from said property. And using mace and pushing someone, grabbing the phone that may have evidence, that is used in the commission of the trespass. And this person is obviously insane. There might be an argument about the perhaps grabbing the phone, whether or not he has that. But considering it was utilized in the trespass and gives him, potentially gives that person details that are not public within his own property and within his domain, like that's the iffy portion in terms of property rights. But yeah, just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's fucking wrong. Like, it's absolutely right to defend your property. But again, as both Lactoid and I stated in the beginning, it depends on what led up to the event.
Let's go to
Wait,
Katja.
so-
Hold on,
Wait.
let's go to Katja and then
Yeah.
Ali.
So, as for like these questions in regards to Illinois and the castle doctrine, I'm gonna like address the legal argument first and the legal, iffy part. Obviously, like even within these standards and within the bounds of Illinois law, there is information that we are lacking. But Illinois law does kind of make a distinction in between your property and your dwelling. I'm not 100% sure. I do believe that includes like where you're at only and not the entirety of the property, because generally those two are kind of separated, and dwelling just means your home. Because it also says as well, you can use force if someone makes an unlawful and violent attempt or entry into your home, like the actual home.
So I have.
Which.
Sorry, go. I thought you were done.
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
Okay. And you must believe that it's necessary to prevent an assault, imminent harm to yourself or other person, or the commission of a felony within the dwelling. So, I mean, there's that as far as the legal argument. If the person was like banging on the door or making threats outside or this, that, and the other, like if we look at the case of the shooting of, I believe, this dude named James Rail from a while ago, this is a different state, but it was a dude that was shot because he was like banging on the door attempting to get in for a while. So he was shot by somebody who's inside, but that was somebody who's banging on the door and like trying to actively get in. If she was doing that, then obviously what Nick did, should be legally perfectly fine.
No,
but
banging on the door doesn't mean
Yeah.
you're trying to get in. To be
Well,
fair.
so
no,
did-
the dude that I was talking about, he was trying
Like
to
it's
get
going to
in.
add to what your brother.
Yeah, I want to
to
clarify. Yeah, I want to clarify something. So I have the actual the language of the statute up right here.
Right.
Paragraph 7.2, use of force in defensive dwelling, and the subsections that you're talking about only apply when you're using force against somebody that that force itself that you're using against them is intended to cause death or great bodily harm. So the actual statutes reads, subsection A, a person is justified in the use of force against another when and to the extent that he reasonably believes that such conduct is necessary to prevent or terminate such other's unlawful entry into or attack upon a dwelling. That's pretty broad. Attack upon a dwelling. However, he is justified in the use of force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if, and that has to do with if the entry is made or attempted entry that is violent, riotous, tumultuous, etc., and necessary, or he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent the commission of a felony in the dwelling. So Nick Fuentes didn't use
deadly
force,
and then regular force.
right? But pepper
is the
spray,
regular force only.
yeah, regular
regular
force. Yeah, regular force you can use if your dwelling's being attacked by anybody. You can use deadly force if you're worried about them breaking in. But so technically, if she was attacking, arguably, again, we need to know what she was doing beforehand. But if there's an argument that she was attacking the dwelling in any way, then Nick is justified in using non-lethal force on her, which is what he did.
Right.
So there's a lower standard for that.
Which I agree with you on that, absolutely. If she was doing that beforehand, obviously, if she wasn't, then it would fall under a trespass. So I do feel, at least morally, I'm not 100% sure of Illinois law. If this woman was standing out there or pacing back and forth on his property, and he was like, "Hey, get off my property! Hey, get off my property! Hey, get off my property!" and was like, basically trespassing her, and she remained on the property, and then he used regular force to remove her from the area, then that would obviously be, a different situation. But obviously, if it was the case that she was walking outside of his property and then walked up and rang the doorbell, and he's like, anyways,
yeah.
Then
well,
again, though,
we all agree that's not justified, right?
You're right.
If he was that scared, he could have just called the cops though, and just like not came to the door at all.
Well,
right?
assuming that they even show up in time in Illinois.
Fuck that. No, fuck that.
Wait, I don't think it was. I don't think it wasn't justified. I think it was pretty justified.
Fucking privileged attitude that if this dumb fucking gated community, white middle class, stupid ass attitude.
Well, it depends what she's doing. If you're a celebrity, hold on.
Is she just rung the doorbell?
I'm never going to accept someone saying that you ought not use
Call the
your
police.
means to remove someone from your property, but instead the morally justified thing to do is, instead of defending your fucking
No, I'm not even saying morally. I'm saying if you're afraid
on your property.
Police don't show up half the time. They're slow to respond. No, a man has a right to defend his property.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
No, but it depends on what they're doing.
If you're a celebrity and she's like outside, like taking videos and stuff, and you're uncomfortable with that, I feel like the right thing to do would call.
He's a hated person. He's
call
infamous.
the police.
If she's here's the thing,
and then if they don't show up and she's continuing to harass, then you can go
before
and
before you bridge the gap, gotta get Ollie in.
Yeah, I mean this might bridge the gap.
It's just a goalpost move. You just
Ollie,
Ollie. Yeah, listen. So to be fair, Scott brought up earlier that if he didn't have a trespassing sign, I don't think he needs one. I think it's fair to assume that the person walking up to your home with a camera pointed at your home is trespassing. I think it's fair to assume that they're there to cause some type of disturbance. They're there to harass. They're there to fucking do some shit. It doesn't matter if
I only brought that up for legal reasons. Not
but
right.
I'm saying
legal reasons, like you have. I mean, and so there's egress.
Well, that's why I wanted Lactoid here.
I wasn't bringing it
up
morally.
because I feel like that's
enough. Finish, please.
Because I feel like personally that's enough. Like you just got doxxed. You're already a kind of like infamous hated person. It's not like he's a liked person online. And have someone walking up to your home with a camera, whatever, they're there to cause problems. And like, yeah, he might have like pushed a woman down the stairs or used like pepper spray. But I mean, like, don't go up to his house. Like, why are you going up to his house? You weren't there to have a conversation with them. If you were, that's unreasonable of you to expect someone to just have a conversation with you when you knock on their door just after they got doxxed. Like, that isn't a reasonable expectation for this person to be calm. Was he over paranoid? Sure. But like, do I agree with any what?
Well, because we don't know what transpired before.
What do you mean?
Both can be true.
If she's I mean, like, he might be over paranoid. It also might be true that she was acting crazy on his property and like was hanging out there and then talked to some lady in the car.
Well, I'm saying I'd be paranoid. I'd be paranoid in general if I was just doxxed and people are in front of my house.
That's not over paranoid because people own guns, right? Like,
did he overreact? I guess I meant to say.
You don't know if someone has a firearm. It's not necessarily.
Wait, so why is calling the cops in that situation overreacting or
because
the wrong
he's in
thing
Chicago?
To do then?
If he's in Chicago and what it looked like to not be a decent neighborhood, the cops aren't going to come respond to Nick Fuentes calling the cops saying that a woman's outside of his house with a camera. Like they're just not going to.
What?
Have you ever?
Why would they call the cops in the first place?
Yeah, like,
why do we even need the cops there?
Because he's worried.
No, I think that he handled it too lightly.
That's a reasonable action to take. Like if you have somebody on your front lawn that you don't want to deal with, you're worried about what they potentially could do.
And if the cops don't respond, how long do you wait until the cops don't respond?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You could give them a reasonable amount of time, I guess, if they're like
what's a reasonable amount of time?
If they're on my property,
it depends what they're doing.
If someone's outside of my house with a camera filming me and I call the cops, I want them there within 5 minutes because I don't know what the fuck this person's doing.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So I feel like
and they're not going to be there within the time. Like I've called cops on accidents that I've seen happen in Detroit, and the cops just don't respond.
I know that's like I don't think he lives in the inner city.
He lives in Chicago. If you didn't,
Chicago's like pretty.
Yeah, and if you didn't see his house, he didn't have a great house. I thought he lived in Detroit when I first saw the house.
It's huge.
Wait, the house being? Did you see the foundation, the setup? I'm sorry, like the house.
Plenty of fucking problems, right? Like if he calls about some lady on his yard, maybe they show up in one.
Right.
Earl Davis is also from Chicago. Chicago is big.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, I know Chicago is big and has affluent
maybe
areas.
my area is shit because I thought that looked nice.
If you want to make an entirely new argument, as you are, which is that it is reasonable to call the cops in this event and wait for them to respond, that's perfectly fine. Correct. It is reasonable to do this. But if you want to say that he ought have called the cops instead of defend his property, that's when I'm going to call out bullshit because a man has a right to defend his property.
I want to ask you if it was reasonable to assume. So, like, if this is Nick Fuentes, right? Because, like, is it not reasonable to assume that the person walking up to your camera, walking up to your house, like already filming after having just been died? Isn't that reasonable to assume that that person's already trespassing without having to like tell them to leave your house?
Probably not.
Yes. Whether or not they're a danger, though.
Even if they were, isn't that?
Let me give you an example, right? Yeah, so like there's plenty of.
Tell them to leave.
Well, so like one of the things like news agencies, for example, investigative journalists, like they'll show up at people's houses with like a camera. Hey, do you have any comments on this thing? And then they're like, get the fuck off my property, right? That shit happens all the time. So I don't think showing up with a camera in of itself is just enough to say that your property is being attacked.
They don't come with their iPhones out. And they don't come like wearing civilian clothing.
No, again, definitely enough to like be freaked the fuck out. But I don't know if it's enough to say that she was attacking his property, which is ultimately the burden I think that he's going to have to meet.
Right.
Now, keep in mind, like if he does get like found punished for anything, my guess is, given the circumstances, probably be a slap on the wrist, right? I mean, I think a jury's not going to be super, I think the situation. Yeah, she probably shouldn't have shown up, like straight up. But
I don't know about
the argument would be that it's
oh, true. Never mind. If it's it could be a Cook County journey. Yeah, then you're fucked. Yeah.
So
gotcha.
Right. So I'm gonna Chicago aside. I'm gonna kind of like bridge the gap here and say that I mean, if we go moral, I think this is also kind of like in accordance with legal. If somebody is on your property and they're acting strange, you want them there, and they're not trying to break into your house or nothing. Maybe they just rang the doorbell. Maybe they're just pacing back and forth, this, that, and the other. The way I see it, you have two options. One, call the cops. 2, trespass that person by saying, hey, get out of here, man. And if they don't leave, then you could do what you want and be like, hey, okay, like I got pepper spray, or hey, don't come any closer. And then if they're trying to actually break in, then you could use whatever you want. Right, you don't have to. That's why I said 2 options. You could trespass them yourself and say,
I give one. So
they need to be put on notice.
No, I think even that requires some context, right? If somebody, even without me talking to them, if they show up, like let's say my back door, they go around my house, my back door, and like wiggle the handle or something, like you're getting pepper sprayed, like, and
Pepper
you should be
spray.
happy that yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Is
get-
there a
Pepper
legal
spray.
difference between primary
man
ingress
tells
and
no
like
tales.
kind of side or back shit? Like, is there any type of
Well, we
legal
put you on the
difference between
barbecue
these?
pit if you come up to my back door. That's
Because this was
gonna be the last
right the
time.
front of his house.
Yeah.
Facing the
Well, yeah,
street.
walking up to people's front door and knocking. There's actually been
It
several
has to
cases
be
on this.
allowed.
Yeah, like the people who like assault people who do that, like they get in trouble, right? I think there was some story pretty recent. It happens every once in a while. Like some lunatic
Well, not if they
shoots a
have no
Girl Scout.
trespassing sign in plain view.
Yeah, even then, I think they're like, if some Girl Scout doesn't notice the sign and walks up, you can't just shoot it. You can't even. By the way, even with the no trespassing sign, in most states, I think Texas might be the one exception. Maybe, and there might be other ones too, but at least in my state, and I'm definitely sure Illinois, without even looking at the statutes, you can't just shoot somebody for trespassing. Like people put up signs that like, oh, trespassers will be shot. That doesn't
Well, he
make
didn't
it
sh-
legal.
You
What
have
about
to be
pepper
put on
spraying them?
additional
Well,
notice.
yeah,
What is
no, no.
pepper spray considered?
It's not
Like-
it's not lethal or intended to cause great bodily harm. So the standard's much like
Right.
he is free to use pepper spray at a much lower standard than if he walked out with a shotgun, right? I mean, it's very two
Right.
totally
Again,
different.
I mean, again,
But to
those are
meet
the
that
legal
standard-
arguments. I was making
Was his house under attack? That's the only question, right?
Right. But to meet that standard, right, either there has to be reasonable belief, which is the standard they use, reasonable belief that his house is under attack, or he had to have put her on notice. And if either of those are fulfilled, then I believe legally and also morally, then, she or he has the ability to use this regular force upon her.
It's not a terrible standard. I think I'd probably agree with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty reasonable.
You know what? Also, I hate like maybe this kind of thing. I feel like we should just make it. If you show up unannounced, that is reasonable enough standard for you to
Yeah,
get
if
asked.
your
like,
cousins
unannounced.
show up unannounced to your house, then it's just
Listen,
it's
hey,
open season
I
at that
got
point.
this selling vacuum
So-
cleaners.
there's a
You're
whole
gonna
Eminem
start
song about it.
blasting.
Prime. When you say cousins, do you mean random black people, or do you mean like literal cousins?
Either
No,
way, I don't like my cousin. Listen, one of my cousins shows up at my
Have to be
property.
white.
Unannounced.
What about uncles? What about that?
Yeah.
listen,
What about your in-laws? Your in-laws
No,
showed up there. It was unannounced.
No, I have a whole half of my family that I don't want to talk to. If they show up at my house, it's gonna be massive problems. Like,
Is it known?
yeah, they know. They better not show up.
So
It'll be
then
a
but that's what I'm
style
saying.
all around.
Wait. So to that point, so like if Gibbs has beef with one of his cousins, right? And
Yeah, fuck
like
that
they
people.
know who Gibbs is, and they just show up to Gibbs's house unannounced, and
Yeah.
he just like boots up, like doesn't shoot him, but he pepper sprays him, right? He takes
nah,
it
we're-
easy.
yeah,
He,
listen.
he felt like taking it easy that day, right? I'd be like, what did you
Pepper spray. I
expect
don't even
to
know any
happen
pepper spray.
coming up to Gibbs's house? So like, with
Maybe I
this
just
guy, it's
wanted
like,
to use a stripper pole.
What he's going to be using instead is the spit roast thing on the back of the barbecue pit because we're going to be eating him like long pig later because he came to the wrong house. That was a mistake.
Okay. Oh man.
Listen, I'm just saying.
Let's try to
Hello.
generalize a bit more, right? Because yes, like so we worked out the legal. Well, we sort of worked out. We've concluded that we don't have enough information to like make a proper assessment of the legal culpability here. So fair enough. But in terms of doxing in general, I guess I still want to explore that a bit, right? And there is some disagreement on like where that limit is. So Scott put out there if it's a murderer, right? Well, then dox the individual. And I'm assuming no one disagrees with that.
Gibbs said he disagreed with that.
Yeah, I
That's why I
disagree with
asked
that.
about the
Oh,
mandated
that's
report.
right. That's right. That's true.
I mean, I don't think
wanna-
it's smart to do it.
Unless
I
they're
think
a
Gibbs,
pedophile.
Gibbs is the
whatever.
exception. to
I don't
all
wanna- I don't-
rules.
No. Gibbs didn't say like he said you shouldn't for your own good. Not that it's like
Yeah,
Like,
you should
you know,
just
that's
maybe
more what
pipe
he was
down and not
talking.
say nothing. It's listen, if you saw something, no,
it's-
you didn't.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
like me and
out the
Gibbs,
murderer
we're
unless
not
you be murdered.
we're not
I'm not gonna
snitches,
snitch.
okay? We're not necessarily saying that all. I mean, maybe he is, but like other people, if they snitch, that's on them, right? But
Okay, wait. Do you think Lactoid and Gibbs, do you think other people should follow your example?
I absolutely do. It would save a lot of heartache from a lot of families if they would stop snitching on something they saw their neighbors down the road. Like,
And Lactoid, you hold true to like.
No. I actually disagree. I think it's morally good to like snitch
Not
on
snitch.
crime getters, but like I just ain't no snitch. You know how it be.
Even so, you're also not in favor of mandatory reporting either. You're in the Gibbs camp.
Hold on. What do you call
yeah,
mandatory reporting?
yeah.
Is this like
Mandatory
Yeah,
reporting.
I see
That's
something,
almost
say something?
always
Cuba?
with children and like the elderly, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, mandatory reporting. Yeah,
It
what
seems,
about it?
It seems pretty reasonable.
Oh, okay. So, but you're
I don't want to see what's
No, wait. I very much appreciate Gibbs's caveat, which is the children thing. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm okay,
Okay,
with
what
that.
about the elderly then? Okay, you see elderly abuse, right?
Push
You're
grandma
gonna-
down the stairs.
Oh, wait.
YouTube
If you're a
already
mandatory
said-
reporter, you
Hold on,
signed up
boss.
to be a mandatory
Just kidding.
reporter, right?
no.
I wouldn't sign up for that job because
Country-
I ain't no snitch personally.
Hold on. You don't believe that because the entire country saw our president under elderly abuse for 4 years, and everyone acted like it wasn't
Thank
happening.
you for that.
Now we
Joe
get to
Biden
see
had
elder
severe
abuse of a
mental
president for
issues
another 4
as he was
years.
It never ends.
Walked around confused, not knowing what was going on,
Uh,
clearly not in charge of anything.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. You know, let's arrest Joe Biden.
But then all of a
I'm for
sudden,
it.
only becomes a
100%.
problem when he gets
Let's
trounced in
arrest
debate.
Joe Biden. No, like, she's disgusting. She
He's the
encouraged him.
victim here.
No, she encouraged him. No, I'm with Scott here.
You're saying Jill
she
Biden.
encouraged him to vote
Jill
to run again, right? She knew about the cognitive decline. She saw it, right, and she lied to the country. Her and her druggy son Hunter Biden encouraged them to stay in race. No, fuck them both. No, arrest Joe Biden. No, I like that. Yeah.
Let's go.
Free Hunter Biden, unironically, free Hunter Biden. That shit was bullshit. Pardon me.
That was
Yeah.
bullshit. That was bullshit. But
Yeah,
but
it's
fuck-
unfair
crimes
to
he
it's
committed
unfair
were-
to all the hookers that he's behind bars right now.
but no, fuck.
And all the underage, nieces that he has, and all the
Uh-oh.
underage girls.
Hey,
that
wait,
he
wait!
has
You
sex
prove
with
that?
over
You
there.
prove that?
Whoa.
Wait! You prove that beyond a reasonable doubt? Then I'm not going to say free Hunter Biden anymore. Okay, I'm saying on principle, the Second Amendment does not say.
No, he was talking about Joe Biden.
I'm obviously not going to
Very
bring
good.
any of these photos up in Discord or in fucking or on stream because it's child pornography. But you can find Hunter Biden's laptop, dude. You can
Yeah,
just
I
go
thought you were talking
I have
about
no
Joe
interest.
Biden.
They were
and see-
adults,
and see
so.
underage girls that he's in bed with naked.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know.
So
if
we
that's
know that they're
true.
underage. How?
Just go.
I'm not. No,
Just
actually.
go.
Wait.
Just go look at that.
I have to put some legal
I think
advice.
I'm gonna
Hey,
that one.
free legal advice. Don't
do that.
Don't
do that. Don't look that up and don't look at it. Okay, that is
No,
what is
yeah.
known as a crime. Don't do it.
Thank you.
Either there's nothing wrong, or you're like
Well,
like
hold on.
beaming
If
the
it's-
crime onto
if
everybody
it's-
else.
I'm just saying, if exactly, like if there's nothing, like why would you care if you know that Hunter Biden isn't a pedo that fucks underage girls? Then go look at the photos for yourself. 'Cause you know that they're
Okay,
not.
Maybe I
okay.
just want to
The
look at
fact
the
that you're
pictures of
worried
his
I thought
giant
you were talking
cock,
about.
dude.
I thought you were
The fact that
talking
you're
about
worried
Joe
about it,
Biden.
Jill
No,
Biden should not be arrested. Prime, come on.
No. I thought you were talking about Joe Biden in terms of like him sniffing like his hair and stuff. Remember that thing? I was like, wow, that's what you were referring to.
No, it's just creepy.
but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But fuck Joe Biden. No, fuck her. No, fuck her. Right? No, talking about elder abuse. No, fuck Joe Biden.
He's not as
No,
hot as
I
Sarah
think
Palin.
She's just obnoxious. You can't arrest people for being
she's
obnoxious. Come on.
Yeah, that's fair. No, it's fair. Fine. No,
Last
that's fair.
good word
That's
for his
fair.
freedom.
That's fair. Yeah, I just say like fuck her morally.
Fuck you.
I say fuck her morally. Because yeah, she's disgusting for what she did.
Okay,
and she
Moving on
was
to doxing.
Yeah.
Moving on to doxing.
Sorry.
Katya, you said in your opening
kind of went on a
statement,
rant there. I'm sorry.
you gave this
You're
like,
good.
levels of like moral
Moral
morality in terms of-
condemnation.
Well, no, you gave these levels of like what is wrong or right based off of the fame of the individual.
I didn't
Right,
say
you said
wrong or
that-
right. I said wrong or more wrong.
Based.
Okay, fine. Wrong or more wrong, fine. Why do you believe that the correct assessment here, and maybe you don't, maybe this is just one of many things, and if that's the case, I guess I kind of agree. Do you believe that the person being doxxed ought to be doxxed or not doxxed, or it is more wrong based on fame solely, or would you say that it is based upon like the actual actions committed? Right, because you gave libs of TikTok as an example, and it depends on what case you're talking about, right?
Well-
Because I mean, if you have teachers that are indoctrinating children into ideologies that are violating consent and potentially getting into the realm of sexual abuse, right? Like obviously that's going to
Okay.
be different, regardless of the
So
fact that
I
they're
was
not a quote-unquote
talking.
public figure.
So irregardless, I mean, I think
Regardless
that.
isn't a word.
Oh, sorry. Regardless
Thank
of
It's a word
you.
now. It is a
whether or not
word
we
now,
think
by
that
the way.
that's the case. Listen, whether or not we think this is the case of what you just said about the teachers and the sexual abuse and the this and the that and the indoctrination, I don't even want to touch that topic right now. Listen, what I'm thinking of as an example is like, for example, the person who said about the shooter of like the assassination attempt on Donald Trump that oh yeah, he shouldn't have missed or whatever, and they went to this person's workplace and like posted their shit and they're like working like a fucking minimum wage job. Like I think that's mega fucked up. I mean, somebody just said this on Facebook to their like immediate friends, not a public figure, and you're, you know, at their workplace, you're getting them fired from their workplace, and it's not even like any type of workplace where that would matter morally to what they're doing. They're checking people out at Home Depot. Like, why do they care about Trump's assassination attempt?
I agree with it, but the reason that I agree with it is because they haven't done or said anything aggressive, right? So why like would it be somehow less wrong to dox a public figure that is a streamer who said the exact same thing and said, look at this thing that someone said that you know what I mean? Like what if, for example, if Destiny had made less comments that weren't as even more egregious than that person, right? If he had only made comments as bad as the Home Depot person, would it somehow be less wrong to dox Destiny's address than to dox that person's address? And if so,
Yes. Because
why?
I feel like the person who is like just the person who's like the non-public figure, they generally have like potentially more to lose by being doxxed, especially if it's the call to action for them to lose their jobs. Because somebody who's a streamer,
You say
whatever.
the public figure's got more chance to die, though. Like that
Yeah,
feels like
couldn't they
that's
be in more danger?
Potentially. I mean, there's like there's not as many, like, obviously if this is like a thing that, you know, has happened in the past, I'll definitely change my mind. But I mean, the way I see it, it's also that a person is they're opening them, not that they're asking for anything, but they are speaking publicly to wide audiences. And, you know, like some of these things, not necessarily doxing, which is why I say it's wrong no matter what, they're opening, or they know that they're exposing themselves to more risk than a person who's posting on Facebook to 20 people.
But you're not posting on Facebook to 20 people. You're not posting on Twitter to 20 people. You're posting on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube to the world. Just because you're not currently going viral doesn't mean that that you aren't publicly putting everything on display for the internet, and that everything you say is available to anybody that happens to see it and make it larger and wider. So like you're saying that the person is ignorant of the fact that they might go viral saying something, and so because of that specific thing of their small level of ignorance, that's somehow less morally justifiable to dox them as opposed to a streamer who, by the way, should be more aware of the fact that they're speaking, etc. So I don't understand your argument. I don't understand why, like, you're not giving me any reason that holds up.
I think it's also different because, like, the person is generally, I mean, I feel like it's different if a person's post or whatever itself blows up. But my issue with libs of TikTok is individuals who would have never been discovered regardless, like, or without, you know, the assistance of libs of TikTok are getting blown up with the assistance of this person's large following. Like, I think that makes it a bit different. Like, morally, because it's not like...
Okay. But now you're talking about something else, right? Now you've changed the argument from doxing is bad based off of their
Well, it's
level
bad
of
no matter
fame
what.
more bad based off of their level of fame. To doxing is more bad based off of the individual who's doing the doxing has a larger audience that the doxing and the individual can be presented to.
I think it's also that the person, like, the discovery of the person, right? Like, are they, like, for example, Destiny, Destiny did get doxxed because of the shit that he said about the Donald Trump assassination attempt. But it
I
went.
thought it was before that, but fair enough.
Well, he's been doxxed 500,000 times. I mean, he did get doxxed in that instance, so I'm going to use it as the example here because we're comparing apples to apples. But
Fair enough.
this time that he got doxxed, the things that he said were exposed to a lot of people, and some of the things that people saw, like him say, led them to dox him. I think that that's like meaningfully different than if the dox itself is what makes people aware. Like people would have seen Destiny speak and then, or seen what Destiny said, and then they got the dox versus the dox is what's being put onto blast.
But hold on, why does it matter though? Like, let me ask this. Yeah, why does that matter? Like, if I say something crazy, like, I don't know, just something crazy, and y'all decide, oh, that's terrible, and they but nobody knows who I am, and they dox me, and it goes wide. Oh, okay, I went viral. Now I'm viral for this crazy statement I said, which could be anything, and they oh, I went viral. I don't see there's a substantive difference between that and then Nick Fuentes, who's already a person who everybody's out to get already, going, hey, her body, my choice. And then hey, we're going to put his info out there and we're going to go get him. I don't see any difference. It's one just got found faster.
What if Admiral Gibbs? What if Admiral Gibbs says the normal things that he usually says?
Yeah, I mean, sure. If I say the drone strikes on illegal aliens kind of came up, right? And they were like, that went viral. He's evil, and they started posting all this shit everywhere. And look at it. They found it and they doxed me, right? And it goes viral. There's no difference between that and what Nick Fuentes is doing, really. And then going viral because people are gonna be like, oh, hey, this guy said something heinous. The only difference is there's more eyes that found it faster. I don't really see a substantive difference.
Just that. So. It's the difference is A, morally on the part of the doxer, but B, morally as far as, is it the statement that blew up or is it the dox that blew up? That's my main problem with shit like Libs of TikTok, because if they were just posting the statement and then somebody in their audience was like, oh, this is this person, then I wouldn't feel as differently as if it's an otherwise undiscovered person and then Libs of TikTok says, here is the person's statement and their docs.
Okay, so it seems like you're too philosophically illiterate to actually answer the question
Thank you.
I was trying to force you to answer.
True.
Right? Because I just wanted you to
I was responding to Admiral Gibbs, though, basically there.
Yeah,
so if you'd like to respond to something different, then can you repeat? Sorry, can you repeat it then?
I asked and Admiral Gibbs asked multiple times, why is it different? Why is one worse than the other? And what you have responded with is over and over and over again an is ought distinction problem, right? Which is that you're giving an is answer. We're asking the ought question and you're not responding. It doesn't look like you're going to get there on your own, so I'll help you, right?
Okay, go ahead.
The problem here is that you're viewing it.
Embrace the mansplain. The mansplain.
The problem is that the issue here is that you don't actually care about the principle of doxing as much as you care about, or at the very least, you value to a certain degree the principle of power. The reason that you are upset is that you think an individual is lacking power in the same way that Libs of TikTok has power. And that is what you find to be morally questionable under the circumstance, which is something that I think most right-wing people and anybody that is reasonable would immediately throw out to the side. Unfortunately, most of the left values power as a means.
I don't think that's what she said.
So, no.
That's not what I got.
No, I wouldn't.
She's only given is statements and she refuses to answer the question.
So I wouldn't give that as an example as far as why I would morally condemn it, because that's more of a feelings argument. I was saying the difference is what is blown up. The docs versus the statement. That's the difference.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, what is why is that substantively different? I don't.
Now that's just not true.
I don't see how that's substantively different. Is my question.
The two of them are blowing up because of the statement. The docs is attached to the statement. You can't say that the docs blew up without the statement, because the docs wouldn't blow up without the statement. Because if I just said,
where I'm at.
Mary
right, but the
lives
statement
at
could have existed
everyone
without.
would be like, who the fuck is Mary and why do I care? They care because of the statement.
Right, which is why Nick Fuentes is famous at all, right?
Well, is it?
It's not, but the difference is the purpose of why it's posted.
Well, hold on, but isn't that the whole
purpose?
Okay, hold on
The
now.
purpose is
So
to
the
dox someone for their statement.
but hold on.
Right,
This,
instead of
apples to
just to
apples.
blow up or highlight a statement. I think there's a moral difference between highlighting of the purpose of doxing somebody for this statement and to blow up or to get eyes on the statement. If you just post something with the idea of getting eyes on the statement and then what happens afterwards, that's different.
well, hold on. Let me try a different way here. Let me try a different way. All right. So all right, Nick Fuentes is famous. Seems like solely because of him doing crazy shit and saying crazy shit, right?
Sure.
For whatever reason, that's why he's famous. Whether it's like he wants this agenda push, whatever, right? And so people have taken what he said and they go, "Oh, he's doing this," and then they've doxed him, right? I don't see how that's different than say like if me, a relative unknown person, goes and says some crazy shit, and I want my message out there, and I post it on the public interwebs or whatever, and then somebody eventually finds this, even though I had like one like before, and someone goes, "Oh, look at this asshole," and they share it and dox me. There's no difference between substantively that what like Nick Fuentes did, what I did, except for the size of our platforms. That's the and I don't
No,
see how that's
it's power.
substantively. Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, power. Tell you define how do you define that substantively different? Because I'm not seeing the difference personally.
I see the difference is in the I guess one could call it kind of in some ways like a state of mind argument. I think that there's a difference in state of mind of somebody blowing up a like something to just show people versus with the docs attached, because if you're doing it just you're blowing up the statement, even if you know that you're you've got Doxer McGee following you, right? And he's gonna dox people. I think that that's a difference, that if you're posting it along with the docs instead of just to blow it up, there's a difference here.
Okay.
Well, those
so
are two different
so
things, right?
I do. Sorry,
Okay,
I
go
want
ahead.
to move on from this particular thing. First, Sean, thank you for gifting a sub gifting a membership on YouTube, which that rarely ever happens. But I'm not sure to who. It says gifted one membership, but it doesn't tell me who. Sorry, to Infallible Fowl. So thank you for the kindness, Sean. That only happened 2 minutes ago. All right, I see Corey ready to judge me. But no.
I love judging you. It's my favorite.
And just to pause here for a quick second, guys. If you've been enjoying the content so far, we have taken you like around the world, right? It started with strippers, then it went to drugs. Now it's doxing individuals. We talk about a lot of things here. If you enjoy the content, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Resubs are helpful as well. We had a few resubs earlier today, long time resubs, and we definitely appreciate our long time resubbers. But consider supporting the channel. We could definitely use the help. So you sub. You'll get ad-free viewing, and you'll get our emotes. I'll be happy. You'll be happy, because we'll be able to provide you more of this content. We do need your help out there. So if you can, thank you, Mad Villainy 11 for gifting a sub to Limelight Music 12. Really kind of you. But yeah, consider resubbing using Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming here on the channel. Support us. Thanks to the various people who have been a little bit here and there. But yeah, we definitely could use more assistance. All right. Let's go to Ali and Lacto have been waiting. Yeah.
So I don't think anyone should get doxxed across the board. Like, celebrity, civilian, you shouldn't be doxing people. But I do have a question. Like, how is the power thing not a difference for like Fabian? I just because I know there are I guess micro influence people with thousands of followers, whatever, and they share an opinion. But someone like Destiny versus someone with 10,000 followers on Twitter and no real or TikTok, for example.
Yeah,
they have no real resources to counteract the docs or what comes with the docs.
So is Destiny's life worth more than a random employee at Home Depot?
Are we talking
Is his life more valuable?
No.
Right. So if you believe that human life is if you believe factually that value is subjective, obviously, so it depends on the person in terms of what they value, but that human life is kind of the utmost in terms of value because what a human can accomplish is essentially infinite, right? Then there's your answer. The action that we're talking about is taking a human life, right, and then presenting it online so that other people that are crazy can potentially harm them or go after them,
Yeah,
cancel them, ruin their life in some way. So the
which I
action
agree
is the
across the
same.
board is bad.
The action
Yeah.
isn't somehow wronger or more wrong because it
Well,
happens to a Walmart employee or a Home Depot employee than because it happens to some streamer.
not that it's more
That's
wrong, but
why
causes
it's the
more
same.
harm, like would cause more harm to like a Walmart employee, or say like my cousin who got doxxed by like Stop
Right, but that
Anti-Semitism and
doesn't make
had
any sense,
CPA
right?
called
Like
on her, right? Like those are two
that
different.
does
Like
like how would it cause more harm? In order for it to cause more harm, right? You would have to believe that the process of doxing, right, is less likely to harm a public figure with a lot more statements and with a larger audience than it is to harm the person that is only known for this thing.
yeah,
I would say the exact opposite is probably true, right? If I dox Destiny, more people are going to have problems with Destiny already because he's already known, right? So the dox
hmm
is likely to be more likely to lead to a loss of life if I dox someone that is well known than it is for somebody that is. I remember when Libs of TikTok did that employee, they got a fuck ton of flack and they were like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Like, people were like, this is a random grandma. Like, most people from the right were quote tweeting that specific thing and being like, yo,
Right.
fuck Libs of TikTok. Like, nobody knows who this person is, etc. Right? So, if you're talking about the likelihood of harm, the likelihood of harm is almost certainly going to be higher among someone that is famous, not someone that isn't famous.
not really
It
because
depends
he
on what you
already
mean by
no
harm.
because to Katya's point, that person that's famous and is making like these statements is famous already in saying these statements. So when they're walking around in public in general, there's no need for a dox. People know who they are when they see them. Versus when you amplify a civilian or a small voice, right? Someone who no one knows, added with a dox, that's way more harmful to the smaller person because
Yeah,
because
but
the
people
larger
get obsessed.
be-
People get obsessed with like celebrities and stuff. Whereas like somebody who's smaller, you're less likely to have like psycho fans.
no,
like
to
that.
Katja's point, that comes with the territory of becoming a celebrity or becoming a public figure, is that you're going to
Right.
have a slew of people that are surrounding you, right? Versus
But
if
if
you're
they
just a
don't know where you
civilian,
live,
wait, I know, but like with celebrities comes like paparazzi and crazies that are trying to figure out where you live on a regular basis with or without a dox, right? This becomes public knowledge slightly to effect, like to an
Right,
extent.
and
People know where
they're
people
trying to
live.
hide their data. They're trying to hide that so that those crazies don't
Yeah,
come
but
to
I'm
harm
saying
them,
they have the
which just leads
resources.
more to the argument. No, they don't have any more like
I
Celebrities would
think
be
they're
getting
open to
killed.
different
Celebrities
types
would
of
be getting
harm.
killed every day if your arguments were true. They
They
make
are killed all the time.
no, not really, not
Come
all the time.
on.
They're not.
You
They're not
can't.
hunted
Really
down and killed all the
regularly.
time for their
Now you're saying
tweets. That's just
I would
not
say
Maybe
what's
if they're
killed.
happening.
rappers, but
okay,
Well,
Yeah, rappers get
what
shot
does
and go to
happen?
a
But what
club
Yeah,
does
but
all the
what
time.
rap
does
beef
happen?
is
But what does
different.
happen more than often is these civilians that get doxxed lose
you've
their
made
jobs, which
you've
affects
made a
them
new
to a greater
argument.
degree than to the people that are
Can I-
Elizabeth,
celebrities
they're
that get
open to
doxxed.
different types of harm in different ways.
Yeah,
Right, you've made a new argument. The new argument is individual. Yes, you have pause.
causing greater
The
harm.
the new argument that you have made is that they have resources to defend against a dox.
I don't know
Yes,
what
that
that
was my
means.
original
Right.
argument.
So we're no longer talking about whether or not how famous someone is. Now we're
Yeah.
talking about how much wealth they have to combat the likelihood that the dox
Or
will lead
culties.
to
No.
loss of life.
Resources doesn't
cultists
have to
that
be
can defend
money. It can
themselves.
be network. It can be people that you know. The ability to like you have an online group of people that you
Sure.
don't lose a job from.
Sure.
Like that's not. It doesn't have to be tied to wealth. Cash doesn't necessarily mean like resource to me.
Right.
So,
We've gone into the realm of pure consequentialism here, right? And I have my issues with that because obviously something isn't more wrong or less wrong.
I said
based upon
harmful.
the consequences.
I didn't say more wrong. I was
well,
harmful. So
we
use
have
my
to we have
argument.
to move on. We have to move on. Let's go to Lactoid and then Koch. Lactoid, and then I'm going to say something because I want to jump in here for a bit, and then Koch and anyone else. Yeah.
So my opinion, I think, is probably a summary, and maybe of what a lot of people here think. I think that like the wrongness of a dox is going to be the same for any kind of privacy violation. There's some matrix between the reasonable expectation of privacy and how harmful it is that the private thing was leaked. and like somewhere between those two factors, it like elucidates the wrongness of the leak. So like, one example could be, well, if I have a friend who is like, very publicly, and openly gay, it's not a big deal if I tell people, hey, this guy is gay, right? It's not a huge deal. Even though, yeah, it's his business, but he's very open about it. There's no expectation of privacy. And, arguably there could be some harm there, but there's no expectation of privacy because he's public about it. However, if there is an expectation of privacy, outing a friend could be particularly harmful to them. So you have something like a violation of an expectation of privacy, but then also an association with harm, which I think would make that even worse. But I'm also like, when we're talking about the reasonable expectation of privacy,
doesn't apply to online statements, though, right? Like, there's no reasonable expectation of privacy that when you post things on Facebook or Twitter, that you have a reasonable expectation that
the statement. Wait. The statement, but we're talking about like the reasonable expectation of privacy of the thing being leaked, which in this case is, with doxing at least, your identity, right? So one example I can think of would be, I'm pretty sure it was like Mike from, so like Mike from PA. I remember he got like his panties in a twist because people like doxed him by determining that his name was Mike and he was from Pennsylvania.
He's from PA.
So
he's in Pennsylvania. Get him.
Pretty like it's pretty hilarious. Like when you think about that, where it's like, how can you have an expectation of privacy when your name is Mike from PA? Like, what the fuck, right? And so that's a situation where, yeah, is there some like harm associated with people knowing who he is? Sure, but there's no reasonable expectation of privacy, so it's probably not that bad. But let's say his name wasn't Mike from PA. Let's say it was like, I don't know, like Stoner Goblin 69 or like something completely unrelated. And then all of a sudden somebody leaks.
Username.
Yeah, some like, COD username. And then all of a sudden, like, COD username would be XXXX Stoner Goblin 69 XXXX 420. Yeah, that would be a more appropriate COD username. But in that case, somebody all of a sudden, if someone dropped like Mike from PA, that'd be a much bigger issue, right? Regardless of what Stoner Goblin has said on the internet, like you can disseminate the message, but obviously the reason Stoner Goblin is going by the name Stoner Goblin and is because they don't want their personal information out there. Otherwise, they would use their personal information like Mike from PA did. So yeah, I think that those are the two factors that I always think about. And so for Nick Fuentes, he has there's some argument about how much expectation of privacy he has. He goes by his full name, right? That's an immediate a problem if you really want to stay anonymous. But he kept his address secret. But I think that there is like a reasonable risk of harm for his information being leaked, just given the reasonable expectation of harm coming to him that he has. So I think that there's an expectation there of some level of privacy for his address, obviously.
I feel you. I feel you in the terms of reasonable expectation of privacy, but the problem here is calculating harm, right? Like there is, especially in situations where you are virally doxing to the internet, people's statements and their address tied to those statements or because of a statement they made, right? The idea here that you can only know the harm right after the action has proceeded. There's basically no way for an individual to do the kind of like utilitarian calculus of like what will occur when I put someone on blast to millions of people, right? Like will there be, because I mean, like you could have someone who is
I don't agree with
Fuentes, right? Well, I mean,
you can estimate.
No.
So as with all harm,
one crazy person.
No, I know. Well, I know. And so, again, like if somebody puts a statement out to like in the world, there's nothing wrong with sharing that statement, but it's a step further to like find out, who made the statement by looking at the kind of wood pattern that's behind them on the fucking like the 4chan crazies that like find out exactly where you are based on like some odd thing about your particular background. It's wild.
Geolocator, dude.
Yeah, the geolocators. Yeah, they're getting wildly good at that shit, and it's scary as hell. I think there's a difference between that and like disseminating the message that somebody puts out there on the internet. I agree the message is made publicly, so there's no expectation of privacy around the message that you put out there, but there is an expectation of privacy about what you're not putting out there. And if you're not putting out your name and your identity and your address, well, then you have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Why do you have that though? Like I don't understand why you would have that. If you post at all and you're not, you like there's so many levels to that where I kind of have a problem. First, if you're going to go, oh, well, maybe if they use a VPN, they have this level of expectation. Oh, maybe if they have this like Goblin Slayer 69 or whatever.
That's why it's
thing,
reasonable
like,
expectation of
oh,
privacy.
I don't know if it is reasonable because I feel like once you put something out there publicly, like all bets are off. Like you hope maybe
Your
you didn't
address
say
should be
something
leaked?
crazy.
Wait,
Because,
there's no way you believe this. If I like started spamming your well, Gibbs, if I started spamming your social security number in 4chan right now, would you be okay with that?
I'd be probably a little upset, but
A
like
little
but
upset.
hey,
A little
hold
upset.
on,
You wouldn't be a
hold
little
on.
upset.
But hold on,
You would be a
like
little
if
upset.
you've had
Who
your
here has
identity
been
stolen.
doxxed before?
Hold on. Here's what I'm saying. What's the difference between that and having your identity stolen?
You
Like,
were a
yeah,
little
that's
upset at
shitty.
Sunday.
Identity theft is a crime.
Yeah, but
It's
identity
illegal.
theft, hold on, identity theft's a lot different than like doxing. Like I have like most of my public.
You asked how it was different.
Security number.
Like
You just
if
said you just
hold on,
asked how it was different, Gibbs.
It is different. It's not. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out. Hold on. Let's just rewind.
I'm
He's getting
holding.
a little
I'm
bit
holding.
mixed up.
I'm trying to like. Yeah,
Let him
I don't
talk
really see
himself
this
out of
difference. Yeah, I just real
Too many
confused here.
uppers.
Yeah, too many uppers. It's just like you're going, oh, he's got a reasonable expectation. If you post something, you don't have an expectation of privacy. Once you put it out there publicly,
I should
it's
be
all
able to
bets are off.
post
Like,
your address everywhere.
And
Sure,
you're saying,
yeah,
and-
why
wait,
not? Like-
really. So you'd be okay if, like, oh, you made one post on Facebook, 8 years ago, and now I
Someone
did a deep
finds it,
dive.
like-
Yeah, I did a deep dive into you. I have your social security
It sounds
number.
like a lot of.
I have your mother's maiden name. I have
Well, sure,
the high
shouldn't
school
have
that you
put
went
that risk.
to, right? And
Well,
all of a
whose
sudden,
fault is it really? Whose fault is it really? Is it their fault for finding this out because they got skills, or is it my fault for being a dumbass and putting that out there? I hate the victim blame, but I am a victim blame.
Eater of bullets.
It's your
Gibbs,
fault.
the
It's
eater
your
of
fault.
bullets.
You don't
If
believe
you
this.
if you say some crazy shit and put it online, you shouldn't have any expectation.
Hold on,
that you're
what's
not
Or
gonna
crazy
you
find
could
out.
shit?
just say,
Hold on, yeah,
I
what's
like
crazy
cupcakes.
shit?
People would say
On
everything that
Facebook.
like Scott says is like crazy.
Sure.
Shit. I
Well, the
wouldn't.
shit
I
that
wouldn't say
Gibbs
that
has
like
said.
it deserves to be.
Yeah, but don't
doxxed or
post it
something,
online
right?
if you're not afraid of consequences. I'm a crazy
Oh.
Texan. Come to my house or ranch at your own risk.
Hold on,
Gibbs,
hold on.
Gibbs, you have said crazy
What if
things.
the crazy
You
thing
can
you?
steal
I have.
anything from
What
a
if the crazy thing you
bar.
posted
I don't
online was
have
that
the-
like, hey
Hold on, but-
everybody, right? Like I'm Robert,
I have the expectation
right?
I'm gonna get
and,
doxxed
and
at some point.
I'm
Like,
gonna,
that's- I'm
and
sure.
I'm hold on. What's the crazy thing you post online is that I'm Robert and I'm transitioning to Sarah now, right? And that makes someone mad enough to dox you. Right?
What if you said a flying spaghetti monster was the god of all gods?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Like, once you
literally,
post
this has
something online-
happened.
Hold on, there's a
Literally,
difference.
this
Post
has
something
happened.
online,
We
you-
talk about
It literally
terrorized
has
trans
happened.
individuals.
Wait,
So
hold
should
on.
all
I'm
our
saying
should
if
all our
you
profiles
post
just have our
anything-
addresses, phone numbers,
Yeah,
and
I
everything?
think
Social-
you know,
social security number?
We should just go to that because like, honestly, like the only way you get out of this is if you just don't post online.
But
Okay.
gun
Yeah.
owners, but
Once
gun
you-
owners,
A list of
gun
all
owners.
your sexual partners. Make sure that's right in the front.
Yeah,
Just so,
do it.
Not a
I
list
don't-
of the guns
Hey,
that you
no
own.
no
Not a list
expectation.
of the guns that you
No
own.
expectation of privacy. Gibbs, come on, right?
What if
No
I
expectation.
am me?
Okay.
I'll be
Eater,
impressed.
No.
eater of bullets. The
Sure.
eater
Okay.
of bullets.
I'm
All right,
just saying, like, you
try.
should have any
Okay.
expectation of privacy.
Great. Let me try this. Boy. So I brought this story up a few times on the Reverie, but I'll do it again, right? So there was this person who was they were they were running some sort of like white supremacist media channel. I'm not sure if it was streaming or if it was just through what's that encrypted Telegram thing. It was through Telegram or something. I forget what the situation was. I think it was like a radio show, if I'm remembering correctly. But anyway, they were saying Heil Hitler, whatever the fuck they like to say. But they also described, right, how they were in charge of kids. This particular is a woman. They're in charge of kids and how and young children, and how she would specifically she would do her best to encourage the white children, but then constantly discourage the minorities that were there, right? Like make them feel bad when she could, put them down. This is what this person did, right? But their identity was unknown. We found out their identity. She was a school teacher, like I think a kindergarten teacher or maybe first grade, in Florida, and she got fired. Like I believe she got fired. Anyway, I'm pretty sure she did. I know the school responded, like the school district was like sent a notice out about this, but I actually don't remember if they ended up letting her go, but probably. So anyway, I want to ask about that. Okay, so we have a person who says they're in charge of children. Now, what they aren't doing anything life-threatening to the kids, right? They're not diddling the kids, all right? So we
abuse.
eliminated that. But like, like to as a black person, this fills me with so much rage. I can't even describe it. To you. Thinking that something like that could happen to my young kid. Like it's so perverse, right? To happen to my kindergarten child. And this person was doing that. Like what else? And that was just what they admitted to, like online. What else they might have done to those children? Who knows, right? But as far as we know, nothing life threatening, right? Nothing to put the kids in danger. Is it right to dox that person? We don't know the identity, and the behavior is still ongoing. It's right to dox them.
Yeah, they were still abusing kids, so fuck it.
When we
Is-
say
is-
docs, do you mean
Yeah.
Doesn't have to
like
be physical
put their like address out there, or put their work information out there for people to like maybe call and complain or something, or like what exactly? Or do you mean just like put all their information on the internet in general?
Well, I mean, so you're trying to draw a division here.
Between like work, your job, and your home address, maybe? Because I might.
Both,
know.
right? Just like, yeah, give your opinion on both of those things.
I think. I don't know. I think for the job, like, it's kind of hard to say. I think you would need like strong, like solid evidence for it to justify
They admitted to it.
putting somebody's work out there.
Yeah,
She said she was
Yeah.
doing it.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, if you have like that evidence that you can present to their job, I have no problem with that. As for their address, I still don't think I would be okay with that.
So this is where the autistic libertarian enters the panel.
Uh-oh.
You've been here the whole
You do not have
time.
you do not have a natural right to privacy. It simply doesn't exist. Right to privacy, as we have, is one that has been established as a common law practice in the U.S. You don't actually have a right to privacy, right? Information, just like intellectual property, is contained in the mind. If I can produce a copy of said information, right, you don't get to, the same way that when you say I have a right to my private property in terms of my intellectual property of a book, right? Well, to say that means that you own my private property. You own my printing press. If I get a copy of your book and I choose to make a copy of it and sell the copy, it is not the same thing. It is not private property. The same is true with your right to privacy. Now, if someone hacks a website, right? If someone obtains your private information via you violating someone's actual private property, because even though the internet is like you may think of as like the visage on the screen, there is a server somewhere, right? And if you are gaining access to the server, that is private property. And if you're doing so against the will of whomever maintains the server and gaining that information, the crime that you have committed is the violation of the server owner's private property rights. Even the doxing itself is not actually a crime. Now, we can talk about it. Is it morally questionable, right? Because people do wish to have privacy, and we kind of all wish to live in a society that has privacy. And that's when you start getting into, a question. That's when we can have these discussions and these debates. But the moment that you have done something that aggresses upon other individuals, you lose any and all debate in terms of the moral qualms of like, ought we or ought we not dox your private information. The moment that you openly admit that you are indoctrinating children and that you're intending to cause trauma in some form and to try and harm children and utilize your ability to violate the consent of parents and children, is the moment that I don't give a fuck how private your shit is. If we find it out without violating private property rights, which means without hacking servers, right? without damaging the property of a server, that your information goes to fucking everyone. Like, go fuck yourself. I feel this way about white supremacists that are indoctrinating children, and I feel this way about people that are trying to teach fucking elementary school kids queer theory. Right? The moment you try and fucking politically indoctrinate and harm their development in their mind and give them age inappropriate information is the moment that I don't give a fuck about your privacy, and I will dox the fuck out of you, and I will happily retweet and repost your fucking address, because you don't actually have a right to privacy. It's all in the domain of moral preferences, and the moment you are an aggressor, that shit goes out the window.
Anyone else?
So yeah, basically, like, because I know that like a lot of that sort of stuff is pretty subjective. So like you're basically like your establishment of, who you think is okay for you personally, or you would dox, is like based on your moral philosophy, and you believe that extends to other people to, like, who their moral philosophy dictates that they're able to do that.
Well, literally, we
too.
all believe that. Even
Right.
even if you
Okay.
think that I'm wrong, what you just said is true of every human being. What they think is morally right and wrong is based off of their moral. That's what you just
No,
said.
I mean within
Right,
that,
that's why
right.
problem, right?
I think
I
nothing
meant
is moral.
within.
That's
Right,
why it's
I
a
meant
problem to
within
let
the
people
framework
decide
of the.
what is and not okay to like release somebody's address for. Like, if people could be like, oh my god, I found out that this woman got an abortion, so she's a murderer, so I'm going to release her address on the internet now because she deserves that. She's an aggressor or something like that.
Well, she is a murderer, and if you want to release her private information, so long as you didn't hack or violate any private property rights, you're absolutely allowed to dox murderers. Why would you not be allowed to dox a murderer? I said that from the very beginning in my opening statement. Yes, that
Right, but
applies to
people
women who get abortions. They're murderers.
don't believe that.
They're the
So
biggest low-life
if
scum pieces of shit on the planet.
love to hear it. So like, is everybody allowed to make their own
I'm
proprietary
sorry, you're
definition of
pro-murderer.
that?
Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I love murdering people. It's awesome.
Can I?
Anyways,
I want to.
Yeah,
I didn't know you thought that. I mean, I didn't know you had that opinion, Scott. It's interesting. We should talk about that at some
I'm an
point.
evictionist. I've said that multiple times. An
Yeah,
evictionist.
I really don't like that. But hold on.
I know.
Yeah,
yeah, but you're a commie, lactoid.
Well, no, I just think that I've heard the argument for evictionism, and I think I think there's some flaws.
Yeah.
I like logical flaws. But regardless, I think this question has outlined a third consideration that I didn't think of when I said there was two considerations before: the reasonable expectation of privacy and how much is going to harm the person. I think there's another factor, which is like how important it is to dox them to prevent imminent harm, right? And that's sort of always something that I believed, because I said that from the very beginning. Hey, you can dox people who are involved in like terror cells for sure. And so I think when we're talking about like a public education, like put some kind of school teacher who's like hurting kids, sure. But I do agree it gets a little bit iffy when we're talking about situations where like what harm could be is like a little bit difficult to parse. So I think if you're a public employee, I think that you have much less of a right to privacy than if you're not. I think that if you work for like a public-facing, like public government-funded institution, you are part of the government that we all have to pay into. You serve me, and then as an employee of me, I have more rights to your information than I otherwise would. But let me ask you this, Prime. Let's say you have a situation where it's a private school, and a teacher, let's say a female teacher, says on the internet, I take extra care to encourage my female students to apply for engineering. How is this not kind of on the same wavelength as like encouraging white kids over black kids?
She said she was discouraging other kids, so there was the added.
Well, if you're encouraging, it's a zero sum. If you're encouraging one group but not encouraging the other.
No.
Oh, okay. So let me try to tackle this. Before then, I did decide to do a bit of Googling here. And this is a story from a few years ago. So, and I think this is the same one that I was thinking of. So it's a middle school teacher, actually, Florida middle school teacher removed from classroom over alleged white supremacist podcast. Diana Voltage, a Crystal River Middle School teacher, was removed from the classroom after a report stated that she ran a white supremacist podcast. She said a bunch of stuff in there, but one of the quotes in this particular article, there's other articles with different quotes. She says, we have to take those institutions back. She's talking about schools. Children are very important. The communists always knew that. They always wanted the minds of the children. That's the future. So if we can have more teachers in those positions, that would be great. And I do hear from teachers all the time, people who are closet red ice listeners that support what we do. And I think that's fantastic. We need a lot more of that. Red ice is an alt-right. It didn't say TV, but it says Red Ice is an alt-right, white supremacist media conglomerate. It has been declared a hate group by the SPLC. And yeah, so and there's other quotes in different articles about what she said. There's something about IQ.
But just to be clear, everything you've said thus far should not be grounds for firing her.
Thus far, okay,
sure. Thus far, the part that I think is iffy is if she is actively discriminating against actively doing something wrong to the black students, right? And that's why I asked you that's why I asked you the kind of
everything you said thus far would be a 1-to-1 ratio with any teacher that supports Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hold on. So I'm actually curious then, and I promise I'm not trying to dodge your question. So and I'll come back to that. But then if she is spread, because her point is she wants to spread the white supremacy. That's what she was trying to get to in her statement and in other statements and other articles. She's trying to spread her ideology, right? So if she is encouraging her students to be white supremacists, do you think that would count as harm to the other students in the classroom?
I think if any teacher doesn't follow the lesson plan, that could be considered, because I'm kind of with Scott here. I'm equally as concerned. I'm actually more concerned, honestly, with teachers pushing BLM, LGBTQ stuff.
That's fine. I don't
because there's just more of them than white supremacists.
Don't care about that.
No. My answer, yes. My answer is yes. I would be concerned about white supremacists because again, anybody pushing anything that isn't in the curriculum is a problem.
I'm not asking you if you're concerned. I'm asking you is that counted as harm? Because you said if it's harming the students, then we could think about removal. Okay, so is it harming the minority students in that classroom if the teacher comes up and starts spouting white supremacist nonsense and trying to indoctrinate both her, I guess, the white students, but also the minority students that think they're less than, right? So if they do that,
absolutely.
okay.
I don't know if black children will, but I will say yes. That is harmful.
Did she give an example of what she did?
I'm looking through articles. But
because if she was so as part of it, I read the true history of the Aztecs because I didn't want the white Spaniards to be demonized so much. Well, I'm kind of okay with that.
What?
Yeah, the Aztecs to can't eat
I feel like that's such a
sacrificing people, the whole thing. There's a reason why the other tribes rose up against them. No big deal.
But look, if she's going in front of the class and she's okay, so blood and soil, yeah, okay, sure. There's a problem.
Here's a white skull and a black skull. You know what I mean? Then obviously.
Well, I don't think that's part of the approved curriculum.
Well, I think he does touch on something though. Would you consider okay? Just to flip that on its head though, would you consider the idea that teaching white guilt to all the thousands of white children saying, "Oh,
absolutely,
your ancestors are responsible for this," is just as harmful? I would say, yeah, they're both equally bad.
One is much more prolific, right? I mean, that's happening way more.
So we measuring the harm now. We measuring the harm because of how many people are affected by one.
So it is enough to get her removed.
You heard it here first, folks. Prime guys and libs of TikTok are basically the same people.
So true.
No, okay, so we might disagree on what counts as white guilt. But if you are actually, if the conservative thought process here was absolutely correct, right, and they're teaching white children that it slavery was their fault or something, right? And you should feel bad about a thing that
you weren't involved in, and obviously had no responsibility over. I would say that would be harm, right? Okay, I'd say that much. But I'm not sure we.
So social emotional learning, that's in 33% of all elementary schools in the entirety of the United
Sure,
States.
go ahead. Whatever. I don't know.
That
Maybe.
anti-racist math, whatever, that went viral for California's anti-race, like that for
Oh my
sure.
God.
I heard
So
about
the
this, but
answer is
I don't
yes,
know
Prime.
the.
Being
I
a white
don't.
supremacist teacher, teaching white supremacy is harmful to the students. That's the answer. Is yes.
Yeah, well, if the answer is yes, then it's harmful to students.
You're not
and
against
then you
teaching.
Well, that's
would
what it seems
consider
like. It seems like the
removing
other
a
ideology is
student.
bad.
Well, I think it's harmful in the sense that, like,
Removing a
look,
student.
again, as public employees, I don't think they have as nearly as much privacy as the rest of us. But on top of that, like,
But if
being
it's white supremacists,
being put in this like charge of like public authority, if they are not following the curriculum, really to as much as a T as we can expect of them, I think that they are sort of subverting.
Consent issue.
Yeah, it's a consent issue, right?
to
Like
parents.
at this point, we're not really governed. Like the whole idea is we elect the people who set the curriculum, and if you got these teachers that are going against the curriculum and teaching with this shit, you're sort of subverting democracy at that point. Or the republic, I guess, for those of us who don't care about democracy, right?
Oh my God, sure. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, though. I hear what you're saying. But I don't want to dodge the question you asked me.
What about in a
and so-
place where those are appointed positions?
Appointed by who?
Like
People that are elected.
places
Like
where
a
the
governor?
state
Yeah.
government-
Eventually,
yeah,
eventually, you're going to find some elected position up the line.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
it's government.
That's fair. But so you asked me what could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so you said that, like, you said as a black man, the level of rage that I get when you find out that, like, black children are being discouraged, and then, like, white children are being encouraged, there's, like, a level of rage. And I think that perhaps this rage you feel could help you empathize with the conservative position on this. How would you feel if you found out that, like, let's say in a high school, like, a woman teacher said that she was giving special care to specifically encourage women to go into engineering? How is that fundamentally different? Because she's not specially encouraging the little boys to go into engineering or giving them the extra push.
She's still encouraging them, but she kind of like spends more time with the girls.
Yeah.
Like-
she's ambivalent towards the boys, but she's very pushing the girls to go into engineering.
A teacher has limited resources and time, and so she is spending the valued time that is designed to encourage children to follow their dreams and educate them, etc., and is specifically spending her energy on girls, right, to encourage them, which is obviously leaving the boys behind.
Yes.
Sorry, do you want to say something before I
Oh, sorry.
answer?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. I guess it would matter to me, like, so you're saying like encouraging the girls to go into engineering, right? Like, let's say there's a high school, right? And people were applying to colleges, right? And she's like, hey, like, you should apply because I think you have the aptitude or whatever, to a STEM career, right?
Well,
And
no,
she's not
in more
doing
subtle
it.
ways. In more subtle ways.
Okay.
So, like, in all the ways that a teacher can express bias, right? So you have like a
Okay.
woman teacher who's like she's sitting down with little girls and saying, "Oh, you're really good at this. Like, you should keep working at it. Like, this is really good. Like, hey, have you considered joining this club? Like, do you need some extra help and everything?" And she's giving more attention. She's specifically, because in her mind, well, women are a lower percentage of engineering. I got to help fix the gap. She's giving more of a help towards the little girls to get into this field. How, like, does this invoke the same rage in you as like discouraging the black children and encouraging the white children?
Sure. I will tackle what you said directly, but I want to contrast that with the other situation that I thought you were saying previously, right? So like if it was like the high school thing, and it's like encourage them to go into a STEM field, like when you're applying to college. I think it would matter to me if like she could tell from the stats, right? Well, that a certain number of our boys do like, let's say 30%, I don't know, right, of our boys go to STEM, right? And she's like, well, these girls are lagging behind on this. They're not applying, but I can see the aptitude in them.
and I want to try to raise those numbers up to parity, then that seems fine to me, right? That seems like, okay, well, like there's a demographic that
That's
needs
sexism.
help.
That's
Hold on,
misandry.
but not. It's how. Okay, sorry. We'll get back to that later. You can tell me how horrible I am in a second. But going to that other example, we are talking about like little boys and girls when they were so far away from that, and like metrics that would say that these group of kids are different. That feels different to me. It feels like, well, okay, like, well, my kid, right, like my young boy who hasn't decided anything yet, right, but who has certain aptitudes that could be encouraged. Why aren't you spending the time with him? Right, that seems like wrong, right? At least that's my initial feeling.
But hold on, if the goal is to
Prime,
if the goal is to help a
Gibbs-
demographic.
Gibbs is in the Discord, or waiting.
Okay.
If the goal is to, as you said, like there's a demographic that's behind, aka girls in this case, if the goal is to like give them a leg up, I mean, why would you be against the idea of like giving little girls some extra coaching and some extra help and some extra push and some extra mentorship when it comes to engineering, as opposed to little boys who, I mean, there's already too many of them in engineering anyway. Let's just kind of ignore them a little bit.
I never said there. I mean, well, I wouldn't say that there's too many or anything like that. I would just.
I mean, saying a gap is a problem implies that there's too many.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, no, hold on. That doesn't mean it's too many. That's a different thing. No, hold on. Saying
there's too many in relation to girls.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, well, that's a categorically different.
Well, no, we can no. Hold on. We can if we have limited resources and we want to address the gap. Wouldn't you want to put more resources and more time into encouraging little girls to go into engineering, which necessarily results in the detriment of little boys because they aren't getting that extra time and they aren't getting this extra push?
I don't know. I feel like if we're looking at it,
doesn't evoke the rage, does it?
Right? No, hold on. I said specifically. I don't like the idea, at least the picture you had previously painted, where like we're talking about young kids, right? Like I'd want my boy, if he had that if it seemed like he maybe had those gifts, that the teacher would be encouraging him. I wouldn't like it. It would invoke rage, okay? But not on this side. Let me make it clear. It will never invoke the same type of rage as racism, right? That's a different thing, right? Qualitatively. For a black, you can imagine that I might be sensitive to that for certain reasons. But still, that doesn't mean that like I will also wouldn't feel that my child is being unfairly left out of opportunities in that situation. Like, we're talking about young kids, yeah, sure. But I think that's different from in a situation where we have like metrics, because they're like just about to apply. They're about to do a specific action, and is decide where they want to apply in college, right? And to say, to young girls like, oh, hey, I see you haven't done this, and you haven't made this you haven't it doesn't seem like you're thinking of doing this, going to STEM, even though I think you can. And if it seems okay, I'm trying to work this out in real time. So like if I guess I would still be upset if like my little boy, who's now in high school, right, like 16 or something, about to apply, if it's true that like 30% of boys apply to STEM, and then like 10% of young girls apply to STEM, right? Like I'd want those girls to maybe get some extra encouragement. But if my particular boy was not encouraged, even though he did have the opportunity, I guess that would also bother me.
Because your boy is not just a member of a demographic; he's an individual, and it bothers you when he is being discriminated against.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I think
Let's
if like
just
I
forget that the smallest minority is the individual.
I think if the teacher is literally taking away time from any specific type of group of students to prioritize a different specific type of group of students, I think that's bad. But I also can see situations where being a teacher, like as long as you're giving, putting all your effort into all the students, giving everybody fair time, and then you might focus on maybe specific students, like giving them extra time, maybe because I don't know, just like a male teacher to like a male student who's like in like some kind of like like same shoes, or like a female teacher to a female student, or like a black male teacher to a black male student. Like sometimes like teachers and students can have these relationships where they like help each other like that. So if they're trying to encourage,
or like a white supremacist student, a white supremacist teacher to a white student, you know?
well, I'm saying, like, if you see like a student you like kind of relate to, or not relate to, but like you see something
I'm
in
pretty sure
them.
the white supremacist
That you
student
recognize
is
in
a
yourself
white
too.
student.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you see a student who like specifically can strive, and you're able to like relate to them in a way that like that works for them to be able to like succeed, as long as you're not taking away time from other students, I don't see a problem in like building that relationship. Like,
What we're saying is
Well,
you're necessarily taking away time from other students because there's only so much time in the day.
Well, I got a
You
question.
can only
for
hire so
y'all's-
many teachers.
Oh, hold on, I got a question for y'all's problem. Then this is kind of like where I'm at. Okay, so like, say we're instead of like the dumb, like pretty out there discriminatory things like y'all are saying, let's just tweak it a little bit, right? Because you only have a certain amount of time. So say you have some kids that are gifted in, say, I don't know, English or math or whatever you want, and then you're gonna go, oh, these other kids are doing poorly, so I'm gonna give them like extra help, or I'm gonna like try to like catch them up. You want, because you want them like learned or like whatever you want, right? So then you have these other kids that are doing typically better in your class. Like, okay, is it fair for you at that point? Are you not discriminating against the intelligent kids or the kids that are doing better because you're giving time over to these kids, or you're offering tutoring after school?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like at this point you become like, it's like everything is discriminatory. So like at that point, it's kind of like, if everything's discriminatory, then nothing is. So I mean, like, let's just fucking YOLO that shit.
It's interesting that you bring that up, because several school districts, especially New York City, have gotten rid of their gifted programs because there's too many white and Asian.
Yeah, this was specifically in Oregon as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
so
rough.
I mean, it's seen
'Cause
as
math is
racial
racist.
discrimination to favor the kids with that are more gifted, be that because of socioeconomic status, opportunity, or IQ, whatever it may be. The cards fall, and it turns out that there are more white and Asian kids in those programs, so they have to get rid of them because of racism. The thing is that no teacher ever is going to be able to devote their time appropriately. It's not possible, right? Like, one teacher is going to have, every teacher is going to have a subjective bias, right? There are plenty of kids that are quote unquote problem children that get too much attention because they act out in class. There are also teachers that will ignore certain children because they annoy them, because we're humans and they don't feel like dealing with the kid that's annoying, as opposed to the kid that might be a teacher's pet, or a kid that they feel like needs a leg up, right? At the end of the day, your subjective bias is going to affect which children you favor and which children you favor less. I think most men in America that have gone through public school know how many teachers they felt like were like not giving them a fair shake, and they know that they only got that, and only got certain positive influence from the relatively few male teachers that they have. I don't think that that's a controversial thing to say, that I've known tons of guys that say, like, there's a lot of like bitter female teachers that like don't like the system is like, you can't horseplay, you can't joke around. They have like this kind of, this almost resentment towards them, especially if they were having problems in their life and they acted out a little bit. But it was those few male teachers that are like, I've been where you've been, I get it, that have given them special attention and care. And of course,
Right.
that special attention and care automatically disadvantages the other students in the class. So, I mean, special attention and care is not a metric by which you can say that a teacher is violating consent or non-aggression. So, yeah, if the red ice chick is like bringing up phrenology, she ought to be doxxed, right? If she's going away from the lesson plan, as Lactoid put it out, then that is a serious problem. But if she's favoring one student over the other, then you would have to fire all teachers for all time, because humans are going to favor one group over the other. So if that brings out rage, but you don't have a similar principled position for conservatives, that are specifically talking about lesson plans and curricula that target white people, that teach historical falsehoods, and put kids through like struggle sessions where they have to talk about their privilege in schools. And that's not problematic because of disparate outcomes is your measure. I think you got to dig deep, look inside, and maybe realize that like you're a part of institutional racism, and you're fighting for institutional racism, and you're fighting for harm of children, and you don't apply that same logic in the reverse. And like you should correct that cognitive dissonance. And I'm not saying you specifically, Prime Guys, just in general to anybody listening, that's a problem. If you're for institutional racism in the other regard, but offended by preferential treatment that is assumed by a white supremacist. Obviously, I don't know the details of the case. If it comes out that she was doing negative things, like actively discouraging certain children, there's a serious potential problem there. But yeah.
Yes, I just
She
want
said
to
she
really.
was. That was the whole point of it. She explicitly said that she would
Well,
discourage.
he's remembering the story but when he read the story, that he hadn't found that in the story yet, so he might just be misremembering. I don't want to blame him. I'm just going off of the story. It was saying that like she was saying we need to take back the school from the communists, and was right, which is like true. That's true. We do need to take back the school from the communists.
Okay.
It's a problem that that Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed is one of the most cited pieces of literature in all of academia that specifically teaches us how to use Freirean concepts to engage in critical theory and to formulate children into Marxist revolutionaries is one of the cornerstones of how we teach in America. Like that's a problem. Yeah, we need to take back the fucking schools.
It's
from
a
the
problem if you
communists.
don't want your kids to become Marxist revolutionaries, I guess.
Yeah, that's a
Well, yeah,
Pretty big problem,
I
I
don't
think.
think
We don't
I
want
don't think
those.
most parents do. And obviously, it's a problem for anybody that wants to do things like eat or not be genocided, right?
No, I don't like
if you
eating.
don't
I
care
love
about eating
genocide.
right, yeah. Well, then for you personally,
That
you
was
don't
a
care about
meme. Twitch mods. That was a meme.
It's
That
a
was
meme. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
joking.
It's a meme. It's a meme. Don't your body, my choice me. All right.
But I was trying to say, like, you shouldn't like a teacher shouldn't be like, oh, I'm white, so I'm gonna like relate to all the white students. I'm saying like, say you're a female teacher and you have like a female engineering student, and you see her like succeeding, and you can relate to her and be like, I was like one of a small amount of females, and I know she's probably struggling in this, like, so I can like probably connect to her and reach to her. And there's like all a bunch of different demographics. Like, I think that's fine for teachers to like use that, but not specifically be like all the white students, all the female students. Like, hopefully that makes sense.
Well, can I ask? Would you have the same
agree.
standard for
Like,
like a white student? Like,
no, hold on, pause. Like, I agree. Like, if you have a certain lived experience, right? Standpoint epistemology, under critical race theory, right? Where you believe that you have a certain knowledge or wisdom that is gained from living as an identity, right? I don't necessarily buy that, but I mean, sir, if that is your belief and you choose to favor people based off of that belief that you think you can reach these people, because you have a certain similarity with them, or you might be able to tell a story that reaches them in a way that maybe other demographics wouldn't. That is the subjective bias, right? But if you're doing like Primekai suggested, saying, well, we have disparate outcomes of males and females and how they go into engineering, which, by the way, the more egalitarian a society is and the more like liberal and the more they try and force these problems, the larger the income comes, or sorry, the larger the impact comes of gender differences in terms of occupation, because the largest gender difference that exists between male and female is males' interest in things and females' interest in people, right? So the Nordic countries are the most the most they have the biggest difference between like women going into STEM and men going into STEM. So if you're looking at disparate outcomes, which is the free choices of people, and you're specifically privileging another group to try and balance it and create equity, right? That is a wildly different thing.
paste.
I've stunned you all into
okay.
silence. I'll take.
Okay. Well then,
I'm very
that's
tired.
fine. Okay. Thank you, like Solace, for the raid. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's. Oh, Mad Villainy. I think did I thank you? No, I did previously for gifting a sub. Okay. Anyway, thanks all for being here. Much appreciated. This was a lot of fun. I think we went to a lot of different interesting spots.
From Colombia to Thailand.
From Colombia to Thailand, indeed. We went around the world.
Oh my god.
But thanks all for being here. I'll give an outro to all these kind individuals. If you enjoyed the content, consider supporting the content by subs to the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs, or super chats on YouTube, that type of thing. I do appreciate it. Lactoid. Thanks for coming through, friend. This was I think a really good conversation. Pretty spirited. Yeah, thanks for your contributions.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. I'm Lactoid. You find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you. And next, we'll go to our friend Scott. Scott, thank you for being here. This was really fun. I thought we got along pretty well until you I don't know, questioned the IQ of our friend Katja there. But beyond that,
You just
hold on.
philosophically
defend
illiterate.
myself from the slam.
Philosophically, it's a difference.
I
Huge difference.
He didn't question, he asserted.
First of all, I asserted, not questioned, and second of all, I asserted the philosophical literacy in the is-ought problem, not necessarily the IQ of the individual. I think, from my experiences thus far, that Katya absolutely could learn philosophy if she decided to become a philosopher, and you should start with Aristotle and then move into Ayn Rand, and those are the only two people you ever need to read to be perfectly philosophically literate. It's the only two philosophers.
Listen, I need to. I'll say it out there. I need to brush up, but we shall see.
but yes, please. Thank you so much,
I'm
friend.
Scott Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on Twitter, and if you want to watch me debate bro people and or discuss philosophy or history from a libertarian or right wing, market anarchist, voluntarist, anarcho-capitalist perspective.
God, I wish.
Got him. Mask slipped.
I told you he was a communist.
Gibbs, you were right.
I will absolutely. If you want me to read and explain excerpts from "Conquest of Bread" by Kropotkin, don't worry, I will. And if you are a commie fuck, you will not like my interpretation whatsoever. So there you go.
Really? Oh, I thought it was gonna be awesome. Darn.
As an anarcho-communist, I thought that you would.
I'm not an income.
Well, no, Scott's an
maybe.
income. I was going to say that.
No,
I think that
I would let the record show I used to be a Marxist-Leninist Maoist as a young boy.
Interesting. There's two.
I did
hold on.
too,
Hold on. That's really interesting, Scott, because you know who else was like tanky in their young youth days? Lactoid. So there's two socialists that moved. Suddenly they're libertarian, and there's one true conservative.
Socialist.
Interesting. Yeah, they're both communists and socialists.
Arduous process.
I see. There's only one true conservative here. Now we know.
Scott, then we have something in common because I also used to be a Marxist-Leninist Maoist. So.
Right.
Oh, Lord.
What the fuck is a Marxist-Leninist Maoist?
They're fucking tankies. They're commies, bro.
We both used to be tankies.
It's very simple. You are this is the easiest way to explain it. You are a Marxist, then you read Little Red Book, and then you decided, much like Mao did, that the bourgeoisie will always remain as
an obstacle,
reactionary, which would reactionary from the Marxist perspective means an individual that is either very difficult or impossible to get them to become critically conscious, right? Aware of class consciousness, etc. Right? So therefore, it's okay to be more violent in the transitory socialist state because you will have too many landlords and too many people that are pro-capitalist or pro-private property, pro-whatever. So it's basically Marxism, but with more violence, is the TLDR.
Because as Mao said, change must come through the barrel of a gun or whatever. So that was kind of following that principle.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I can read
It's like I
quotes
was a
from the
psychic.
book.
I knew it.
Okay, so let's this is great. But thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for being here, friend. You were great.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for the invitation. Always grateful to be here. And yeah, this is definitely very, very entertaining from beginning to end. Definitely still entertained by your Colombian strip club story. Never forget. I think that it's the most enthusiasm that I've seen from you outside of Israel Palestine. Those are two topics that get you heated up. But yeah, as always, this is great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Go see Katya, Gibbs, Ali, Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Pry.
Thank you so much. Ali, thank you for having for providing us with the fantastic topic. I thought we went a little farther with that than I thought we would actually. But yeah, I appreciate when anyone provides a great topic. And Ali has like hit me up a few times actually. He's been quite helpful. So shout out to you, man.
Yeah, I saw everyone arguing about it online. Scott was getting into it with a few people. I mean, I figured Gibbs would have liked the topic. I'm surprised, you guys didn't know much about Fuentes, but here we are. But yeah, thanks for having me, man. I really appreciate it. And as always, no foreign aid, no more foreign aid, because I can't say other things on here without getting you guys in trouble. So just no foreign aid. You know what I mean.
So sounds like
America
you're
first.
listening to
That's
some
what you're
Nick
saying.
Fuentes.
America first.
You know what, man? I think I
Can't
realized
say it.
something
You
as
can't
I
say
heard.
it.
No,
Do we
I
have any
realized something as I
exceptions
heard
for
you
Ukrainian
talking about
No.
Marxist, Leninist, Maoist.
Yeah.
I think I'm too stupid to be indoctrinated because I'm not reading any of these things or picking up any of these philosophies. I'm just gonna smoke my weed and do whatever the fuck I want, realistically. And so, like, if that's a philosophy of its own, I don't know.
That's
Yeah.
a Gibbs philosophy.
That's
the
a Gibbs
philosophy.
Yeah,
Gibbs
like-
conservatism. Yeah.
This argument was made in Thus Spake Zarathustra by Nietzsche.
Bro.
See what the
Yeah.
fuck you
It's a
said?
pseudo-
I'm never reading any of that.
It
It's a
was.
pseudo. It's
I
a
just like to hang out,
pseudo-biblical
man.
text,
Well,
right?
there was this guy once who wrote about this. Oh, come on, Scott.
Let me. I'm explaining it. The guy that was giving the ideological sermon has this.
Oh, let me get a bowl loaded before
Right.
this. All right.
And like the point that he makes in Thus Spake Zarathustra,
Just
beyond like the metamorphosis of man, is that like the hyper intellectual are the people that get the most indoctrinated, because like the smarter you are, the easier it is to convince you of like your own bullshit, right? Like the more intelligent you are, the more you can apply like axioms that don't necessarily match with reality, to like and like internalize it and like make them match reality, right? Like someone that's like a BLM supporter that's dumb, like if you try and tell them toothpaste is racist, they'll be like, fucking, what are you talking about? But if you get like a super ideologically subverted and super intelligent person, they'll be like, oh, well, inner city communities have water with higher levels of fluoride that poison black people. And like it is, and it's specifically the fluoride in toothpaste. And there's this obsession within Western society that the whiteness is something that is seen as pure. And so this concept of whitening toothpaste, like if you're smart enough, you can make anything racist, right? If that is your ideological subversion. So there is some merit to the argument that like, I don't know, I'm just a normal dude, like, so I don't fall into these crazy ideological things.
That's interesting.
yeah.
I was gonna say something too. Here it was gonna be really funny, but I forgot what it was. Thanks for being here. And we will move on to our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, you're fantastic, and you're a lot of fun, and that's why I'm glad to always have you around.
I love coming. It's one of my favorite nights of the week. Also, I have to answer your question, Ali. Corey is right. It's called Gibbsism. It's conservatism wrapped up. Actually, as the only one here who's always been a true conservative, I gotta say, when I was young, I was like a pro theocracy kind of guy. Now I'm like a hedonistic, economic and conservative military. We don't got to do all this other bullshit. Just embrace Gibson. I want to smoke weed and always do what's best for me. There you go, and you'll vote good and you'll have more money. I promise, and you'll be a lot happier. It's a lot more simple. It's a lot more simple, man. Like, whenever you have to worry about like anything Nietzsche said, you're already living a bad life. That's all I gotta say about that. If I have to hear the words Nietzsche,
That is probably true.
yeah. If I have to hear about anything Nietzsche, like Chomsky, fucking Ford, Dostoevsky, I don't give a shit. It's too many words, too many syllables. If they got anything that doesn't sound like a simple one syllable last name, I stop listening.
I remember what I was gonna say. It wasn't gonna be funny. Like we should increase. Well, maybe some people here might find it funny. I disagree with Ali. We should increase foreign funding. Absolutely, right? Foreign aid. We should absolutely do that. That's like a great way of one, extending American power, and two, of actually assisting people who need to be assisted. Right now, I don't feel the same thing about military aid, but if we are going to extend military aid, well, then it should go to Democratic leaning Democratic leading leftist movements, right, around the world.
Everybody gets the guns.
No, to throw over their capitalist overlords, right? If we're going to be arming anyone, like arm the actual good guys. So that's where I stand on that one.
I'd like to see some of that money first, but
democracy is a form of communism. Soft variant of communism is the full quote, but.
Well, fantastic. Another reason why to say that we're on the right, and the other side's on the wrong.
So one of those versions of communism allows strippers, the other doesn't. That's all I got to say about that.
Hey, leftists are sex positive. What are you talking about?
Are they?
Right?
What do you? How many? Hold on.
Not authoritarian.
Not authoritarian. Listen, I was gonna say I can't think of Stalin, Mao.
They're against money. How can you have strippers without money?
Yeah, you can't have strippers without money. What are they gonna give them? Bread?
Well,
like, I mean, we know they're
throw bread at them, but bread is free too.
Let me revise my statement. I'm actually very much. I'm very much anti-stripper. Because they're
anti-stripper. You hate single mothers?
They're awful. They're awful. Right. But in other forms of sex work, whatever they may be, like porn stars or whatever the fuck, right? I'm pro sex work. Specifically, strippers are awful. They're the worst. They're
Why?
The worst.
It's just welfare.
I'd
rather give them money directly.
They're all the same.
Another point I can explain this. No, they're not all the same. They're not all the same. The mindsets are different. They actually are. No, I can explain this to you. We can talk about it offline, right?
2 words.
Blue balls.
Cardi B.
Oh,
that's it. That's your whole argument. Just Cardi B.
Cardi B? No, Cardi B. Actually, good example.
What did Cardi do?
Wait, are we going to pretend porn stars don't also have like sordid histories? Come on.
No,
Cardi B did anything wrong.
No, I'm tired. See, that's what you don't get. Hold on. I gotta.
Sorry, Katya.
But it's just, it's like the profession. But we'll talk about it later. First, Katya, right? I'm sorry for subjecting you to all this.
This too late for next week.
God bless.
She's tired and she's cold.
What you understand is that, well, yeah, definitely. But
I took my jacket off.
Katya is an innocent woman. Like her ears have been burning this entire time. And we're sorry. We should have been gentlemen. I understood there were ladies in the room, and moderated our speech. We'll do better next time, Katya.
What speech would you have to moderate? What?
All the boobs we're talking about, the boobs and the dancing.
If you think I don't want to hear about boobs, then you've never even fucking spoke to me before. But anyways, yeah, I'm Katya. I'm Premier Katya on Twitter, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, I like to go on panels and argue with people like this because they're all great too. So shout out to everybody here. You're all fun and nice and great.
Thank you so much. All right. Finally, Ghosty, right? Look, this type of speech would not be welcome in the rarefied circles that she travels in. She slums it every Monday for us, right? Decides to hang out with the poors
And we appreciate that, Ghosty. So
Consider it my charity.
no. Sub into the channel and gifting. That would be a charity. Do that. But Ghosty, thank you. I do appreciate you, friend.
No, thank you for having me. Ghosty, it's spelled with a 6. I'm on YouTube. And yeah, there was something else I wanted to talk about this topic, but that's okay. About the Nick Fuentes thing. Well, I'll just say real quick. But part of his quote, with the "your body, my choice" thing, like he was going beyond like abortion. Like within that whole clip, he said, I wrote it down. "We will keep you down forever. You will never control your own bodies." And like he said, there will never be a female president. He was like holding his hands like this. Maybe I'm reading into that, but it was just like very creepy how he was saying it. He was definitely like saying it, implying beyond just like abortion. So I just wanted to clear that up. If you haven't seen the clip, you can go find it on Twitter or something. But yeah,
with music behind him too, right? Like giving an impassioned speech about
probably like the presidential song or something. Da-na-da-na-da-na.
Oh yeah.
If you watch the full context, it's even more obvious it's fucking me.
So I'm going to.
It's still irresponsible. But yeah, go ahead.
No problem. Oh, thank you, friend. I'm going to rate out to a woman who is apparently her birthday. I don't know who this person is. From the screenshot, she looks pretty cute. She's doing like a miracle cosplay. That's from My Hero Academia, right? You should
as long as she's pretty.
As only you need to learn that I have one and only one vice.
Hold on, pause. If you were here at the beginning of the stream, as opposed to being 33 minutes late, you would know exactly
33.
why.
33. He was counting.
I'm very sorry I missed out on Prime's woman choices or the stripper experiences.
We are rating out to this lady. Wish her happy birthday. I don't know who she is.
All you raters, Colombian stripper in the chat.
Oh my God! Please don't do that.
No.
Yes.
Right, off you go. All right.
Talk about irresponsible statements.
But yeah, thanks all. We're out. This was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, always fun.
Definitely.
And the fun ends here,
So-
right?
No more fun.
It is bedtime. Catch you guys later.
Waiting for him to.
Bye.
Good
Yeah,
night.
Lagtoid. When we're in private, I will explain what I mean about that. I have a reason.
Look,
for my thoughts.
I'm going to be open. Like I think that sex workers are the whole nature of the work is somewhat predatory. So I'm open to the argument. I just think that you probably shouldn't restrict it to just strippers. But
I know your feelings. But like, I think strippers are a special type of evil. Like, seriously, like, you don't even understand how much I dislike strippers. Like, very much so. And I think literally they're different.
To be fair to Prime Cuz, right? Like strippers do their sex work at like the interpersonal level, like a salesman. I think if I was to like guess at like your issue, right? Like the porn star and the escort, right? Their business interaction essentially only occurs when you come to them, and you come to them with exactly what it is with you, what you want, and they give you that, right? So if you're an escort or a prostitute, you see their rates, you see what's online, or on the magazine or whatever fucking service you're using. I don't know. Never hired an escort, but I've spoken to enough sex workers to kind of get the gig, right? Like you're purchasing a product and then they give you that product. And maybe they try and upsell you on the product or something, as an escort. But certainly not with porn, right? Like they make a product and then they distribute it for sale in whatever way that it is sold. But the stripper is like you go to the strip club and the stripper is doing whatever they can to utilize your state of mind with them there to constantly try and upsell you to the next thing. And then very often trying to elevate to prostitution or to lap dances if that's not that type of establishment. And then also trying to sell you as a repeat customer, which is also again probably going to occur from escorts, like sell you as like a repeat customer and like tell you lies and sell you a fantasy, etc. So like I agree, all of the forms of sex work are dysgenic and dysfunctional and have problems and like potentially prey upon unhealthy vices and etc. But I think I get where you're going with this, Prime, in terms of like strippers tend to be a little bit more predatory and worse than the other sex work occupations.
So you are definitely going in the right direction. I talked to. I wish she was still here, honestly, because she was fantastic, and she had
I do got
so many
advice, guys.
stories. Oh, wait, hold on, listen, let me just finish my statement here, right? So I talked to a woman, if you remember, she used to come through. Her name was Pep. Like yeah, and she talked about how she wasn't an escort herself, but that she was an assistant to escorts, right? She did administrative work for them. And I talked to her about my dislike of strippers, right?
She was the hostess at the strip club. Okay.
She wasn't the hostess. She was like doing their ads or something online or whatever. But in any case, I talked to her about my dislike of strippers, and she's like, "No, you're totally right. You're totally right." And I made a similar comparison that Scott did, right? But in terms of like porn stars versus strippers. But she's like, I've worked with these girls. So I have worked with like people who were just escorts, right? Previously. And then ones who transitioned from being a stripper to an escort. And she's like it's a completely different mindset, right? It's that upselling that he's talking about. And it's the idea of like getting them hooked on you. And she's like, well, that like for most escorts, they don't actually want that. They want you to like, have a good time and to leave and whatever, right? But they have like
They don't want to stalk her. They don't
boundaries.
want to possess
They
her.
don't want a stalker, right? And remember, like with an escort, you're just in the room with this individual, right? By yourself. So they want to make sure boundaries are set and kept there. But with strippers, they're constantly trying to get them obsessed with you. That's what you're trying to do in a very short amount of time, right? Within a strip club, you want to get as much money out of them, right? You got to feed them this fantasy. They don't work the same way. And she's like, just like the type of individuals, their personalities, right? It comes with oftentimes more like dangerous outcomes within that line of profession. So that's what I was trying to say to you.
We'll talk more about it. We'll talk more
I'm
about
just
it.
gonna ask one quick question, Lecter. I assume you haven't like read what I wrote yet.
No, not yet.
Okay. Great.
Have a good one,
Yeah,
friend.
I'm sorry. Catch you guys later.
I don't know what's going on because I was gone for this, but like this keeps getting brought up.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in today. It's episode of Lacto TV. We got a show on Wednesday and Thursday. Tune on in. We're going to go ahead and rate on out into... Who are we rating on out into? We're going to rate on out into... We'll do Gorps today.